The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Good evening. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight. He is Gabe Ramirez. I am Kate Constable. We are in tonight for Pat and Brad. Next 5 hours, you get to hear from Gabe and I as we touch on the biggest topics in sports right now. You can listen live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight. I'll follow us on all social platforms at BetMGM Tonight as well. Gabe, we got a lot to get to tonight. We're going to talk a little bit about LeBron James and where he'll be going because there isn't a whole lot of other stuff going on right now. The Boston Red Sox, they just won their 15th game, going for 16 tonight. We'll do a bunch of Major League Baseball. There's some games tonight that we'll handicap. All sorts of stuff. We'll go streaking. So it'll be a fun next 5 hours, but it's good to see you. How you been, Gabe?
You shocked me when you said 5 hours, Kate. I forgot I signed up for that. I was like, oh, damn, that's a show. It's a lot of, you know what it is? I'm fearful because when I get on the show, especially with you, I start gambling more in 5 hours than I did in the last 5 weeks. But I'm ready for it. I got some funds in the account. I'm ready to have some fun today. So this should be good.
Well, yeah, Gabe, you were just telling me about your World Cup gambling and how profitable you've been with World Cup stuff. So we're going to need some bets from you throughout the evening because it sounds like you're kind of on a heater.
Yeah, it's been good. And then it's bled over a little bit, because then obviously, when the semifinals were happening, quarterfinals, the games just spread out a little bit more. And so then I had to find other things to bet on. And then, sometimes we got to remember, right? Like as gamblers, as people that like to gamble, the answers are really in front of our brain. And I had a conversation with my wife 2 days ago, and I'll never forget. She's like, so wait, she's like, there's a definitive outcome in these baseball games, whereas soccer obviously have the draw. She's like, in these baseball games, there's a definitive answer. She's like, so if you were to parlay like 6 games together that you just picked the right answer, she's like, you could be making a ton of money. I'm like, yeah, that's what it is. But you gotta believe your eyes and pick one, right? Pick one or two. For example, we mentioned the Red Sox a second ago. Okay. And I felt like I won a ton of money after they played the White Sox. Right, because I had a chance to see them up close and personal with my eyes. And what I saw was, obviously, I didn't know that they're going to win 15 straight. But what you saw was a team that had good starting pitching, extremely good defense, underrated defense. They played very well against the White Sox and stole a lot of runs from them. And then, the back end of their bullpen is just top notch. And so they're able to hold on to leads. The defense is there as well. So anyways, the point that I'm making is you can't skip those moments and be like, I don't know if they're going to keep winning. No, they're playing good baseball now. Go bet that and go win dollars. That way you could ride a hot streak just like the Red Sox.
All right, well, maybe then are we betting Red Sox tonight? Doubleheader, they won the first one.
So they got Eduardo Rivera on the bump tonight, going up against the Baltimore Orioles. I did initially, because they hadn't named the starter yet, so I did want to take Baltimore on the run line, plus 1.5. That was like right around minus 126 at BetMGM. And so I was thinking about it initially, but then the Red Sox named Eduardo Rivera as their starter, who extremely capable. He came in a spot start in the middle of their streak as well. And so it's just one of those that, for me, again, I'd rather just stay away from that game because I do think Baltimore can cover the run line. However, the Red Sox are playing well, and it's just one of those things where you don't want to get to the 6th inning with a 2-run lead, and then all of a sudden the Red Sox blow it open and come from behind because they're just hot. So those are the ones you just stay away from. Just enjoy the game, enjoy the streak, and don't get yourself trying to play a guy that can predict the future with the Red Sox and when they're going to lose their first game.
Well, they won 6-3 this afternoon. Brewers also beat the Mets 4-3. The Royals beat the Giants 5-4. Bobby Witt Jr., he's out for a little while right now with an injury. And Nats are up 8-0 on the Rockies in the 9th. Diamondbacks up 14-2 on the A's. Reds leading the Mariners 5-3 in the 9th. And the Cardinals are up 1-0 on the Angels. We also have a bunch of other games that are going on later tonight, and we will handicap those in the next segment. So about 10 minutes or 20 minutes or so from now, and let you know where we are leaning in that, in those games later tonight. But Gabe, the big news last night, we had just gotten off the air, Pat Boyle and I here, and then all of a sudden the tweet gets released that the Miami Heat posted or put on their YouTube like a not a banner, like a what's the word I'm looking for here?
Link. They put out a link, right? Wasn't that what it was?
Yeah, a link or like an announcement essentially for LeBron James press conference on the 27th. And
Sure.
it was like getting it ready on YouTube. That way, once it was happening, they could just hit go. Everything was all set. And so now it looks like LeBron is going back to Miami, according to that scheduled live stream. Thank you, Monty. Like, yeah, I mean, that signs point there to Miami with that. Like, if you read the tea leaves, of course. But I will have to say, Gabe, like, Miami might also just be doing their due diligence, that department, the media department, the creative department, whatever, in like, if LeBron does decide that that he's going to Miami, he's signing with them, they need to have all their graphics ready. You got to be ready to go.
Yeah.
So teams, whatever, like if you're working for a brand, if you're working for a team, whatever, like you prepare certain elements for what could happen. And half the time you end up having to can those completely and they don't even see the light of day, but you have to be prepared. And so I wonder if that's maybe what was happening with the Miami Heat.
Yeah, it's like when t-shirts after the Super Bowl of the losing team that make it somewhere like you got to be prepared just in case. And this could be what's happening with the Miami Heat. That it could be, right? But we as consumers of media, we're cynical, and so when we see something like this, we assume, yeah, he's making a decision. Now, I personally had LeBron going to Miami from the very beginning. I was like, man, he wants to partner with Giannis, right? He gets to sit back. You got Bam Adebayo there, so they got some defense. You go to the Eastern Conference. I never believed the Philadelphia thing, even though obviously it could clearly still happen. It is the smartest place for him to go would be Philadelphia. I think he has the easiest path to a championship there because Joel Embiid. Anyway, that's a whole other story. But I thought Miami would be the place because he's comfortable there. He's familiar with Miami. He loved it. I'm sure he would love bringing them another championship. And someone did tell me, I don't want to say close to LeBron James, but somebody that, knows people in those circles. He was like, LeBron's not leaving California. And so I thought that was interesting, right? When thinking about his family, his daughter, who he loves dearly, his sons obviously don't live there, or his one son obviously plays for the Lakers, but the other in Arizona. So you got a West Coast thing going. So to go to Philly would be difficult. But I threw out Miami from the very beginning because I was like, it just makes the most sense to me. And then you saw how Giannis was acting, right, on Neon's stream the other day when they pranked him and told him that LeBron had signed with somebody else, and Giannis damn near fell up to his toes. And so like when I saw that, I was like, okay, well, Giannis probably didn't go to Miami without thinking that LeBron, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm thinking about how all these things happen in the NBA. They're like that. So I'm sure a 40-something-year-old LeBron is just enjoying his off time with zero rush to go ahead and make a decision to end up in training camp to deal with the hoopla. Like right now, he's like, man, I'm chilling. I'll deal with that so that way there's not, because if he does it now, everyone's going to have to answer questions from now until the start of the season about LeBron James, about the championship aspirations, about missing out, like et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you don't make the decision and you do it, like we joked about it prior to into the show, when at the tip off, shout out Brandon, like at the tip off, then he doesn't have to answer all these things and do all this. And as a guy who's already obviously a made man in the NBA, I understand why he's not making the decision, but I'm sure those who know exactly where LeBron James is going. Kate, you feel like he's going to go to Miami, or you think, it's Philadelphia?
I said yesterday, I think Philadelphia, but after this thing last night, after this Heat debacle, which I feel for whoever put that out there, whatever member of like the Heat, front office, but that department. Yeah. That person probably feels awful, and I hope they don't get fired. Because that's a big mistake if indeed LeBron is going to Miami. And the reason I think it actually could be legit is because they put a date on it, Gabe. Like if it was just LeBron James introductory press conference, that's one thing. I would be like, okay, no, they're trying to get ready for it. They're just in case. But on the 27th. Is when he's allegedly announcing, according to that graphic. That's what makes me like, how do they know the date unless, again, maybe it's just a filler. Maybe they're just putting something in as a placeholder. But like the fact that there was a date on it, that makes me feel like maybe it's a little bit more legit than I've given, some people are giving it credit for. So at this point, I'm kind of changing my tune, Gabe. Yesterday, I thought he was going to go to Philly. I thought that's the most reasonable spot for him to win a championship with the pieces that they have on that roster. I think he fits really nicely alongside Bam and Giannis, but I feel like the depth is tested in Miami where LeBron's not going to play his normal minutes over this next year, right? Like at some point he's got to have to scale that back in order to be healthy and ready to go in the postseason. And so I just kind of wonder what the other pieces in Miami and how they fit into this whole factor and if they're able to be successful. So to answer your question,
I think when you look at that team, right, you look at the front office and who's there, and you don't doubt a Pat Riley when it comes to bringing in talent, right, and evaluating. You're talking about a Hall of Fame legend who's curated championship teams before, so he can look at, and specifically with LeBron James, right? So he can look at LeBron, Bam, the guys that are there currently, and Giannis, and say, okay, I might need a 3-and-D guy, like a lengthy guy that can, like a Derrick Jones Jr. type, right? Not necessarily him, but a type where a guy that can run the floor, be athletic, play defense, doesn't necessarily need the ball, and can knock down an occasional three-pointer. I think those kinds of guys exists, in quantity in the NBA. And so that part I'm not fearful of. I think with any NBA team or any team that LeBron can go to, it's really about match. Right? Like, how long is that going to take for them to gel? And then it's the NBA, right? Seems like, injuries are inevitable. And is it going to be a situation where, guys aren't on the floor at the same time, regardless of the team, right? Regardless of the team.
Well, that happened with the Lakers, right? And how did that end up with when Luka was and LeBron, right, they were injured half the time, Austin Reeves. Yeah. I'm sorry, Gabe, continue.
No. This is great because it's exactly what we're talking about, right? Like, and then you're doing it with a new team, and Lakers are doing it with new players, and LeBron's going to be doing it with a new squad. That's why I think that Miami sounds more realistic to me because there's a level of comfort there. And where LeBron is at is like, do you really want to go to Philly, and like deal with that crap? You know what I'm saying? And like that's going to be tough. But Miami, he owns the city. He won championships for them, right? So it's going to be a little different, to do that. But to your point, Kate, I think you're right. Like, he's older. He's not looking to lead a team. I think that's why he Giannis being there is great. And, he's also a brilliant mind, a brilliant basketball mind, right? And so he can get more out of players with doing less because he is, long in the tooth and one of the greatest players, in the NBA. So I don't know. I'm waiting for the saga to be over, though. I'll tell you that. Put his ass on the team already. Like, damn, can I? What are the odds? What are the odds?
That's what we need to be looking at.
Right? Is that?
I don't know if it's on BetMGM, but I will check that out. And I also to kind of echo your point, Gabe. I think it was Kendrick Perkins this morning talking about like if there's one organization that LeBron or that is the most buttoned up in the NBA, it's probably the Miami Heat. And he's going back to a front office that he knows with Pat Riley. He's going back to a head coach that he knows. And he's going back to an organization that doesn't have BS going on pretty much ever outside of Bam punching Tyler Hero a couple weeks ago. But Tyler Hero's not on the team, so it's not even in within the organization. This is outside of it. Where like Philly's had its problems, its up and downs, and they have new management this year coming in. And so when you talk about familiarity and knowing what he's going to get, especially at this point in LeBron's career, like I don't know if he wants to mess around with any. I think he wants to. The variable of the unknowns is probably something that isn't appealing to him. He wants to know exactly what he's getting at a spot, and he does know what he's getting in Miami because it's the same front office, it's the same head coach that he had when he won championships there.
And this is a guy, let's be very frank, right? This is a guy who cares about his legacy, right? And so the last thing he wants to do is make a mistake, Kate, and be like, yeah, I just went to some randoms. Like if he goes to Philly and they don't win the championship, it's gonna be looked at like a bust. If he goes to Miami, if he goes to Golden State, whatever team he goes to, the expectation is going to be championship because he's handpicking this team, right? And so whatever team he goes to, please believe that that is the team that not only he, but the organization, the NBA feel as though that team is going to win the NBA championship that year. And so, that helps with gambling as well, right? When you're talking about determination of a team on a given night, making comebacks when they're down 8, and you might want to bet them because the line's looking yummy, at minus or plus 110 or something like that. Like, those are the things you have to look at when you're looking at a LeBron-led team. But yeah, he cares about his legacy too much. Okay, to be out here just willy-nilly putting a team together. And we know this man loves golf now, right?
Yeah.
He's so locked in with golf. I got the golf bug too. So LeBron, I feel you. Miami, he's doing it year round. Philly, no, he cannot go on an off day. He is not, I guess LeBron got so much money he could just get on a private jet and go anywhere. But at least in Miami, you could just I don't know, live in the backyard of a golf course and just go on a given day after practice or in the morning. So, those things, listen, as a guy who just found golf, those things matter. And if I knew I can go to Miami and play every day, I would do it, Kate. I would do it. So I don't know. I think it makes the most sense. I feel like you mentioned Philly is probably the team that, in terms of where he can go to win a championship is that. But then, you're a grown man and you're LeBron James. You're like, bro, I could do this anywhere. Say, put me anywhere. Put me in Miami. We'll win this championship. I promise you. Giannis, stop it. Like, I'm gonna win the championship. I won it with Kevin Love. I could win a championship with Giannis.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying?
The Heat gave 16-1 to win the title. Sixers 17-1. So it does kind of feel like the Bucks are just kind of pricing those two evenly, kind of waiting to see what happens where he goes. And then I would imagine wherever he goes, that team kind of rises on the odds board a little bit.
Who's at the top right now? Like, who's the top? Like, where is that at? Like 16-1, is that like fifth?
That's seventh, the fifth shortest odds. We go Thunder, Spurs, Knicks, Celtics, Heat.
Ooh, okay. So the two, that's so funny. The Thunder, Celtics, and then the teams that LeBron could potentially get to. Yep. I love that. No Warriors in there. See that? No Warriors in there.
No Warriors. And the Cavs are in there, but it goes Heat, Sixers, Cavs. And it jumps from the 16-70 to 1 to 22 to 1 for Cleveland.
Okay.
Yeah, the Warriors are nowhere. I mean, the Warriors are way down the board.
Do you think that LeBron can, knock out, and I only want to mention, OKC and the Spurs. I can't imagine the Knicks running it back. That would be the wildest.
That would be wild.
But that would be super wild. But can you imagine a LeBron-led team dethroning, the Thunder, a hungry, bitter Thunder squad that looking to prove something now?
I mean, it could certainly happen. I think it would be pretty wild. But I mean, if his game doesn't drop much this next season, and I don't know, there really are no indicators that it's going to. Outside of his age, the guy is a absolute freak of a human being in terms of his athletic ability at this age. His talent level is not exactly dropping off of a cliff. So as long as he's healthy, as long as he kind of manages his body, which I think we're probably going to get a whole lot of LeBron load management this upcoming season, but you kind of have to I kind of don't blame the guy, right? You're going to be 41 or 42 this December. I'm okay with a little LeBron load management. But yeah, I mean, that would be pretty crazy to dethrone the young Thunder team that is the up and coming team in the NBA. I mean, yeah, they just won a title 2 years ago and were close last year, but that would be pretty wild. Gabe Brandon in our chat, producer Brandon says, are the Warriors really a championship contender even with LeBron? Which is why they're further down the board. I don't think they are even with LeBron. I think that roster is a little too old.
It's it's reminiscent of the Lakers, back in the day when they got Gary Payton, Karl Malone, and it'd just be like an older squad. But I've been to I play basketball, and I've been to the YMCA when 4 old ass guys are there that could just hit threes and pick and rolls, and they just know where each other's gonna be at, just like some super old school basketball. And so it's possible. It's possible they can. We all know when you get to the playoffs, and especially like us in Chicago that are LeBron haters, even though I've been speaking so highly of him for the last 15 minutes, but you when you get to the playoffs, you are nervous. You have PTSD of LeBron, like somehow finding a way to pull it off. And, in Golden State with Steph Curry, one of the greatest also, it's possible is what I'm saying.
Possible. All right. Anything is possible, according to Kevin Garnett. We're going to take a quick break. MLB, the evening slate coming your way. We'll handicap some of these games, tell you what angles we like. That's coming up next. This is BetMGM Tonight with Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable on Westwood One Sports.
I think if you're a Panthers fan, you can be optimistic. And I think you should be optimistic. Because right now, and I'm going to stop short of giving an official prediction because I have to admit, I'm a little taken right now. This is not going to be a fun sentence to say out loud. And I mean it. I'm a little taken and smitten at the moment with the Tua Tagovailoa, Kevin Stefanski Atlanta Falcons, just at price to potentially win the division. But I do think when it's all said and done, and we approach, now look, we got to get through training camp, people have got to be healthy, Bryce Young's got to be healthy, players have got to be healthy, etc. But as it stands right now, the Carolina Panthers, my pick to go back-to-back and win the NFC South yet again. Dave Canales entering year 3 as head coach of this team. And Dave Canales, and remember, we talked with Panthers general manager Dan Morgan a couple months ago, joined the show. And I asked Dan Morgan about Dave Canales no longer calling the plays this season in Carolina, which is a very, very interesting and newsworthy item, right? Offensive-minded head coach, got hired in Carolina because of his play-calling chops in Tampa Bay with Baker Mayfield and company, no longer calling the plays year 3 as the team's head coach. Instead, Brad Idzik, the offensive coordinator, John's son, which is true, the former general manager John Idzik of the New York Jets, Brad Idzik will call the plays this season as Dave Canales looks to streamline this a little bit and be more of a CEO head coach. Carolina, with a very interesting offseason of acquisitions, whether it's Georgia tackle, hulking tackle, he a big SOB, Monroe Freeling in round 1. Chris Brazzell, wide receiver from Tennessee, who's a big boy, Chris Brazzell, and fast in the 3rd round. Signing pass rusher Jalen Phillips to a big money deal, signing inside linebacker Devin Lloyd to a big money deal. The Carolina Panthers should absolutely be better on the field in 2026 than they were in 2025 when they won a division championship. The thing, though, with the 2026 Carolina Panthers, if we want to extend this out, because I think that at worst, if Bryce Young's going to be healthy, they'll hover around 500. I think that's a fair assumption to make. The question becomes, is there a ceiling for this team? And by ceiling, I don't mean going 8-9 or 9-8 and winning the NFC South. That's not and then getting beaten by the Niners, the Seahawks, or the Rams on Wild Card Weekend. That's not the ceiling. No, the ceiling would be, hell yeah, man, let's go 11-6. Let's leave no doubt that we are the class of this division. And this is where the Carolina Panthers become one of the great models of consistency, not just in sports, but in life. Because we are now in year 4 of saying this sentence prior to the Carolina Panthers beginning training camp. Are you ready? The sentence is, the Carolina Panthers will go as far as Bryce Young takes them. If we were all this consistent as the Carolina Panthers are, like with our fitness, there would be no obesity problem in this country. We'd all be walking around shredded with six-packs. We'd have nude beaches like they've got in Europe. Even though, I got to tell you, I've been on some beaches this summer, and there's some obese people basically nude on the beach. God bless them and their confidence. I feel like I have body dysmorphia. I'd never do that, but God bless them. God bless them. The consistency of this team, where we can say again, 4 straight years, they will only be as good as the quarterback.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable here with you on Westwood One Sports. The Red Sox won their 15th straight game this afternoon. That matches a club record for the longest winning streak in team history from 80 years ago. They beat the Orioles 6-3. Split doubleheader today, Gabe. So they play, I was going to say tonight. It is tonight, basically. They play hour or so, 6:10 Central, 7:10 Eastern game. Red Sox, they're favored minus 130 on the money line. And if they win tonight, what comes after 15? Well, 16 straight games. That would be pretty wild. Because
Insane.
I mean, Gabe, at the beginning of the year, we counted them out like they were essentially they were out of the playoffs. They were, you could have packed up and gone home. They've turned that thing around very quickly.
Oh my gosh. And it's what baseball's about, right? And I know a lot of times we get people that complain about the 162 game season. And I get it. It's a lengthy season. It goes over the course of several months, probably longer than it should. But there should be maybe more time off, these 3 game sets, 4 game sets. But throughout the course is when you really see the character of a team. And that's why whoever gets hot, heading into a playoff has a significantly better chance of, making a good run. And we see it every year, right? But a Red Sox team that, sometimes you got to figure it out. Sometimes you got to, find your roles, get the batting order right. What your rotation looks like, who's really slotted into that 7, 8, 9 inning. And you do figure it out, things start to look well for you, right? I mean, you've seen it even in Chicago with the Cubs, right? They've had moments of success. They've looked bad. But this is what happens, and so the Red Sox, you love the fact that they flipped their season, being, it was like 15, 14, whatever, some 12 games below 500, at that point, one of the worst records in the American League. And then to obviously 15 victories in a row, ties the franchise record from 1946. I mean, we're living in an unprecedented time, right? A storied franchise like the Red Sox still having an opportunity to match these historic numbers. And so will it be 16? I don't know. I don't want to bet it. Kate, keep me away from it. Like, why go into a game like that? Why put that on the slate? Why put that in the books for you? I want you to gamble. I like to gamble, but I also want you to bet on a game that you probably feel better about, that you got a better angle on. This is a game where, again, Baltimore could be winning 4-1 in the 6th, and you could think you'd be cruising to a victory. The cash out's looking plumpy, and you're thinking, Red Sox, the luck ran out. And then all of a sudden in the 8th inning, a 3-run bomb after an error, gets it back, and then they win it in the 10th. Because you want to know what? That's what teams that are on winning streaks, that's what happens to them. And you're going to be sick to your stomach, throwing up because you lost however many units on a team you probably shouldn't have bet on from the very beginning. So just stay away from it. Save yourself the heartache. Enjoy the game. Watch it. If they win 16, well, damn, good for you guys. If they lose, we knew it was inevitable. Like you can enjoy it that way. You don't necessarily got to lay some money. Stay away from it. Stay away. Afuera.
Yeah, I think that's probably the smart play. Just, I mean, I don't know. You don't want to stand in front of a team like that, but you also sometimes don't want to bet on a team like that because it's got to end at some point. I don't know. I don't know what to think about that game. I hope the Red Sox win just to keep the streak going. I think that would be pretty cool. 2017 Indians or Cleveland Guardians back in the day, rather, won 22 straight games. That's the longest winning streak in the American League. The what am I reading this? The New York Giants. I know, Gabe, you're thinking that's football, Kate. But 1916, were they the New York Giants back in 1916?
They went to San Francisco, went all the way to the West Coast, and then they became
the
Brooklyn
correct.
Dodgers, and that's all the us and all that incestuous stuff.
So that is a long time ago.
Long time
26 consecutive games. That's the MLB record. So they still have a little ways to go to get that. All right, Gabe. So if we're not betting on the Red Sox and Orioles, where are we betting tonight? Is there any game that catches your eye?
Yeah, I got 3 on the slate for me today, and they're not my favorite in that sense, but I felt like, you know what, I do like them and what they're boiling on to. So right now I do like the Dodgers over the Phillies. It's just they got Aaron Nola on the bump. You know, his ERA is just ballooned lately, and the Dodgers have their stacked lineup, despite the fact that Otani's not pitching anymore. They still got the goons there, right? And not that, not that the Dodgers are throwing out a world beater, but, when you have an offensive juggernaut, and they haven't been playing well lately. I want to be very clear. We've been talking about the Red Sox and how well they've been playing. The Dodgers have just been up and down. It's not like they've been dominating and been world beaters. They're just in the midst of like a really tough schedule. And so I think this is an opportunity where when you're facing really good teams, right? If you are a good team and you've been facing good teams, because like I said, they're in the middle of that stretch, when you get a regular pitcher, this is your opportunity to take full advantage of it, right? Because you've been seeing the best of the best on the best teams. And so when Aaron Nola comes out, I think it'll be a little bit softer. I think they'll get an opportunity to come out early, and the odds are still there on BetMGM. They look good to me. So I would do that. I heard the name earlier when somebody mentioned it. Max Fried on the bump today, coming back for the first time in a while. They're saying they're going to only keep him on a pitch count only to like 60. And so you're thinking about, what that'll look like. Pittsburgh, obviously they won game 1. And so this is one I like on the run line, right? I'm telling you, Kate, pay the juice. Juice man is here.
All right.
Pay it. Like, don't be foolish. If you think it's free money, right? If you, not me, don't listen to me. I'm 6 out of 10. I told you guys, you got to figure out which the 6 are. But I'm the juice man. And so my thing is lately, Kate saw my account. It's been plumping up. And the reason why is because I find these bets, right, where I'm like, okay, yeah, plus 140. Max Fried hasn't pitched in a while. He's only going to get 60. They already played one. Like, bet. This is the one that I like. And again, I think when you're looking out there as well, I don't know. Max Fried with rehabilitation, it's just not my thing. I take Pirates. Obviously, a lot of the public's going to bet the look at me. I almost said the Giants. Kate, you threw it in my head.
I got y'all confused
They're
now.
bet the Yankees on that one. The last one I like, and this one is actually my favorite of the night, even though they beat them twice already. I like the Tampa Bay Rays over the Blue Jays. The best thing when you really love a team, like I love the White Sox, and you watch these teams come to town or you watch them go on the road and play these squads, you get a firsthand look at these teams and where they're at, right? We talked about the Red Sox, where they're at in the trajectory of their season. The Blue Jays right now are not playing well, right? Dylan Cease goes to the All-Star game, comes back. They don't have a good start out the gate for the All-Star game. So this is one where I think the Rays have beat them twice. I don't think the Blue Jays psychologically are in a state where they want, are like, yeah, we got to pick up their mindset is like, we got to figure this out as opposed to we got to win this game. And so I think the Tampa Bay Rays will be able to jump on that. They're 7-1 against Toronto this season, 7-1, and all their guys are playing. So I don't know. That's one. That's my last one that I like. Now, of those 3, I want to know which one you like the best, and then I want to know what ones you're looking at right now, Kate, to lay some money.
I like the Rays the best. I mean, they've dominated just even in the last 2 games against the Blue Jays, 12-2 yesterday, 7-1 the night before that. And so I like just the way the offense looks right now, and the Blue Jays are kind of riding in the absolute opposite direction. I mean, they've lost 4 of their last 5 games. So I think, even though Toronto's at home, I think Toronto's just kind of in a bad spot right now. And so Tampa Bay, I think that is the right side, and you're getting a -110. Like it's -110 on both sides. That's a great price for a team that I think is the far superior one and is playing significantly better baseball right now. The one that I'm looking at, Gabe, I like the over in the White Sox and Rangers. I think we get a ton of runs here, and that's has nothing to do with the fact that the Rangers won like 10-0 last night. Anthony Kay going for the White Sox, lefty, and this lineup for Texas, the Rangers, I hit just mashes lefties. They've hit so well against left-handed pitchers that I think Rangers maybe are the right side tonight, but I'm going to go with just the over altogether. I believe that's 7.5. I think we get quite a few runs in that one.
Yeah, obviously the White Sox score great. Like the way they're playing right now, that's a whole nother rant that I don't want to get on right now. But the Rangers are having an opener today. Tyler Alexander, who born in Chicago. Look at that. You love a local connection. So he's going to have something to pitch for in that, obviously in that first inning as an opener. When I look at this one, though, Anthony Kay is a guy who, and again, as a Sox fan, so this could be a biased take. So again, you got to read between the lines here, people. He's a guy that, I've been watching him all season. He lives in the paint, right? He's touching the edges, right? And that's how he got pinpoint accuracy. And his starts where his stuff is accurate and he's missing the zones by, a half an inch to make guys chase outside and have him swinging at bad pitches. When he's on like that, it's tough to hit him. I'm just saying the under is in play in that sense. However, in the games where he's on the paint, you're really loud and clear. So this might be one you want to bet live, right? Where you watch the first inning, see how it's going, and see if you're around the country and you got MLB, whatever it is, and get a chance to watch how he's pitching. If he's missing the corners and people are swinging, bet you got to jump on that under. If he's hitting the paint, like you mentioned, they're going to eat up the lefty. That's when they're going to be able to score runs, and the White Sox are going to contribute in some way, shape, or form to that offense. So I like the over in that one too. But again, that'll be one I would look at as a live bet. And then shout out to Tyler Alexander, man. You love a local kid getting it. I wonder what high school he went to. I gotta check that out.
Wait, who did you say? Shout out to who?
Tyler Alexander. He's going to be the opener for the Texas Rangers today.
For the Rangers, yes.
And he's born in Chicago.
He's a Chicago kid? No way.
Yeah, he's born in Chicago. That's what I'm saying. Now I'm curious where he's. I gotta check that out. Or maybe
good for
Brandon. You
Tyler
can check that out. For me. Put that in the group chat.
Yeah,
I love that.
Huh?
Love those nuggets like that.
Well, speaking of Chicago and the other Chicago team, the Cubs and Tigers tonight. Colin Rea going for Chicago. I feel like he's kind of been up and down throughout the season, and it's been a little bit more down lately. 4.74 ERA. His whip's pretty high. I'm not sure I'm sold on the Cubs pulling this one out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Cubs, dropped the first one to Detroit, and they were a bit dejected, but they did the same thing against the Twins, right? And then ended up pulling off the series win over the weekend. And so this could be a similar situation. Now, the difference, right, is that Detroit is in a position where they're really trying to climb the ladder in the AL Central. Twins are trying to maintain, but Detroit really feels like they should be able to beat teams like the Chicago Cubs. Now, Colin Rea, I mean, he's been someone that, listen, the Cubs have had so many injuries and with their arms that, the fact that they can have someone consistently be there for some start in a row to them, that is a victory in itself. Now, but, the Tigers got a dangerous lineup, but, he hasn't allowed over 3 earned runs in his last 5 starts. So Colin Rea is, going to be a serviceable guy. And I think Craig Counsell's done a decent job with the bullpen over the last, couple of weeks. So, it's a tough one. It's a tough match. Again, this is one I'd stay away from. Why not? Is it, what was that? Because you think I'm a Sox fan and I don't want, no, that's not what it is. It's that I just don't know. Right. Think about it. I got a team in my division in the Detroit Tigers playing the antithesis of the Chicago White Sox and the Chicago Cubs. I just stay away from this one. I just enjoy it. If the Cubs win, great. You push the Tigers further down. If the Tigers win, not that I enjoy when the Cubs lose, but you're like, okay, Cubbies. So I don't know. I stay away from this one, Kate. I was in Wrigleyville last night. I was in
You
Wrigleyville
were?
last night.
How was it?
It was too crowded for me. It's not my favorite. Not my favorite cup of tea. So
It gets pretty crazy.
I'm trying to see how much time we have left. So when I went there to meet a friend, we were celebrating the life of one of our good friends that passed away a couple years ago. Yesterday was his anniversary of his passing, so I wanted to meet up, have a couple of drinks with the crew, but they were getting out of the Cubs game, and I was like, dude, don't make me have to drive down Clark Street to come meet y'all. Let's go to a bar like a little outside of Wrigley. You know what I'm saying? So I pulled up on Clark and Grace right by the Metro. They jump in the whip, and then we end up going to like a dive bar called Oakwood on Montrose and Damon. So I was in Wrigleyville, guys. So I'm not like I'm a hater. You know what I'm saying? I'm out here.
Yeah, but that's the way to go if you're not coming from the game, like to try and hit up a Wrigleyville bar after a game when you haven't been a part of the game all afternoon. That's a rough move. So that's a veteran move by you to go somewhere else, Gabe. Also, okay, we got some information on Tyler Alexander, born in Chicago, moved at 3 months old to Dallas. So born here, Chicago Hospital is where he came into this world.
You still got it. You still got all the cred. You got all the street cred because you were born here. That's all that matters.
All right. We are going to do a little bit more MLB on the other side. We're going to go streaking, see if we can continue our hit streaks. That's next here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Attention is part of the currency of modern day media. It is what it is. Now, I'm in obviously a way different spot than Tom Brady. People say, why does Tom Brady feel the need to do this with all the money he's made? The answer is because he likes it. In life, generally, here's a great secret of life hack for everybody. Why do people do things in life? For one of two reasons. Because they need to, or because they want to. Does Tom Brady need all this attention? No, of course not. Does he need more money? No, although I don't know how much he lost in crypto. No. So why does he do it? Because he wants to. Because he likes it. Now, if you wanted to criticize Tom Brady for stuff that he's done off the field or away from the Fox booth, in my estimation, and I will always remember this because it was May 5th, 2024, my daughter was born overnight, Sunday into Monday, so she was technically born Monday morning, May 6th. So it was Sunday night, May 5th, 2024, because it was the last thing that we watched on TV before my wife is like, I'm going into labor, we need to go to the hospital. It was the Tom Brady Netflix roast. If you wanted to criticize Tom Brady for something, that should be it. And that should actually probably only, and maybe you want to get into Saudi Arabia, flag football. I'm going to leave all of that aside. To me, that is the worst thing that Brady's done and something that is truly worthy of criticism. Because in Tom Brady's excessive need for attention and the unquenchable thirst for vanity, he allowed, and I understand kind of what happened with Giselle and was she cheating on him with the jiu-jitsu instructor. She's now with him. Like, if you're him, like, your heart's broken. I understand. I get it. I'm also of the opinion, as a married man, that there is nothing my wife could do, nothing, that would make me want to air her out publicly, knowing that my daughter will one day have to see that. In the way that Tom Brady's children with Giselle had to watch their mom. Because to them, Giselle's not some random woman who ruined a marriage with Tom Brady or some random supermodel. Giselle is their mom. Imagine if that were your mom. aired out, destroyed, called every name in the book for millions of people to see, while Tom Brady, your dad, is up there with a bleep-eating grin on his face like the Cheshire Cat. That was disgraceful. That is worthy of criticism. That was terrible from Tom Brady. I said it then and I'll say it now, and if you think I'm a snowflake for saying that, you have kids and see how you feel about that.
Yeah, I would not put them even as good as 2010 Spain. I think 2010 Spain is probably still, for my money, the best team in the modern game of champions. I just think they were the best defense ever, though. And I don't even think that's debatable. I think given what they put up defensively, 2.3 expected goals, 1 actual goal in 8 matches, both of which are now World Cup records, you're just looking around like, well, if nobody could touch them, if this all-out dominant France attack who scored 3 goals on everybody couldn't even sniff a goal for 90 minutes, if Argentina couldn't get a shot for 115 minutes, like that is a level of defending that we have just basically never seen. And, you know, it's a proactive defense. It's not necessarily because of their individual playmaking. It was just the system that they built. And that's so hard to do at the international level with the limited amount of time you get. So I think that, to me, is what stands out. But I would still put them behind the other Spain team, for example, that won in 2010.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
It is that time of the show where I was going to say we take it all off and go streaking, Gabe, but we don't. We keep it all on and we go streaking.
You don't.
A different type of streaking. A different type of streaking. Trying to get our hit streak continued. And right now, let's see what streaks we're working with. All right. Brandon has a hit streak of 2. Monty, 2. Myself, 2. Gabe, you haven't been on the show in a little while. So you got to build a streak. Right now you're at 0. And then Lee, where am I seeing Lee's? Lee won last night with a hit from Goodman. So his streak right now is not a streak until he gets to 2, but he's sitting at 1 right now. So, Gabe, I will let you start us off today.
Oh, me?
Yeah, and tell us who you are taking. Well, I'm sorry. Nope, not quite yet. We got to do something first. See, this is amateur hour by me. There we go.
Win 1 today, that's 2 in a row. We win 1 tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking!
Yeah, that's Lee saving me right there with the sounder. I forgot to call for that one. But we're going streaking here, Gabe. And we'll let you start us off. Who are you taking?
I am surprised that I get to go first, but I love it. I am going to say the guy who I like the best right now, Luis Campusano, catcher for the San Diego Padres. They're going up against the Atlanta Braves today. And, you know, I tell you, I like to bet on people that I know about. And the Atlanta Braves are sending out Martin Perez, former Chicago White Sox. And he's coming back from an IL stint. So he might be on a pitch count. You never know. But he's a guy that, you know, might not give up a ton of runs, but he'll definitely give up some hits and find his way out of some jams. And if you're looking at the Padres lineup, the guy with the highest, you know, OBP, an opportunity to just sit back, bottom half of the order, and just get a random base hit in like the 5th inning that is insignificant. Luis Campusano could be a guy, you know, that can do that. I do like somebody else though, Kate. I like Nathan Lukes
Ooh.
When you're thinking about, first of all, he bats second in the lineup, gets him out there, but the guy he's going up against gave up 8 hits last time out, right? So, when you're thinking about, a guy that's not necessarily pitching the best against a guy who likes to see the ball well, another high OBP. So the a guy on the mound today, left-handed hitter, batters are batting 262 against him with a 436 slug against Jacks this season, and Luke is also 3 for 3. So he's already feeling good, seeing the ball well, hitting 316 over his last 5 games. So I like him, but as a secondary one. I like the Luis Campusano a little bit better.
All right, so Campusano is who you are going with for your official streak. Brandon, who you like?
I am going with Mr. Fernando Tatis Jr. The guy is just red hot. 9 hits in his last 5 games. He's been killing it in July. Thankfully, this isn't pick somebody to hit a home run. It's just pick somebody to get a hit. So I'm going to go with Fernando Tatis Jr. to get it done tonight.
Very good. Very good. I like it. Monty.
Yes. I am going to go to that Rangers game we were talking about. Give me Wyatt Langford against Anthony K. Elite matchup on my site, batters-box.com. Free ratings there every day for player props. Check it out. Right-handed hitters have been faring very well against K. 12% barrel rate, hitting 278 with an OPS over 800. And really, this is all about Langford. He's been on fire over his last 30 plate appearances against lefties, hitting over 400 with an OPS nearly 1,200. So he's absolutely crushing it. 2 trends I like. Not a huge sample size for Langford, but 25 games with an elite rating, getting a hit 68% of the time. That would put odds around minus 212. And then K has faced 39 elite rated hitters with 72% of them getting a hit. So I love that trend. And finally, 5-star pitch mix rating for Langford, hitting well against 86% of the pitch mix that K should throw to right-handed hitters.
All right.
I got to be honest. I love when I get my thoughts, because then he tells me, it's like I told you, when I work with people and I'm just like, yep, that sounds right to me. And go ahead. I see it.
Yeah.
I BetMGM is minus 250 right now though. So, but what does our parlay look like?
We gotta figure that out. We were 4 for 5 last night and on Monday night. So we'll see if we can kind of match that. Lee, who do you have going for your streak tonight?
Oh boy! Luckily, I did get back on the board with Hunter Goodman yesterday. I was looking at a Dodger, but of course they started right before we had this segment. I was going to go with Andy Paz. Then I decided Fernando Tatis, but then of course Combs told me that I couldn't take him because it was on the rundown, and he had taken him already. Of course, I did not read that said rundown.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show.
Yeah. Hey. So here I am. I'm going to go with Brandon Nimmo, who is he's doing great since the All-Star streak. He's a streaky player, so I'm going to go with him. He did 4 for 4 last night. Give me Nimmo to keep it going. Keep it hot for me and Lee and Brandon Nimmo.
All right. I like it. I'm going to go to the Rays Blue Jays game as well. I'm going to go George Springer to get a hit. He's hit Griffin Jacks, who's pitching for the Rays fairly well. 2 homers off of him, hitting 429. And Springer has been, the last couple of games, he's been hitting the ball really well. 2 hits in each of his last 2 games. 4-game hit streak right now. So he's been playing really well. And Gabe, how do you like this? Yeah, a couple of these are minus 250, whatever, for the single player to get a hit, but plus 550 all around for all 5 of us. If we parlay all of our players tonight.
I think that sounds like a winner. We're getting rich.
I mean, yeah. I think
can't
it sounds
wait.
pretty good too.
All I got to put in is Nimmo after this during the commercial break, and I'm going to bet it as well.
All right. I'm going to go do that as well over at BetMGM. Nice. Head over there and do that. And we'll be back. Take a quick break. Chiefs stadium renderings are out. It's looking pretty sweet over in Kansas City. We'll talk about that next here on BetMGM Game Day.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to end up having to sell. I mean, they're not playing well. They're 6.5 games back in the division. They're 5 in the wild card. And, you have to ask yourself, if you're Scott Harris sitting in that front office, you got to ask yourself, do you really believe this team can win a World Series? Because when you have an asset like Skubal, to let him walk in free agency and not get any compensation is really a franchise killer. And look, they've got a good nucleus of young players like Kevin McGonigal and Riley Green. They got a bunch of young guys coming like Max Clark and Briseño, Rainier. I mean, they got so many guys coming that to not take advantage of Skubal's asset to trade, to me, is foolish. Now, it could go either way. I was talking to Alex Anthopoulos, the president of the Braves, on Sunday, and Alex was saying, it is amazing how emotional everybody gets this time of year, including the front office executives, and how literally how a team plays leading into the deadline will determine what they do. And so to use it with the Tigers, look, if Detroit were to all of a sudden win 7 in a row here, they'll keep Skubal, and they'll make a run for it. If they continue to play the way they have been, though, I think the only thing you can do is trade. But the pressure that organization has had on Skubal, A.J. Hinch said it the best a couple of days ago. He said, we've been playing Game 7 since May. And that's what it's felt like, because we feel like every day we play, we're playing to keep Skubal. and so, that's not healthy for a team. And let's be realistic. There's 7 games under 500. I mean, if this was a normal year and there wasn't so much parity in the American League, Detroit would be long gone by now. We wouldn't even be having this discussion. But, you watch Framber Valdez, couldn't even give him any length again yesterday. I just don't see it. And if you're Detroit, you really want to lose your 2 best starters, Casey Mize and Skubal, to free agency and not get anything back for them? I just don't think that's smart business.
So I think the idea that this American team hasn't made progress is so delusional and casual of a take, because it just tells me you're only looking at the final score and not paying attention to anything else. And you're just checking in every couple of years, be like, oh, same as always. And are there still gaps between the U.S. and the top 8 to 10 teams in the world? Yes. But the fact that the U.S. can now clearly identify itself and solidify itself as a team ranked between 12 and 18 in the world is still a significant improvement from the teams that we rolled out in 2018 and 2019. I mean, go look up the lineup the U.S. started in 2018 against Trinidad and Tobago, a must-not-lose game that they lost. You pull up that lineup, and you will cringe. I've done it multiple times just to remind myself of how far this team has come in the last 8 years. And now it's like, yeah, we have guys who just play in the Champions League regularly now. Like, you're an American who wants to get into Europe. And it used to be, well, you got to pick Dempsey's team, or maybe like Michael Bradley's team, or maybe there were like 3 guys. Fabian Johnson played in the Bundesliga, right? Now it's like, you got like 8 options. You could pick Balogun's team. You could pick Pulisic's team. You could pick Robinson's team, Tillman's team. Half the majority of the lineup is not just on the team. They're starting. They're playing. They're real players making impacts for these teams. So that alone tells you all you need to know on how the U.S. is on the right track.
You can't take a running back 3rd overall. You can't do it. And it doesn't mean, because I know we have a lot of listeners in Phoenix. We have a lot of listeners in Arizona. Again, to reiterate, I'm not saying Jeremiah Love's bad. To the contrary, he's great. But the team's not ready to support him. And if you're an NFL team and you're going to take a running back early in the draft, you better be a running back away from seriously competing. Not like the Titanic, You've just struck the iceberg, and leaks are everywhere, and you
Games
catch one of them.
light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. He's Gabe Ramirez. I'm Kate Constable. This segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Gabe, we are both located in Chicago, and there has been quite a bit of talk about stadiums in Chicago over the last, 6 months or so with the Bears. There's nothing new figured out here for the Chicago Bears and where they might be playing, future games down the road. But there is a lot figured out for the Kansas City Chiefs, and the renderings for their new stadium came out today, and not going to lie, they look pretty sweet. They look pretty sweet.
I gotta be honest. I am gonna go look at them right now because I have not seen them.
We'll get the firsthand reaction. I like the fact that they have, Gabe. This is what I think is pretty cool. It's not a retractable roof, but it's like a translucent dome. So like you still kind of feel like you're outside, but you're not going to have the Kansas City winters, which you're not going to have those games. And maybe the Chiefs players like those games because you have someone like Miami and Tua and Mike McDaniel who couldn't win games in the cold coming into their building a couple years ago. But you won't have those anymore. But I mean, it's 70,000 seats, slightly smaller than Arrowhead's current capacity. But I think it looks pretty sweet, and it's not quite the pomp and circumstance of like SoFi Stadium or Allegiant, but it's just kind of a very nice new updated stadium with great tailgating and parking around. That was one thing that the Chiefs wanted to convey to their fans is there's still going to be awesome tailgating areas surrounding the stadium.
So it was I think it was 7 years ago. My family and I, we go on a road trip every year to watch a different NFL team. And we went out to Kansas City, and the stadium was cool. It was right next to where the Royals played, but it was like in the middle of nothing. It was nothingness around it. And so you did feel a bit bleak when you went out there, but the tailgating experience was great. No doubt about that. I enjoyed Arrowhead for what it was. But now that I'm looking at these renderings, damn, it does look super cool. Like, this is what you want. First of all, when you look at the one with the fireworks over it, it's like I don't even know, like an Air Force fighter jet flying over it. That's doing the flyover. So I think that's cool.
The fake flyover.
The fake flyover, which is because of translucent dome, so it still works, right? It still works. Or translucent. What am I talking about? Are you be able to see?
Yeah, no, translucent. Yeah,
translucent?
that's what it is.
Thank you. So then you see it in those situations. It looks great. It could be a situation where it comes back to bite them, right? I mean, they're building a stadium for Patrick Mahomes so he can play indoors and play well and at his highest. How long is Patrick Mahomes? By the time this stadium gets done, Patrick Mahomes might be hanging up his cleats. You never know, right? Like that. But again, I don't know. I love every team getting a new stadium. Hopefully, the Bears can experience something like this very shortly. But you love it, right? It modernizes the game, the fan experience. And as consumers, this is what you want. If you're a 12-year-old kid living in Kansas City and you're going to go see the Chiefs for the first time, well, damn, this is going to be awesome. You get to go to one of the coolest stadiums in the NFL, right? I think they had the NFL draft there not so many years ago. So, I mean, it's just, again, things that elevate the city. In Kansas City, I got a couple good buddies of mine that live there, that are from there. My apologies. And, they talk about how there's such a boom happening there. A large Latino population that is spearheading a lot of the growth there. They got, obviously people that have been there forever that are growing the community as well. I know that I have a good friend that works with Sporting Kansas City in MLS, speaks so highly of the city and how it's evolved even over the last 4 years. And obviously this is, a little bit away from that with the controversy. But when you're talking about the experience as a fan and what you get to have, and not only your town, but now where this, stadium is going to be at and have its footprint at, I think that's really cool. And I'm happy for them.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be awesome. I'm with you. I went to a Royals game a couple of years ago as well. And like you get to that land, that spot
hilarious.
off the highway or
what it's
whatever,
called.
and it's just like a bunch of parking lots and 2 stadiums. There's nothing around it. There's nothing there. But I think that's what fans like, is like, you have a ton of parking, and what comes with parking is a ton of tailgating. And that's kind of created an awesome atmosphere for Chiefs fans. And I mean, they're going to try and replicate that with this new, the parking and the tailgating culture outside this new stadium. But I do think for the city, and I mean, even with the World Cup being in Kansas City this year, Gabe, and having all those fans, and I think part of the move to move this indoors and have a roof over the stadium is so you can have Super Bowls and Final Fours and college football playoffs and major concerts and things like that. You can have Taylor Swift. Exactly. That's perfect timing. Like those things. And that's what we're seeing with stadiums as teams are, starting to build the stadium of the future. Everyone wants those things a part of it. And so I feel like eventually, like, the outdoor stadiums, unless you're in like a warm climate, they're kind of gonna be phased out, which I don't know. Like, I'm on the fence of, does that ruin some of like what's great about football and the outdoors and the cold and the fall crisp air? Or is it just, it is what it is, and that's just kind of the reality of how we're moving as a society?
There'll always be teams that are gonna, stay true to their identity, right? When you think about the Patriots, I can't imagine. Are the Buffalo Bills getting a domed stadium?
They're getting a maybe it's not retractable, but it covers most, like, it's kind of like the way it's shaped. It covers a lot of the seating, kind of like the new Ryan Field for Northwestern. They just released some renderings, or not some renderings. Right. They just released a video inside, and it kind of covers a lot of that. But you're right. Like, Lambeau Field's not going anywhere. Packers aren't playing inside.
Right. Yeah, I love it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, those ones are going to exist. And, so that I don't think it'll necessarily take away the lure of, NFL and what games look like. Mark Cuban talked about this a couple of years ago, right? When he talked about his exit from the Dallas Mavericks, where he said he wasn't in the real estate business. Right. He was in the NBA business, right? Creating teams. Mm-hmm. And so when the NBA, and for that matter, all major sport entities, are trying to create this entertainment district outside of their respective stadiums, you see it. Like, when I went to Dallas a couple years ago to watch the Cowboys, but I ended up going to a Mavericks game while I was there. And, it's what it is. You go to LA, you go to where the Lakers play. It's an entertainment district. It's what everybody's doing. In Chicago, they're spending $10 billion surrounding the United Center to turn it into an entertainment district. The Bears are trying to do the same. Yeah. And so they have been told by owners and by billionaires that this is the way of the future. This is the way to maximize your dollars. Owning the land, building an entertainment site, making that land more valuable, in turn making your team more valuable. And so, I mean, I get it. And listen, like I said, it's better than a crappy stadium, right? Like, going to a crap stadium sucks. Like, you go to Fenway, I'm not saying no shade. You go to Fenway and you go sit in the bleachers. I've done that to go watch the White Sox play. It sucks. You're cramped in some little stadium thing. Wrigleyville, you're still going number one with a bunch of dudes. Everybody's out just whipping it out. Like, they're like, come on, bro, let's be
drop style
2026. Yeah, what are we doing? So it's like, yes, give me the brand new stadium. And let's not forget, it also attracts talent, right? Mm-hmm. Like, look at the Chicago Fire. All right, this is a team in MLS that just got Robert Lewandowski. This is one of the best players in the last 15 years in MLS. Liverpool, right now, practicing at the Chicago Fire facilities. Right, this is something that they've invested in. They built their training grounds, and players like that. Players want to train at the best facility. Look at NFL gives grades every year, right? Wasn't there a team? I can't remember what teams. Brandon helped me. There was a team that just like built this crazy facility because they got an F or a D and whatever it was that they were doing, right? And that's what it is. So you build a new stadium, you're more likely to go out to Kansas City to be at their facilities and play in their new it was Kansas City that sucked, right? Like they had the worst grades. Like everybody's been complaining about what their facilities look like. Wasn't that what it was? Something like that?
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember. I remember there was one team that I think they were good. Like they would win all the time, but they complained about their facilities and all that. I mean, you have the Chicago Sky here in Chicago, Gabe.
Oh my God! Don't even get started with that one.
Yeah, I know that's a mess right now. But they've attempted rather to build new practice facilities, and that's what you have to do to stay competitive. I mean, in college athletics as well, like colleges are constantly kind of updating their facilities and building new stuff because that's what attracts recruiting. Kids want the nice, flashy stuff, and I don't blame them. Brandon says he thinks it's Carolina.
I think it was Arizona. I got it right here. It was Arizona. They following multiple years where they ranked near the bottom of the NFLPA, the team announced $100 million overhaul of their Tempe, Arizona training facility. And I knew it was a team that had mentioned that.
Yikes.
But yeah. What was that? Oh.
They said, yikes, $150 million overhaul just for your facilities because you got a bad grade. Well, I mean, that's what happens. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, you want, because listen, the NFL is incestuous in the sense where, players don't stay with their respective team forever. Right. And so if you got to, like, these guys are walking PR machines when they leave your building. And so they can go to the next team and be like, this sucks. Because when I was in Chicago, at Hallis Hall, they had everything for us. And this ain't it. Like they can do that quickly. And then all of a sudden guys hear that and they're like, damn, I want to go over there and have those, guys, people understand what that's like, having private chefs, having all the amenities. I mean, listen, I got 27 jobs. My favorite jobs are the ones that have the free snacks. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like those are the, when I walk in and I can just go to a cabinet and grab any snacks and any pop and any coffee I want. Those are my favorite. The other jobs that I have where like I got to pay for the coffee. I got to stop at CVS beforehand to go get some chips. Like those are the ones that I dislike. And you'd rather put in more effort at the one where you get all the, perks and benefits, and NFL players are no different. When it comes to that.
Isn't it kind of funny? Like, it doesn't even matter if they're like fun-sized bags of chips or like what it is. It's just the fact that it's free and that it's there. Yeah. Anything.
Okay. I will just, it just makes you happy that it's there.
Right.
I remember our radio station that I worked for, I remember when they first got a coffee machine for free, and I couldn't believe it because they were one of the station or entities that were the worst when it came to that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. The company that worked for Kate, they went so low as to stop providing paper cups for coffee.
What?
They're like, you
got to bring your own paper cup?
No.
BYOPC?
Like, here's 10 mugs. Wash these.
Oh, gross.
Wash these cups because we're not giving it. But here's how they masked it. And this is the difference between, again, we're talking about NFL teams that invest in their players and their facilities. Then they give you the BS spiel like, hey, we're out here trying to save the environment. Right?
No.
We know you're being cheap, bro. Come on, stop playing. Give me my cup. I'm putting in work here to make this thing work. Like, give me a cup of coffee so I can have some energy. But they fixed it. They fixed it. They have it now.
Okay, good.
And it's great. And I love it. I use it every time because I remember when they didn't have that. And so I can imagine players feel the exact same way. They're just like us, Kate. They just want the free cup of coffee.
Yeah. It's like in the magazine, celebrities are just like us. They show a picture of celebrity at the grocery store picking out her grapes. Yeah, they are just like us. But the whole thing when a company like has actual coffee mugs that you're supposed to be using, a hard pass on that because no one cleans their mugs after properly.
No one.
Right? Like
it's disgusting.
You're putting it in there, you're running it underwater, you're maybe taking a paper towel and rounding like the lip of the mug, but like that's the max that anyone's doing. No one is actually cleaning that stuff. So
it's funny because like we complain about everyone, right? We're like, these people are absolutely disgusting. And then
I've done that.
It's like they think it's us though too. You know what I mean? They're
yeah,
like,
exactly.
Because it's not them. Whoever point a finger, they're gonna be like, it ain't me. And so it's everybody else, and we're part of their people right there. But anyway,
and I'm not gonna
do your dishes at your job.
I have been a part of the quick rinse and put the mug back as you're rushing out the door. You're done with the day and you're tired, and so yeah. That's the lesson for today. Do your dishes, put everything back. All right, Gabe, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to get back on track on the other side, and we're going to rank the top NFL teams in terms of talent on paper. How would we rank them? We will tell you our top 10 on the other side. This is BetMGM tonight. Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable, Westwood One Sports.
I think if you're a Panthers fan, you can be optimistic. And I think you should be optimistic. Because right now, and I'm going to stop short of giving an official prediction because I have to admit, I'm a little taken right now. This is not going to be a fun sentence to say out loud. And I mean it. I'm a little taken and smitten at the moment with the Tua Tagovailoa, Kevin Stefanski Atlanta Falcons, just at price to potentially win the division. But I do think when it's all said and done, and we approach, now look, we got to get through training camp, people have got to be healthy, Bryce Young's got to be healthy, players have got to be healthy, etc. But as it stands right now, the Carolina Panthers, my pick to go back-to-back and win the NFC South yet again. Dave Canales entering year 3 as head coach of this team. And Dave Canales, and remember, we talked with Panthers general manager Dan Morgan a couple months ago, joined the show. And I asked Dan Morgan about Dave Canales no longer calling the plays this season in Carolina, which is a very, very interesting and newsworthy item, right? Offensive-minded head coach, got hired in Carolina because of his play-calling chops in Tampa Bay with Baker Mayfield and company, no longer calling the plays year 3 as the team's head coach. Instead, Brad Idzik, the offensive coordinator, you know, John's son, which is true, the former general manager John Idzik of the New York Jets, Brad Idzik will call the plays this season as Dave Canales looks to streamline this a little bit and be more of a CEO head coach. Carolina, with a very interesting offseason of acquisitions, whether it's Georgia tackle, hulking tackle, he a big SOB, Monroe Freeling in round 1. Chris Brazzell, wide receiver from Tennessee, who's a big boy, Chris Brazzell, and fast in the 3rd round. Signing pass rusher Jalen Phillips to a big money deal, signing inside linebacker Devin Lloyd to a big money deal. The Carolina Panthers should absolutely be better on the field in 2026 than they were in 2025 when they won a division championship. The thing, though, with the 2026 Carolina Panthers, if we want to extend this out, because I think that at worst, if Bryce Young's going to be healthy, they'll hover around 500. I think that's a fair assumption to make. The question becomes, is there a ceiling for this team? And by ceiling, I don't mean going 8-9 or 9-8 and winning the NFC South. That's not and then getting beaten by the Niners, the Seahawks, or the Rams on Wild Card Weekend. That's not the ceiling. No, the ceiling would be, hell yeah, man, let's go 11-6. Let's leave no doubt that we are the class of this division. And this is where the Carolina Panthers become one of the great models of consistency, not just in sports, but in life. Because we are now in year 4 of saying this sentence prior to the Carolina Panthers beginning training camp. Are you ready? The sentence is, the Carolina Panthers will go as far as Bryce Young takes them. If we were all this consistent as the Carolina Panthers are, like with our fitness, there would be no obesity problem in this country. we'd all be walking around shredded with six-packs. We'd have nude beaches like they've got in Europe. Even though, I got to tell you, I've been on some beaches this summer, and there's some obese people basically nude on the beach. God bless them and their confidence. I feel like I have body dysmorphia. I'd never do that, but God bless them. God bless them. The consistency of this team, where we can say again, 4 straight years, they will only be as good as the quarterback.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
BetMGM Tonight, Kate Constable, Gabe Ramirez here with you. Time to talk some NFL, Gabe. I mean, the season's right around the corner. I think we have like 7 Sundays, 8 Sundays maybe, before we have our first regular season game. Hall of Fame games like a week away. A week's aggressive, maybe almost 2 weeks. But either way, like what I'm saying is it's right around the corner here. And there's been a lot of changes in the league throughout. I mean, as there is every offseason, player turnover, coach turnover, people finding new landing spots. And so on paper, some of these teams look really great. But the thing is, we know that games aren't won on paper, and injuries happen in the NFL. Scheduling quirks happen where, you're playing on short rest against a team that's on extended rest, all that type of stuff that kind of goes into the win and loss category throughout the year. So, but if we look at just what's going on paper, let's look at the top 10 teams. I want to know where and we don't have to necessarily do 1 through 10, but like of all the teams in the league, who would make your top 10 based on talent alone type of a deal?
Oh man, that's a
Loaded
good
question.
One. It is, because I think when you're looking at the league, it just, who they are now is just more often than not who they'll be at the end of the season, right? And so I think when we're looking at the NFL, I mean, tell me who your number 1 is. Like, skip past the 2 through 10. I want to know who your number 1 is. See?
Yeah, I know.
That's what I'm saying. Not just no.
You're right. Like the names that come, the teams that come to mind. The one that popped in my head first, and I kind of have to sit back and like examine this, is can I say the Los Angeles Rams? Like, you just got Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I mean, you have to.
If we're talking on paper, yeah, you've got Stafford as your quarterback, you've got Puka as your wide receiver, you're solid up front, you're good in the trenches, and you just got the reigning defensive player of the year, Myles Garrett. I think on paper, that's a pretty good roster.
Okay. See, that's an easy number 1. Because as long as we have a consensus number 1 between you and I, at least in terms of, rankings prior to the season beginning. Because I think we both agree the number 1 is the Rams for all the reasons you mentioned. Myles Garrett being added to that team is just sickening. And the thought, the inkling of a thought bubble, that Aaron Donald might come out of retirement make me throw up in my mouth. Okay, as a Bears fan. But I'll go by. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to give you 4 from each division. I think that, to me, to be respectful to all of them, because if not, I'll just be biased in certain ways.
1 from each division, 4 from each conference. Is that what you mean?
Sorry, thank you. That's what I meant. So Buffalo, got to put them in there.
Yep.
I'm still going to put Baltimore in there.
Yep.
I think I've got to throw Kansas City in there. That'll be my number 3. And then my number 4 team, because that's 3 solid ones. I mean, I think it's easy to throw in the Patriots, right? Because they had the best record in the AFC last year.
Yeah.
Drake May's just going to continue to get better. So there goes your 4 right there. And then when you go to the NFC, I know that puts me at 9. I know I'm an econ major. I'm trying to throw a wrench in the system here. The other ones from the NFC, Bears for sure, Philly for sure. I think you throw San Fran in that mix. And then, you might have to go back over to the AFC to get you to find your other two teams. But you could throw a Green Bay in there, as a top pick. Jordan Love is, even though I want to hate on him, and then you could throw in a Cincinnati as well, right? Or the Chargers, either or. You can, that's where it gets murky around 8 through 12. But that would be my rounded out.
You would have the Bears and the Packers ahead of the Lions. And I mean, we're talking just on paper, like the talent of these teams. Even with Gibbs, even with St. Brown, all of that, you're not feeling the Lions?
Gibbs, I got the number 1 pick in my fantasy football draft in a couple of weeks, like you mentioned. But I would tell people to pass on Jahmyr Gibbs. Right? I think one of his biggest assets from coming in the league. Listen, he's a stud, no doubt about it. We all know that. But I think the fact that he was able to be spelled by, David Montgomery, and they were, not, I want to say the original two-headed monster, but they really made it where this can work and two guys can love each other, right? Sonic and Knuckles. And so I think him being gone is going to do a lot for him mentally in the locker room, right? You're going to feel this added burden because your team sucked last year, and you feel this added burden to come through. You lose Ben Johnson. There's just all this unnecessary pressure. Right. And I think the head coach feels it. I think Jared Goff feels it. I think, Amon-Ra St. Brown feels it. Everyone feels it in that team. So I think they're going to continue to regress, not live up to the expectation. And then in the event that an injury happens, it's inevitable. I think that these things happen.
Yeah.
But in the event that one happens to your RB1, it's just not going to go. So, yeah, I do have the Bears and Green Bay ahead of Detroit. Again, I think Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson, as they proved last year, meant a lot more to that team than people realized. And to lose 2 coordinators in the single season is difficult, right? So not difficult. It's far more extreme than that. And so I think people minimized that last year. And so they were able to stay above water, but missing the playoffs, feeling that sour taste in your mouth. Sometimes you overcompensate in situations like that, right? They got off of their offensive coordinator that they just brought in. And so the Bears were in there too. And what was that coaching staff and front office? What was that like when they let Eberflus bring in, Getsy, and then he gets come on. It's just those situations are bad. You want to stay far away from those. So yeah, I don't have the Lions anywhere near the top 10.
All right. Yeah. And I mean, on top of losing their 2 coordinators, they lost a lot of other position coaches as well. Some of those to the Chicago Bears. So yeah, it was a rough season last year for the Lions. I'll push back on you a little bit, Gabe, in the AFC West. The Broncos defense is pretty damn good. And I know when you compare quarterbacks, Bo Nix is nowhere near Patrick Mahomes, but I almost think top to bottom roster wise, Denver might be a little bit better than Kansas City. I like Jalen Waddle going over to Denver as well. So I think their offense gets take a little step forward, but more so, I think that defense is just significantly better. And I know defensive coordinator over at Kansas City, help me out here.
Oh,
we had him on.
Yeah. We had him on the show.
He's a famous defensive coordinator. Who'd you say?
Bowles. Todd Bowles? Was it? I don't know.
No. Why can't I?
Oh.
Well, okay. The defensive coordinator of Kansas City. He works wonders. He's phenomenal. But I still think overall the talent on
Steve Spagnuolo. There we go.
Spags. Yes.
Spags.
Spags. I say Spags like we're on a first name basis or last name basis together.
You guys are cool.
We're besties.
You guys share Christmas cards. I know.
Yeah, we do. I got his address. He's got mine. I think I would take, if we're taking one from every division, I would take the Broncos over this version of the Kansas City Chiefs, especially if Mahomes is a little, I don't know, are we certain Mahomes is going to come back? And I'm not doubting that he'll ever be Patrick Mahomes again, but he is coming off a pretty serious injury.
Okay, you're tripping right now. Patrick Mahomes. First of all, the cool thing about this conversation is that Denver and Kansas City kick off their season playing each other on Monday Night Football. It's like
Ooh.
exactly what we're talking about right here, right? Like
Yes.
two teams that could be fighting each other. They kick off the season on Monday Night Football. Like you couldn't ask for anything better. I think every year we see a team that was in the playoffs the year before and who exceeded expectations that kind of fall down and from their, high horse, so to speak. And I think Denver's going to be that team. I mean, they got a tough schedule. I mean, let me give you their first 6 games. Kansas City, Jacksonville, the Rams, the Niners, the Chargers, and then the Seahawks. I mean, that's tough. That's a tough first 6 games. But that's what happens when you get a first place schedule, right? You're playing the best number of playing first place teams around the league.
Yep.
And so I don't know if they're going to be able to duplicate the success. Now, obviously, 14 wins is extremely difficult to duplicate. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a doubter in Bo Nix. I don't believe it. But, 14, let me be clear. I'm not saying Bo Nix isn't good. I'm saying 14 wins for the Denver Broncos. That's what I'm specifically talking about. I think that's going to be difficult to duplicate.
Well, 14 wins for any team to
Right.
have in back-to-back seasons is difficult, right? Like that is not an easy feat for, I mean, sure, to do it one season, but to do it multiple seasons in the row. I mean, in the row, that was kind of Kansas City during their stretch run era. And not to say that that's fully gone, but they did, have a down year last year. What do you think about the Dallas Cowboys, Gabe? Like their offense is unbelievable. High-powered, explosive offense. They can put up points.
Yeah, we know.
Their defense sucked last year. Yeah. You're like, yeah, we know. But I mean, some moves on the defensive side. You have a new defensive coordinator. Like if that defense is even just a smidge better than it was last year, all of a sudden the Cowboys look like a pretty solid all-around team.
Yeah. I listen, I think a divorced Dak is motivated. You know what I'm saying? Like that is going to be
divorced Dak.
Divorced Dak. Double D is out here trying to really make a name for himself and do something. No, I think that you're talking about teams that have a sour taste in their mouth. Obviously, the Dallas Cowboys, one of them as well. Right? They feel like they underperformed last year, where they thought at the very least they could make a good run at the NFC East. And Dak being there knows that his time is coming to an end, right? And by that I mean it's not going to have. Well, maybe he will. You know what? Let me take that back. But he knows with CeeDee Lamb, there's a window, right? Like you have windows of being good, and this could be it. And so improvements on the defensive end, trying to right that side of the ship. So for me, I look at a team like Dallas, and I think they're incredibly dangerous, right? If you look at Dak Prescott over the last couple of seasons, top 3 in the league in passing yards. They put the offense on his shoulders, and he has no problem welcoming that. So I think they have an extremely dangerous offense. They're only going to get better on defense. So they become a threat in the NFC as a whole, not just to win their division, but to make a deep playoff run as well.
Yeah, the Cowboys might be a team that I bet on for their win total over division winner. Like I think they could be sneaky is not the right word because we all know that the offense is great. So, I mean, they're not necessarily going to be sneaking up on anyone. But I think they're going to be better than what most people believe going into the season. All right. 2 other teams that I wonder about. The Bills. I mean, as long as you have Josh Allen, you're winning football games. You're making the playoffs. But overall roster wise, going into this season, like they're not just a shoe-in to win the division like they have been for however long, right? Like, I mean, I know the Patriots last year were the team in that division, but for the most part, it's been the Bills for years prior to that.
Yeah, and as it should. I mean, that's a division where, I mean, how it's like a story. Like you want the Bills to, if it's not gonna be your team, whatever team that is, you kind of want the Bills to win a Super Bowl. Like you kind of feel bad for them.
I would love them to.
That's what I'm saying. Like Josh Allen, you don't hate Josh Allen. Haley Steinfeld, like I like Taylor Swift being in the mix, but Haley Steinfeld would be great to have her, being around. Look at you're smitten over there thinking about her.
I love Haley Steinfeld. I have a girl crush on her. Yeah, I do.
She's
I know. I'm blushing right now. You mentioned her name.
I
Woo!
see that. I see that. I said, all right, Kate. so, so- but you see that she is, and you want good things to happen to them, right?
Yeah.
They get, Joe's over there handling business. You want him to like have this Caleb Ben Johnson relationship where he's the quarterback whisperer for Josh Allen and can get the best out of him, and they can be in their discuss group chat talking about what's going to do well for them. But last year was his golden opportunity, and that's what makes it the most sad. I think that's why most people are on that side of the fence now, where you had a playoffs without your arch nemesis Patrick Mahomes. You had, a Ravens team that you didn't like. It was there. The layup was there for you, and you kind of crapped the bed in that moment. And again, you felt bad for him because you felt like that could have been the year where they would have been able to do it. And so they're going to be competing for it. So I mean, I don't know. It's tough. Feel bad for him. Poor Haley got to deal with a sad
Poor
Josh
Haley.
Allen all the time.
I know. And Josh Allen's one of those guys in the league that I feel like it's hard to hate on. Like he just seems like a good dude too, and like a
Right.
fun guy to be around. So like I kind of just the personal aspect of it. I want Josh Allen to win a Super Bowl at some point. But you're right. Last year kind of was the window for him, and that did not work out so well. Is the window back open? I guess when you have Joe Burrow as your quarterback, the window's kind of always open. But in terms of the defense, Gabe, like I think the Bengals could easily win that division. You have the Ravens who, yes, I mean, Lamar Jackson, again, like if you have Lamar Jackson on your team, you probably win a lot of games too. But you also have a rookie head coach in Jesse Minter. The Steelers, Aaron Rodgers, I mean, reunited with his family, which is wonderful to see. But like I don't expect much from the Steelers, and we don't expect anything from the Browns. So I think this could be a year where Joe Burrow could get back to an AFC championship game, could get back to at least the AFC divisional round, something like that, because they did make some solid moves on the defensive end where it's not just going to be a garbage defense where Burrow's asked to put up 40 plus
No.
points a game in order to win.
No, not at all. Right. I think, first of all, you're absolutely right in saying that, a Joe Burrow led Bengals team is going to be dangerous, right? Regardless, because he's going to be out there just balling out, especially when you got Chase Brown there. And I think, that's to me is one of the keys when you're thinking about that team and unlocking their success. Chase Brown, at the running back position is just who you needed, right? You needed him to take the pressure off of. Oh, you needed him to take the pressure off of Jamar, and so he's just the guy who's been playing well, but he's the guy who needs to elevate his game. When all these people are selecting him in the first couple of rounds of fantasy drafts because they're anticipating, these incredible. He needs to be the one. Eat up the clock, right? Extend drives, do those things to keep the Bengals dangerous and to keep your defense off the field, so that way you don't have to worry about those situations. But I think the crazy part when you start looking at the NFL and once you've been covering it for long enough, you understand that every team is going to have a deficiency, right? There are not enough assets for you to go around and have top level everything, right? There might be a team that's weak at the cornerback position. Just happens to be what it is. Another team on the offensive line. We saw obviously the Bengals deal with that for some time. And so wherever your dollars are allocated, you just unfortunately don't have enough to just make everything elite. Now you can fall into that when you draft well, right? Because now you have guys that are not as expensive, but there's going to be a team. So that's where identities come into play, Kate, where the Bengals aren't going to be defensive world beaters unless they draft well, because they know that the majority of their dollars are going to be spent on Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Joe Burrow, right? Like those where your majority of your dollars are going. And so that just happens to be their weakness this year. Like that's and they're trying to improve it. They moved on from Henderson, and so hopefully you get a healthy Joe, you get a good defense that can contribute, and it finds them in a position where they could make a playoff run.
I hope they do. I feel like the NFL is a little bit more exciting when Joe Burrow's in the mix, and I know he's had some injuries that have taken him out of the mix the last couple of years, but I would like to see a healthy Bengals team throughout the season. Last one here, Gabe, and then we'll take a quick break. What do we think of the Philadelphia Eagles this year? Because Their new offensive coordinator has a completely different play style than kind of what the Eagles have had the last couple of years, where he comes from the Sean McVay, Shanahan tree. He's going to kind of air it out downfield a little bit more. Like, is that going to be not too much for Jalen Hurts to figure out? I think he's certainly capable, but an adjustment enough where it might take a little time. And in the NFL, you don't really have time to figure things out. You can't take the first couple of weeks to make sure everything is moving like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, they move off of AJ Brown, but I think it's the right answer for the Philadelphia Eagles. I think they need to be a more dynamic and explosive team down the field. Listen, it worked well when you had Saquon Barkley, a motivated Saquon Barkley, a chip on your shoulder Saquon. But now it's time for Jalen Hurts is a dog. Like, talking about quarterbacks that get underrated because of what they're playing. Like, Jalen Hurts is really good. Fill in the blank with that one, with your imagination. But when you got Hollywood Brown still, right? You still got, your guys that you're feeling good about that can stretch the field, like Devonta Smith. Like, yes, put it over the top. Don't let them put an eighth guy in the box, right? They need to go 2 safeties deep because what you're doing. So that way, then Saquon Barkley can eat. Right? You got to do the reverse. Before it was pound the rock with Saquon Barkley so that way you could throw it over the top. Now it's let's go over the top so that way we can then pound the rock with Saquon Barkley. I think that's the biggest difference right there.
All right. Well, like I said, season's right around the corner. A lot of these questions will be answered early on. Training camp starting for teams as well throughout the league. And that's just going to create a whole lot more chatter for us over the next couple of weeks. We're going to check in on some scores on the other side. Stick with us. This is BetMGM Tonight. Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable.
Attention is part of the currency of modern day media. It is what it is. Now, I'm in obviously a way different spot than Tom Brady. People say, why does Tom Brady feel the need to do this with all the money he's made? The answer is because he likes it. In life, generally, here's a great secret of life hack for everybody. Why do people do things in life? For one of 2 reasons. Because they need to, or because they want to. Does Tom Brady need all this attention? No, of course not. Does he need more money? No, although I don't know how much he lost in crypto. No. So why does he do it? Because he wants to. Because he likes it. Now, if you wanted to criticize Tom Brady for stuff that he's done off the field or away from the Fox booth, in my estimation, and I will always remember this because it was May 5th, 2024, my daughter was born overnight, Sunday into Monday, so she was technically born Monday morning, May 6th. So it was Sunday night, May 5th, 2024, because it was the last thing that we watched on TV before my wife is like, I'm going into labor, we need to go to the hospital. It was the Tom Brady Netflix roast. If you wanted to criticize Tom Brady for something, that should be it. And that should actually probably only, and maybe you want to get into Saudi Arabia, flag football. I'm going to leave all of that aside. To me, that is the worst thing that Brady's done and something that is truly worthy of criticism. Because in Tom Brady's excessive need for attention and the unquenchable thirst for vanity, he allowed, and I understand kind of what happened with Giselle and was she cheating on him with the jiu-jitsu instructor. She's now with him. Like, if you're him, like, your heart's broken. I understand. I get it. I'm also of the opinion, as a married man, that there is nothing my wife could do, nothing, that would make me want to air her out publicly, knowing that my daughter will one day have to see that. in the way that Tom Brady's children with Giselle had to watch their mom. Because to them, Giselle's not some random woman who ruined a marriage with Tom Brady or some random supermodel. Giselle is their mom. Imagine if that were your mom. Aired out, destroyed, called every name in the book for millions of people to see. While Tom Brady, your dad, is up there with a bleep-eating grin on his face like the Cheshire Cat. That was disgraceful. That is worthy of criticism. That was terrible from Tom Brady. I said it then and I'll say it now, and if you think I'm a snowflake for saying that, you have kids and see how you feel about that.
Yeah, I would not put them even as good as 2010 Spain. I think 2010 Spain is probably still, for my money, the best team in the modern game of champions. I just think they were the best defense ever, though. And I don't even think that's debatable. I think given what they put up defensively, 2.3 expected goals, 1 actual goal in 8 matches, both of which are now World Cup records. You're just looking around like, well, if nobody could touch them, if this all-out dominant France attack who scored 3 goals on everybody couldn't even sniff a goal for 90 minutes, if Argentina couldn't get a shot for 115 minutes, like that is a level of defending that we have just basically never seen. And, it's a proactive defense. It's not necessarily because of their individual playmaking. It was just the system that they built. And that's so hard to do at the international level with the limited amount of time you get. So I think that, to me, is what stands out. But I would still put them behind the other Spain team, for example, that won in 2010.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Uh-oh. Could have some trouble in Boston. 15 games on the line, and right now we're in the second inning, middle of the second, and the Orioles are up 4-0, Gabe. The guy's getting tight. The pressure's on. Give up 4 runs early
like I
on in
mentioned,
the game. That's not ideal.
They didn't name a starter till late. It's part of a doubleheader. Tough to do to keep a streak. It's hard to take any 2 games in any doubleheader. If you're in a 15-game winning streak, or you're just simply playing your first of the year, and so tough. Eduardo Rodriguez, coming in, having to work a miracle, trying to do it for the second time during the streak, and it's just, again, it's a tough ask. But again, that's why you don't bet. This is what I was talking about, though. Okay, you could be up 4-0. I almost said 4-0. I'd just be watching too much soccer, or too much World Cup. You could be up 4-0 in the 8th, and then the winning streak juju comes out. You know what I'm saying? Like, sprinkle some money on the Red Sox while you got them at plus 1,000, maybe, or whatever it's at right now. What are they at?
Yeah, let's see what that's at. I will check it as we speak here. Boston down 4-0 right now, plus 320 on the money line to come back and win. I mean, it's early in the game. No, I kind of thought the same thing. I feel like it should be closer to like 550, 450. I mean,
right? Sit plus at least 4-0 in the 4th inning. You said it's the 4th inning?
No, it's the middle of the second.
Oh, second inning still plus 3
second.
Is wild.
So we got some time. Yeah, still.
I want to lay some money on the Orioles. Hold on, let me get my phone.
I'm going through all of our players for streaking, and so far I don't believe we have any hits across the board. Again, a lot of these games just started, go through some of these score updates for you. Phillies are up 2-1 on the Dodgers right now. That one's in the 5th. 3-3 tie. Twins Guardians in the 4th. Yankees Pirates are tied 0-0 in the 3rd. Rays and Jays 1-1 in the 3rd. I mentioned the Orioles and Red Sox, and then the Braves are up 1-0 on the Padres. That game's in the 2nd. So a lot of these games, Gabe, just getting underway. So we still have some time for our guys to come through for us.
Yeah, sounds about right. I mean, that's the beauty of baseball games are so damn long. Like if you're watching one, I've been doing, like betting the plate appearance, like if it's an 0-2 count, are they going to get a strikeout right here or is it going to be a hit? Like I got sucked into
you
that
are
little
really
matrix.
in the weeds.
I got
really
sucked
been
into that
betting
matrix.
weeds.
You know what it is, Kate? When you got 3 kids and your only time to
Yep.
look at your phone is after 8:30 at night, or 9 o'clock at night. So you hit the couch. You got a couple games left. You weren't able to bet for the last 12 hours. You didn't make any bets today. And you're like, you know what? Instead of doing some crazy parlay, let me just actually watch a baseball game and try to predict what's going to happen in these things.
Yeah.
Do you do
Gabe,
that? Do you ever make those bets?
I do not make those bets. No, not the at-bat bets. I have not done those unless I've been at a game, and then I've done it like once or twice at a game. I think that's kind of fun. Like it's just you're engaged into the game even a little bit more so than you are already sitting there. But I'm now kind of understanding the whole like after the kid goes to bed, even though you're exhausted and it's like 10:30, you still don't want to go to bed quite yet because you're like, I just need to sit on the couch and do nothing and stare into the abyss and like have some silence before I fall asleep.
It's so funny hearing you say that, because we've known each other for years, and and
Yeah.
I tell you, you and the hubby, just must be nice, just out here living life, doing your thing. And I remember I said, you think you're busy, but you're not busy. You're just filling your time. You're filling your free time with extra stuff. And I said, now you're busy. When you have a kid, you're actually busy because people are like, can you do this? And they're like, no, I literally cannot do that.
I thought about that the other day. I thought like I used to spend so much time on the couch. I didn't realize I was spending so much time on the couch, just sitting on my phone, watching TV at like 5:30, watching games. I don't sit down all day. You get up at 7 and you don't sit down until you go to bed. But yeah,
I'll never forget.
It's great though, Gabe.
Kate, I'll never forget. Before I had my first baby, my oldest child is 6.5. Before I had my first baby, never forget, 2020, before the pandemic happened, I was watching a White Sox baseball game in my apartment, in my condo. And how do I say this? I was hanging out with my good friend. She's a good friend of mine. Her name is Mary. You know what I'm talking about? Mary Jane? Mm. Yeah. So I was hanging out with her.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that one. She's an old friend of mine too. Old friend.
Okay, as I say. So, and I remember watching this White Sox game and being like, I'm never going to be able to do this again, like in my house. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm chilling in my house, watching a game with my homegirl. And I'm like, baby girl, you can never be here again, ever again in my house. We got only outside we can hang out. And that I never forget that. And to this day, 6.5 years later, she has not been in my house.
Yeah, you guys can't just sit on the couch together and just chill. No.
Doesn't work like that. You got kids now, the kids and her don't mix.
No, they do not.
She's the anti-Mary Poppins.
That's very good. I've been hanging out with Mary Poppins recently and not so much Mary Jane. And I would like a little reverse of like to put Mary Poppins
That's why we need to make some money tonight, Kate. That's why we need to make some money tonight, baby. Give the people what they want.
That's right. Well, I mean, we gave the people some bets earlier today. We're going to talk a little. We're up against the break, Gabe, so I don't have any bets to give out at this moment that we can get out in the next 15 seconds. But we're going to talk some MLB trade deadline coming up on the other side. We're also going to talk some more NFL throughout the state of college football with SEC Media Days, ACC Media Days a couple of days ago. So all that's starting to kick off here. We got plenty more to come. We'll play hot or cold later as well. He's Gabe Ramirez. I am Kate Constable. Mary Jane is not joining us on the show. We'll be right back. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to end up having to sell. I mean, they're not playing well. They're 6.5 games back in the division. They're 5 in the wild card. And, you have to ask yourself, if you're Scott Harris sitting in that front office, you got to ask yourself, do you really believe this team can win a World Series? Because when you have an asset like Skubal, to let him walk in free agency and not get any compensation is really a franchise killer. And look, they've got a good nucleus of young players like Kevin McGonigal and Riley Green. They got a bunch of young guys coming like Max Clark and Briseño, Rainier. I mean, they got so many guys coming that to not take advantage of Skubal's asset to trade, to me, is foolish. Now, it could go either way. I was talking to Alex Anthopoulos, the president of the Braves, on Sunday, and Alex was saying, it is amazing how emotional everybody gets this time of year, including the front office executives, and how literally how a team plays leading into the deadline will determine what they do. And so to use it with the Tigers, look, if Detroit were to all of a sudden win 7 in a row here, they'll keep Skubal, and they'll make a run for it. If they continue to play the way they have been, though, I think the only thing you can do is trade. But the pressure that organization has had on Skubal, A.J. Hinch said it the best a couple of days ago. He said, we've been playing Game 7 since May. And that's what it's felt like, because we feel like every day we play, we're playing to keep Skubal. and so, that's not healthy for a team. And let's be realistic. There's 7 games under 500. I mean, if this was a normal year and there wasn't so much parity in the American League, Detroit would be long gone by now. We wouldn't even be having this discussion. But, you watch Framber Valdez, couldn't even give him any length again yesterday. I just don't see it. And if you're Detroit, you really want to lose your 2 best starters, Casey Mize and Skubal, to free agency and not get anything back for them? I just don't think that's smart business.
So I think the idea that this American team hasn't made progress is so delusional and casual of a take, because it just tells me you're only looking at the final score and not paying attention to anything else. And you're just checking in every couple of years, be like, oh, same as always. And are there still gaps between the U.S. and the top 8 to 10 teams in the world? Yes. But the fact that the U.S. can now clearly identify itself and solidify itself as a team ranked between 12 and 18 in the world is still a significant improvement from the teams that we rolled out in 2018 and 2019. I mean, go look up the lineup the U.S. started in 2018 against Trinidad and Tobago, a must-not-lose game that they lost. You pull up that lineup, and you will cringe. I've done it multiple times just to remind myself of how far this team has come in the last 8 years. And now it's like, yeah, we have guys who just play in the Champions League regularly now. Like, you're an American who wants to get into Europe. And it used to be, well, you got to pick Dempsey's team, or maybe like Michael Bradley's team, or maybe there were like 3 guys. Fabian Johnson played in the Bundesliga, right? Now it's like, you got like 8 options. You could pick Balogun's team. You could pick Pulisic's team. You could pick Robinson's team, Tillman's team. Half the majority of the lineup is not just on the team. They're starting. They're playing. They're real players making impacts for these teams. So that alone tells you all you need to know on how the U.S. is on the right track.
You can't take a running back 3rd overall. You can't do it. And it doesn't mean, because I know we have a lot of listeners in Phoenix. We have a lot of listeners in Arizona. Again, to reiterate, I'm not saying Jeremiah Love's bad. To the contrary, he's great. But the team's not ready to support him. And if you're an NFL team and you're going to take a running back early in the draft, you better be a running back away from seriously competing. Not like the Titanic, You've just struck the iceberg, and leaks are everywhere. And
Shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So this is pretty good. The Miami Heat front office sports tweeted out the mistake about the Heat posting LeBron James introductory press conference. And then the tweet also said, it's since been deleted and the team has listed a job opening for director of YouTube strategy. Gabe, I have to imagine that if that's true, if they actually have posted that job, like they're trolling themselves. There's no way maybe they fired that person, but there's no way they put that job up that quickly. And I feel like that's let's make fun of ourselves and make light of this situation because we really fumbled the bag there.
Self-deprecation, guys. If you, all my young people that are out there, if you are between the ages of 18 and 32, okay, yeah, sorry, if you're 33, all right, fine, 33, 18 and 33, because you're still early 30s and you're 33, 18 and 33. Self-deprecation is the best form you can take on right now to get you further in your career, right? Be the person that pokes fun at themselves. Is the best advice I got as a young, media personality. Is just take that approach always and often. Seem more endearing. Now, because look, the other side of it is if they did fire that individual and they were posting up a job, they would look like a-holes, right? So it's the former, not the latter. But I love it. Poke fun at yourself. It's great. A great way to do it.
You should.
Lets them know you get to laugh and then you get to move on for what it is. We all make mistakes.
Little lightheartedness.
Yeah.
That's always the way to go. It's always the way to go, Gabe. It's not very lighthearted right now in Major League Baseball in terms of the trade deadline coming up, though. August 3rd, right around the corner. That's next Monday. So 2 weeks from 2 days ago. So we still have a little bit, but it's coming up. The talk is getting hot and heavy. Tarek Skubal is the big name, Gabe, that's been on the trade talks for, it feels like, all season long. The Detroit Tigers, they were it felt like they were slipping out of contention for a playoff spot. They kind of go on little streaks where they win a bunch of games and then, go cold again. So right now the Tigers are 6.5 games back in the AL Central. In the wild card, they are 5.5 games back. So they still have quite a bit to make up. Obviously, with what we've seen from the Red Sox, like it's very possible to go on a long win streak and be right back into the mix. But if you are the Detroit Tigers, are you going to part ways with Skubal prior to the August 3rd deadline? That's the question that we have to answer here.
Yeah, and I think really, Kate, it's dependent on, how do I say this, the desperation of teams around the league, because that's going to determine the value, right? And how much people are actually going to pay for that individual. And I think if you feel like, first of all, you're talking about an absolute stud, right? So it's not like you're talking about some regular pitcher. You're talking about, you're talking about Tarek Skubal here. And so when teams understand that an individual like that is available, people do overpay. And if you're the Tigers and you have zero incentive in the present to move off of him, let the price get driven up. And if you do lose tonight to the Cubs, find yourself middling, and but it doesn't matter, because even if you feel like you have an opportunity to win the AL Central, right, with the Guardians and the White Sox in front of you, even if you feel that way, the haul that you can get for Skubal, right, to set your team up for the future might be comparable, right? Where you might say, okay, well, I got another arm I could throw in there, a young guy, have him get a couple starts, defense is good. Teams know they're going to lose and not win the World Series, but they might want to make a playoff push, knowing that, the next 2 or 3 years might be the window that you're actually looking for. So again, desperate teams will determine whether or not Skubal is going to be on the Tigers tonight. It ain't going to be the Tigers. Tigers are going to listen, as they should, as any good GM would, right? They're going to listen. Call me up. You want to overpay for my house? Sure. I'll let you overpay for my house by all means. I don't want to sell the house. I like my house. I like living here. But damn, if you're going to give me $1 million more than I want, absolutely. I'm here, take my house. Here are the keys. because I'm gonna be okay. Yeah, I'm gonna find me another house and more and young people. So I think that's. Do you think that it will be beneficial to the Tigers? Right, because those are different questions. Do you think that it'll be beneficial to the Tigers to move off of Scooble?
I do if they don't feel like, and I don't, well, let's back that up. I don't think the Tigers are making the postseason. And so then, yes, I think it's beneficial for them to move off of him. That's where what matters, I think, in this equation the most is, are they going to make the postseason? Because if you think you can, and you think you're able to make a playoff push, and this is a team that you see could potentially win a World Series, you have to have Scooble on the roster in order to do that. So then you keep him. I don't think the Tigers, with how they've played, being so up and down this year and 5.5 games back, I know that's not a massive number. It's still very doable. But I mean, we are entering the final third of the season where you got to be consistent. And I'm not sure that's going to be the case for the Detroit Tigers, which in that case, I think you move off Scooble. And you're right. I mean, he's the number one prospect on the trade market right now, right? So they're going to have everyone calling them. Wait and see what your best offer is, at the highest offer, and kind of just sit back and let everyone else come to you. But I think they should move on from him.
Yeah. And then when you're thinking about what's worst case scenario, keeping Scooble on your team. Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
Oh no, boo hoo. I'm sorry for you and the Detroit Tigers. Like, it's a win-win situation no matter how you look at it, without a doubt. Like, that's just what it is, and Chicago Fire penalty they just kicked Jack Elliott, the Captain Jack, just absolutely takes David Ruiz's legs out in the box. Automatic penalty. So, all right, that'd be worse.
We're heavily invested into this Fire game here for all of our listeners. Gabe is famously the voice of the Fire. Yes. He's been on Fire.
Catch my show, Marquee Sports Network, Inside the Fire, airs every Wednesday, 5 p.m., where I give you all updates on Chicago Fire goodness. Monty points out that worst case scenario is losing him in free agency for nothing, which will likely happen if they don't trade him. Does he have one more year, Monty?
No. Free agent after this season.
I thought there was okay. All right.
Which is the same for a pitcher like Freddie Peralta, who's also kind of in trade talks right now, trade conversations. Freddie Peralta. No, I'm sorry. Do I have that right?
Peralta's out there on the trade block. Yeah, Peralta's out there. There's a couple like mid-level arms that are available. Peralta certainly being one of them. Michael Wacha from the Royals, another one. Sandy Alcantara. There's a handful of guys that could.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, because the Mets are likely going to be sellers at the deadline. So for them getting rid of Peralta, I think that's one that will happen. Especially with him being on his final year. Like, Mets aren't doing anything this season, so you might as well get something back for Peralta. I'm just not sure where the correct landing spot for him is, but I don't think he'll be in a Mets uniform after August.
You're looking at teams like San Diego, right, where maybe the pitching hasn't been as strong as you'd like, and you're really just looking for some sort of, I don't know, not an innings eater. That's a terrible way to put it, but someone that could be a solid number 2 or 3, right, for you. That you don't necessarily need a frontline starter, but someone to just, even out the bullpen. So, yeah, Peralta,
The Mets ask too much. Brandon says this in the chat. Well, the Mets ask too much for Freddie considering what they gave up to get him. I'm not sure they have the luxury of doing that. Gabe,
no.
What's going on?
No, nothing. I think when you're talking about the Mets, listen. First of all, the owner don't care, right? So he's just like, get rid of him, get rid of this, give me some assets in return, maybe restock the farm system. But it's disappointing. It's like, remember, these teams that are underperforming, like the Mets, like they're moving from a different position, right? Like they're not in like, give me, I want what I want back. They're like, no, we need to move off of all of this. Like this didn't work, or these aren't the pieces that we needed to work, and let's move these dollars around somewhere else. And so, yeah, they're listen. The trade deadline is always fun because you see who really wants to make a push for it. And in baseball, granted you have the Dodgers, but it's the playoffs. It really is. Baseball is just so beautiful in that way, especially in the playoffs. Like you can just have two really good pitchers that pitch every 3 days, and then you just win four straight games. Like it can happen, right? Like it's very possible. And so some teams, if they feel like they're good enough, or maybe they haven't been there in that predicament in years or a decade or so, like they might make the push. You see teams, wanting to win, and the White Sox won't be one of those teams, but there's other teams that are out there. You see a team like the Guardians, right? They're getting Jose Ramirez back today, after being gone for 5 weeks. They obviously have great arms, there. But I'm just saying, like, there are teams that, like, all right, okay, wait, maybe we need something drastic to, put us in a position to be successful.
Do you think so? You in saying the White Sox won't be one of those teams, do you mean they're not going to be buyers at the deadline, or they're not going to be a team that wins deep in the postseason?
I think that they'll add something, but it's not going to be a splash move. They're not going to be bidding for School or at least I don't think.
No.
That's not what I was.
Well, that hasn't been the White Sox MO. Granted, they haven't really been in the position to be buyers at the deadline.
I mean, listen, I think also there's, because of the success that the White Sox have had in the short term with Chris Getz and his decisions, he is confident that the holes that they have, there are individuals that can contribute to that team in that way, right? It's unfortunate that a guy like Noah Schultz just hasn't been performing to the way that you would have liked, because he could have been a key contributor, so where they wouldn't need to go out and get a top line starter, right? I know, obviously you're looking at closers and everything. I mean, Grant Taylor is a killer, and he can certainly be the closer of the Chicago White Sox team. And so I feel like every team could use a closer and a bullpen guy. But I think when you're looking at the White Sox, I think they feel good about that. They might be looking for more middle relief help on the market. I think that's more along the lines of what they might do, right? Not make a splash move for somebody that could be a top individual, but at the same time, be someone that can, they're going to find smart moves to make. And that's what Chris Getz has done. I think that's what he will continue to do. And it's not like they got unlimited dollars like these other teams to take on contracts, but I'm sure I'm sure if you're talking to Jerry and you're like, hey, Jerry, and I'm sure now, the rich have gotten way richer over the last 5 years, right? And I'm sure he's one of those people. And so I'm sure he's probably like, yeah, you know what? Let's do it. Like, why not? Why not? Let's give a couple extra bucks to somebody if we think it could help us win a series. Like, imagine if the White Sox win a playoff series. Like, think about that. Like, I'm already in on the White Sox. I got a nice futures on them at plus 200 that we got when I was during this show. And then you're like, man, if they can win a series, like if they can beat, maybe not the Red Sox, but if they can beat the Rays, if they can beat, the Astros in a first round matchup or something like that, like possible, very possible. I mean, they can pick up somebody that can help them do it.
The last time they won a playoff series was in 2005. That doesn't feel like that long ago, Gabe, but that was over 20 years ago.
Yeah.
That was
that's
do I have that math right?
20 years. 2005, 21 years ago. Yeah,
21 years ago.
Yeah,
that's a long time.
That is a long time. I was alive back then. It was crazy. I remember watching that. So yeah, I mean, listen, again, that's the type of teams that we're talking about, right? That's what we're ultimately saying is that, there are teams out there that do feel as though that you have a special team, right? And once you get to the dance, you really just don't know. And you got Sean Burke, who's been pitching lights out over the last couple of months. Davis Martin obviously has proven that he can be a top quality starter in the league. And so they're just waiting for that third individual, right? You can't bank on Anthony Kay. You can't bank on Eric Fetty. Obviously Noah Schultz hasn't necessarily proven that he can be that. So you still have, guys like Hagen Smith, waiting in the wings if he can come back. And so there's guys like that there that they feel like they can get, but another middling starter, Michael Walker from the Royals, I feel like is somebody that the White Sox would go get, like that kind of a name where he's not sexy to the top teams in the league, but they want to move off of him, and the White Sox could be a guy or could be a squad to do that. That's what they need. They need a John Lester type dude, right? And I hate to use the Cubs as a comparison, but that's what they need. They need like not a super old veteran, but like a veteran that can pitch for you and isn't, you don't have to depend on him to be your 1 or 2, but he is going to be a super solid 3 and still get the victory for you in the event that in the event that Davis Martin and Sean Burke get you those first 2 victories. He's a guy that can come in the third game of a series and make them pay because he's scary, right? Like they need that. And Michael Walker, not that he is that, but he's a guy that's like cut from that cloth, right? Of where, you can feel good about putting him on the mound and that you can get a victory.
So in other words, this could be the season that the White Sox make some moves at the deadline, some positive moves, and win a playoff series, Gabe. That would be quite the change here on the south side of Chicago after all the years, the last 21 years of not seeing, well, I guess not winning a postseason series. All right, we're going to take another quick break. More MLB talk coming up throughout the show. We're also going to turn our attention back to the NFL and talk a little college football. All more to come. A couple more hours here. Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable, BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I think if you're a Panthers fan, you can be optimistic. And I think you should be optimistic. Because right now, and I'm going to stop short of giving an official prediction because I have to admit, I'm a little taken right now. This is not going to be a fun sentence to say out loud. And I mean it. I'm a little taken and smitten at the moment with the Tua Tagovailoa, Kevin Stefanski Atlanta Falcons, just at price to potentially win the division. But I do think when it's all said and done, and we approach, now look, we got to get through training camp, people have got to be healthy, Bryce Young's got to be healthy, players have got to be healthy, etc. But as it stands right now, the Carolina Panthers, my pick to go back-to-back and win the NFC South yet again. Dave Canales entering year 3 as head coach of this team. And Dave Canales, and remember, we talked with Panthers general manager Dan Morgan a couple months ago, joined the show. And I asked Dan Morgan about Dave Canales no longer calling the plays this season in Carolina, which is a very, very interesting and newsworthy item, right? Offensive-minded head coach, got hired in Carolina because of his play calling chops in Tampa Bay with Baker Mayfield and company. No longer calling the plays year 3 as the team's head coach. Instead, Brad Idzik, the offensive coordinator, John's son, which is true, the former general manager John Idzik of the New York Jets, Brad Idzik will call the plays this season as Dave Canales looks to streamline this a little bit and be more of a CEO head coach. Carolina, with a very interesting offseason of acquisitions, whether it's Georgia tackle, hulking tackle. He a big SOB. Monroe Freeling in round 1. Chris Brazzell, wide receiver from Tennessee, who's a big boy. Chris Brazzell, and fast in the 3rd round. Signing pass rusher Jalen Phillips to a big money deal. Signing inside linebacker Devin Lloyd to a big money deal. The Carolina Panthers should absolutely be better on the field in 2026 than they were in 2025 when they won a division championship. The thing, though, with the 2026 Carolina Panthers, if we want to extend this out, because I think that at worst, if Bryce Young's going to be healthy, they'll hover around 500. I think that's a fair assumption to make. The question becomes, is there a ceiling for this team? And by ceiling, I don't mean going 8-9 or 9-8 and winning the NFC South. That's not and then getting beaten by the Niners, the Seahawks, or the Rams on Wild Card Weekend. That's not the ceiling. No, the ceiling would be, hell yeah, man, let's go 11-6. Let's leave no doubt that we are the class of this division. And this is where the Carolina Panthers become one of the great models of consistency, not just in sports, but in life. Because we are now in year 4 of saying this sentence prior to the Carolina Panthers beginning training camp. Are you ready? The sentence is, the Carolina Panthers will go as far as Bryce Young takes them. If we were all this consistent as the Carolina Panthers are, like with our fitness, there would be no obesity problem in this country. We'd all be walking around shredded with six-packs. We'd have nude beaches like they've got in Europe. Even though, I got to tell you, I've been on some beaches this summer, and there are some obese people basically nude on the beach. God bless them and their confidence. I feel like I have body dysmorphia. I'd never do that, but God bless them. God bless them. The consistency of this team, where we can say again, 4 straight years, they will only be as good as the quarterback.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
NFL season's right around the corner. The AFC East, an interesting division. Patriots win it last year, but it was the Bills division that they controlled for many seasons prior to that. And then obviously before that, it was the Patriots once again back in those Tom Brady years. So we're going to dive into the AFC East and what we can expect. There's 2 teams within the division that I don't think we can expect much from, but still interesting just to kind of see where they're at heading into the year, Gabe. I mean, we have the Bills, we have the Patriots, the Jets and Dolphins. I think you can guess which of those 2 don't have high expectations, right? That's not rocket science. The Jets win total, I believe, is 4.5 or 5.5. And the Dolphins is 4.5. So like both of them are very, very low. So not a whole lot that's going to be happening with those 2 teams this upcoming season. So it's essentially, is it going to be the Bills winning this division or is it going to be the Patriots? And the Patriots with Drake May went to the Super Bowl last year. They had a great season, a great run. But this is now a Josh Allen team with a new head coach and Joe Brady. He's been with the organization. He was the offensive coordinator last year. He's going to continue to call plays this year. That kind of just comes down to those 2 teams and which one you feel better about in terms of if you're going to bet on someone to win this division.
Yeah, obviously I'm a huge Drake May fan, have been since North Carolina. And I think you really just got to tip your cap to him. I mean, looking at the AFC, you're like, damn, this guy, nobody believed this was going to happen. No, like that's the surprise, right? No one thought Drake May was going to be able to perform so well. And then obviously Matt gets over there and to take over the team. And it's just an opportunity to do things over again with a team that you love and adore. And that's what I think to me is so important about, developing teams and, getting the most out of them is having individuals that are running the organization that understand the culture and understand the passion of the organization. And that's what you get, with these 2 individuals, Mike McDaniel, Matt Patricia. And, then you get a fresh slate in a guy like Drake May, who is talented and you've made your mistakes along the way in your coaching career. Now you get an opportunity to capitalize on it all. And so the Patriots, they're just a fun team to watch because you just keep doubting them and they keep winning, kind of like the Broncos that we were talking about a little bit earlier. Now, I got to be honest, when we're talking about Josh Allen, he wants to win, Kate, right? But like, he's a guy that'll lose to a Drake May. You know what I'm saying? Like, just because I don't know why. Like, I can't figure that part out. But like, he is a guy that could that will do that. And so I don't know. Is the AFC up for grabs? Like, is that I know it's a question, but is that the question? Like, is the AFC up for grabs? I'll put the emphasis on the beginning there.
I actually think that's a great question. And I think the answer to that is yes. Because it's not as simple as Mahomes and the Chiefs are winning it this year. Josh Allen can't get over the hump. He can make it to the playoffs with ease. He can't make it to the Super Bowl. So you can't just say, okay, Josh Allen and company. Drake May making it to the Super Bowl last year. Like, the Patriots' schedule this year is extremely difficult, and they had the easiest schedule in the league last year. So, not saying that's the sole reason they cruised to the Super Bowl, but like that certainly helps. So, I think the AFC is open for grabs this year, whereas it's kind of been like, okay, it's been the Chiefs, Ravens, and Bills, and everyone else, and you better hope you get past one of those two or three teams, but ultimately it's the Chiefs. And I don't think it's necessarily Chiefs or past this year. I think there's more to it.
Yeah, and and specifically talking about like the AFC East. I mean, when you're that's what I was saying when I was like, do you feel like the AFC East is, I forgot to say the East part in there, but
okay,
when you look at because like the Patriots, you get AJ Brown too. Right?
Yeah.
Like, he hasn't had a weapon like that.
I think the East is up for grabs in the sense that it's between the Patriots and the Bills.
That's what I'm saying. As opposed to saying that the Bills are going to win it. You know what I'm saying? Right. As opposed to just saying, like, the Bills are going to be like, is Drake May going to run it back? Like, the fact that that's a question is like, oh, damn. Yeah. Like, that lets you know that it is up for grabs, which is, if you're Josh Allen, you would think it's ludicrous. Like, what?
Yeah.
You're not going to tell me that I'm going to win the AFC East? Like, I would feel insulted. Right? Like, all of a sudden, the darling Drake May is in the debate of whether or not this is not a fluke season. And Brandon put it in there that that they might have the biggest regression this season of all NFL teams. Possible, right? Possible.
Yeah.
But again, you got Josh Allen, who, let's not forget, he gets DJ Moore, one of my favorite receivers, right? Who has had, remember, before he got to the Bears, he was a 1,000-yard receiver every single year. Contributed at a high level to his team every single year. Josh Allen has been salivating for a wide receiver of his caliber, right? Obviously, he had, he had stints of guys that, Stephon Diggs in a moment, but DJ Moore is, as we know, his grit and his toughness here in Chicago. But to be able to give DJ Moore Josh Allen, like, that's really what it is. People think Josh Allen is getting DJ Moore. No, DJ Moore is getting Josh Allen. Like, a guy that will feed him the rock, that will throw him the ball 15 times a game, right? That's something that he was developed in Chicago, where Justin Fields wasn't doing it. Caleb Williams wasn't doing it. Josh Allen will do it. He is a guy who's like, oh, dude, if I know DJ Moore is going to come down with the ball, I'm just going to throw it to DJ Moore. And and he loves slot guys. Like, so he's going to thrive in those things. So their offense is going to get better. Joe Brady, who we know is an offensive guru, like, him being the one that's going to be the professor behind all of that, is going to be interesting. They're going to have an explosive offense. And so that's going to be a fun those will be two fun games to watch throughout the season, right, Kate? The Bills and the Patriots, they always are, but like this year in particular is going to be great.
And I'm really excited for DJ Moore and the Bills, because also, maybe even more so than that, I'm excited for Josh Allen, because he really hasn't had anyone to throw to, an elite receiver, over the last couple of years. And you know how much talent Josh Allen has and what he can do at quarterback. I mean, he's won so many games every year with a mediocre, a mid receiving core at best.
Yes.
Khalil Shakir, I'll give him credit. I mean, I think he's great, but like, you're throwing to Keon Coleman, you're throwing to Joshua Palmer, like, that's not at the same level as DJ Moore. So all of a sudden you bring someone over like DJ, who's going to be hungry for all of those, those touches that he got, he got his fair share with the Bears, but like, this is going to be a different ball game for him, because it isn't kind of like receiving committee like it kind of turned into in Chicago last season. This is like the DJ Moore wide receiver show. And so I think that's going to be a really fun aspect for people to watch with the Bills and Josh Allen. And is DJ Moore enough to finally get Josh Allen over the hump? That I don't know, but I think it's definitely a step in the right direction.
I'd bet it. If you already think Josh Allen is the MVP, you know what I'm saying? You got an MVP quarterback who's been close. And some might say what the one thing he's missing is a top tier receiver, right? And so that might be it, right? Like think about it. You're thinking about the playoffs and how crucial and valuable last possessions are.
Mm-hmm.
We know how valuable DJ Moore is in those situations. We saw it several times throughout the year. Every year he was with the Bears. Like, we know he's a guy that can come up in those clutch moments. And so when Josh Allen gets to have that as his safety blanket, yeah, he can be a guy that can propel you to that. What are the odds on Bills winning the Super Bowl this year?
Bills winning the Super Bowl. I got that for you right here.
I need that. I might.
Bills. I mean, they have the second shortest odds. Well, I guess tied second. Rams are first, plus 550, and then Bills and Ravens are 10-1.
Rams will beat the Bills. Excuse me, Bills will beat the Rams. Sorry.
Bills beat the Rams?
Bills will beat the Rams.
Even if Aaron Donald comes back?
Even if Aaron Donald comes back. They'll beat them. Because it'll be one of those situations where, like, you didn't face a team like them all year. And then the Bills were getting beat up in the AFC, battle tested against Mahomes, against the Chargers, against all these top teams. And then all of a sudden you go up against the Rams and you're like, oh yeah, I feel like I can. I mean, look at Matthew Stafford. Look good. Obviously MVP, but I don't know. That would be my prediction. I'd say Bills. That sounds like a great prediction, actually. Bills over Rams in the Super Bowl. Ooh, I can make a lot of money.
I mean, that sounds like a great Super Bowl. I would love that. That would be a very entertaining Super Bowl to watch.
Yeah.
In terms of the Patriots, like, taking a step back this year, they had an easy schedule last year. They're not going to have the luxury of sneaking up on teams this year.
True.
With a young quarterback last year and Mike Vrabel, obviously not a first year head coach, but his first year in New England, like, maybe teams didn't quite take the Patriots, especially early on in the season, as serious as they maybe should have, which allowed New England to kind of get on a roll. But this year rather, their start's pretty tough. 3 road games in their first 4 weeks, 2 back-to-back road trips in their first 10 weeks. So, I mean, just that alone, I think, is going to be tough for New England to repeat the same type of success. Doesn't mean they can't, contend in the division with the Bills. I just don't think New England is going to be a Super Bowl, get back to the Super Bowl type of team this year, even with A.J. Brown coming over.
The cool thing, I had so Olin Kreutz, obviously center for the Chicago Bears for a very long time, very well respected in the media world here in Chicago. And he always talks about, and he talked about this when the Bears were settling in. He talked about having victories that look repeatable, right? Where you look at the game script, so to speak, and you're like, okay, yes, this is something that we can duplicate. And what the Patriots have done, right, is they found a script, right? Like what it looks like when they win. It is not blowing you out. It is not, it's just like this regular ass football game, right? Where it's like they're running it pretty well. Not great, but pretty well. They're moving the ball with Drake May, not, Joe Montana style, but they're moving it and he's finding his moments and pockets to end up, to getting his defensively. They're going to, find their moments for the turnover, find their moments for the 3 and outs, like not overwhelm you to a point where, but just enough, and then at the end, they're beating you by a field goal or 5 points. And you're like, what happened? You're leaving. You're like, you know what the Patriots are? They're that team that, you played when you were a kid and you're like, dude, we're better than them, but you lost. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
but
I remember those all too well, Gabe.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You're like, damn, we should have won that game. We're better than them. Yeah. And then that's their game plan, though. And I think that's what the Patriots are. So I look at a lot of those, matchups, and that's how people look at them too. Even though they won 14 games, still look at Drake May. They still look at AJ Brown's going to change it. I'm telling you. And Drake May's not a guy that's going to throw the ball to AJ 15 times. But you saw it with like guys like Keyshawn Boutte. Like he's going to make the right decision. And AJ Brown is a great receiver. He will find space. And Drake May is going to see that and be like, I can get this guy the ball in opportune positions, and I'm going to make his job easier. And they're going to gel a lot better than people are giving them credit for. Because AJ's always wanted the ball, right? That's what he wanted in Philly. Okay, give me the ball, bro. Stop giving it to Saquon. Stop giving it to Devonta. Give it to me. I'm the man. Trust me. Give me the rock. Now, obviously, he had his moments and issues. We all know that. But it doesn't take away from the fact that that's what he wanted. And if you got a guy like a Drake May, it's like, nah, bro, I'll throw you a real nice one right there. Okay. Matter of fact, you know what it is? And I had A.J. Brown last year, so I'm pissed. I'm glad that he left Philly because I had him last year on my fantasy team. And he's just like, you didn't know what you were going to get from anybody on the Eagles. But on the Patriots, if you play fantasy football, you know what you're going to get from A.J. Brown. You saw what Stephon did. You saw what Sean Boutte did.
Yeah.
They're going to throw the ball, and he's going to be the beneficiary of a lot of that.
So maybe do we dare bet overs on AJ Brown's season long totals this year? Like I think that could be something that is worth a look. Especially, I mean, Patriots offense last year. I'm just going through their the offensive and defensive rankings. Their defense top 10 in most statistical categories of total, total yards, all of that stuff, rushing, passing, defense. But their offense was right up there too, Gabe. I mean, they were third in total offense. Passing yards fourth. So like Drake May was throwing the ball, and now you add someone in there like AJ Brown, who, I mean, you could say, I mean, AJ Brown's a top 5 receiver in the league.
Yes.
Right? That's not something that's really you can argue with.
We could say
top 5.
We can
top 10.
We can easily say top 10. Right. I was gonna say we could just say
Yeah.
top 10 so that way we just encompass everybody and nobody can make a counter argument. Yeah. I think you'd feel comfortable saying that.
So if you're picking one of these two teams to win the division, who is it for you?
I already told you I got the Bills winning the whole thing, so I'm going Bills.
All right.
Put me in,
the Bills
coach.
are winning the whole thing, yeah. Let's see what the Bills are. A favorite to win, -136, Patriots plus 125, but then it's kind of everyone else. Do you think I suppose if there was any sort of Vrabel issues with the whole Rossini thing earlier on this summer, like that would have been like, is that going to, because it's going to come up again once the season's here and reporters can ask questions and stuff, like distraction wise, or is that kind of a non-factor for a team? Because I mean, NFL coaches are famous for, and players are famous for like no distractions. Like they like their routines, their schedules each week. And those things can kind of throw some stuff off.
Right. I'll say this. If white privilege was an NFL team, right? If you can like point to a team in the league, it would be the Patriots. You know what I'm saying? Like, so they get away with things like no, everybody's just like, it's the Patriots. Just like let it go. Right. And so I think if there is a team that can absorb that better than anyone else, it would be the Patriots, right? And so, we've seen it with that team and that organization with other things, and so you're like, that wouldn't be surprising. No one, you just shrug your shoulders at it and be like, all right, So, but it's it's scandalous. I love it.
I kind of do too. I love the drama when I'm not involved in it, and I certainly am not involved in that situation whatsoever.
Right. At all. I'm like when everybody's like, well, people give their opinions that I'm around that are more in the know. And I'm like, ooh, I'm glad I don't have those opinions, strong opinions about people or care that much about them in order to feel that way. But I mean, people are people, right, Kate?
Yeah.
And people be peopling.
People.
So
they will be.
People gonna people.
Okay, to put a bow on the AFC East here, Gabe, of the Jets and Dolphins, both of these teams very mediocre. Does Aaron Glenn, does this team under him turn around a little bit quicker than the Dolphins have any sort of success with Malik Willis? Like, honestly, I don't know.
I think if Malik Willis, if he's able to stay healthy all year, Like they could sneak their way to 5 victories, if you're going, but like don't bet though. Like don't bet that.
No,
Just stay
don't
away
bet
from
the
it.
over.
Pick a different team
Those are
to just
two.
make any other bet. But I do think they'll hit the over. I do think Miami will hit the over. When you get an overhaul like that, guys I don't know. They just get like the culture changed, right? You move off of Mike McDaniels. Tyreek Hill's not there. Jalen Waddle's gone. Like I don't know. There's something about a fresh coat of paint. And you can will your way in the NFL on any given Sunday. You can will your way to 5 victories with a game manager. Again, we talked about this, right? Like a repeatable victory. Malik Willis can do that. He's done it with the Packers. He did it with the Titans. Like he can do that. So I'm not saying he's going to, and let's be very clear, even though I'm speaking highly of the opportunity to win 5 games, 5 games in the NFL is absolutely terrible because you're 5-12.
Yeah.
So it'd still be a bad team and not a good quarterback on a bad team. So, but I do think that he's capable. I think he's capable of doing so.
I mean, he was one of the more sought after backup quarterbacks in the offseason. So yeah, Malik Willis, we'll see what happens with him. All right, that's it for the AFC East. We'll continue a little NFL talk, more college football talk coming your way. We'll take a quick break here, and we will be back. This is BetMGM Tonight with Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable.
Attention is part of the currency of modern day media. It is what it is. Now, I'm in obviously a way different spot than Tom Brady. People say, why does Tom Brady feel the need to do this with all the money he's made? The answer is because he likes it. In life, generally, here's a great secret of life hack for everybody. Why do people do things in life? For one of 2 reasons. Because they need to, or because they want to. Does Tom Brady need all this attention? No, of course not. Does he need more money? No, although I don't know how much he lost in crypto. No. So why does he do it? Because he wants to. Because he likes it. Now, if you wanted to criticize Tom Brady for stuff that he's done off the field or away from the Fox booth, in my estimation, and I will always remember this because it was May 5th, 2024, my daughter was born overnight, Sunday into Monday, so she was technically born Monday morning, May 6th. So it was Sunday night, May 5th, 2024, because it was the last thing that we watched on TV before my wife is like, I'm going into labor, we need to go to the hospital. It was the Tom Brady Netflix roast. If you wanted to criticize Tom Brady for something, that should be it. And that should actually probably only, and maybe you want to get into Saudi Arabia, flag football. I'm going to leave all of that aside. To me, that is the worst thing that Brady's done and something that is truly worthy of criticism. Because in Tom Brady's excessive need for attention and the unquenchable thirst for vanity, he allowed, and I understand kind of what happened with Giselle and was she cheating on him with the jiu-jitsu instructor. She's now with him. Like if you're him, like your heart's broken. I understand. I get it. I'm also of the opinion, as a married man, that there is nothing my wife could do, nothing, that would make me want to air her out publicly, knowing that my daughter will one day have to see that. In the way that Tom Brady's children with Giselle had to watch their mom. Because to them, Giselle's not some random woman who ruined a marriage with Tom Brady. Or some random supermodel. Giselle is their mom. Imagine if that were your mom. Aired out. Destroyed. Called every name in the book for millions of people to see. While Tom Brady, your dad, is up there with a bleep-eating grin on his face like the Cheshire Cat. That was disgraceful. That is worthy of criticism. That was terrible from Tom Brady. I said it then and I'll say it now, and if you think I'm a snowflake for saying that, you have kids, and see how you feel about that.
Yeah, I would not put them even as good as 2010 Spain. I think 2010 Spain is probably still, for my money, the best team in the modern game of champions. I just think they were the best defense ever, though. And I don't even think that's debatable. I think given what they put up defensively, 2.3 expected goals, 1 actual goal in 8 matches, both of which are now World Cup records, you're just looking around like, well, if nobody could touch them, if this all-out dominant France attack who scored 3 goals on everybody couldn't even sniff a goal for 90 minutes, if Argentina couldn't get a shot for 115 minutes, like that is a level of defending that we have just basically never seen. And, it's a proactive defense. It's not necessarily because of their individual playmaking. It was just the system that they built. And that's so hard to do at the international level with the limited amount of time you get. So I think that, to me, is what stands out. But I would still put them behind the other Spain team, for example, that won in 2010.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Just talked a little bit about the AFC East, Patriots and Bills. Which one of those two teams is going to win the division this year? It was the Bills for quite some time, about 4 or 5 seasons with Josh Allen. And then the Patriots last year, they're the ones who took home the crown. Couldn't take home the Super Bowl, but took home the crown. Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable here on BetMGM tonight. We do have a caller on the line. Remember, you can call or text in. We want to hear your thoughts throughout the show. We got a caller from Chance in Alabama. Chance wants to talk about the Buffalo Bills. What's up, Chance?
Yes, I am a huge Bills fan. Thank you for taking the call, first of all. And I think that was just a little bit of a slip up by the Bills. That we cannot overstate how easy that Patriots schedule is. It was in the past 50 years in the NFL, it was tied for third as the third easiest schedule of all time. I think the Bills are going to reclaim their title. They have some pretty darn good free agent signings. Bradley Chubb, I love Bradley Chubb. I think he's going to be healthy. He's going to be a double-digit sack guy. And, I'm looking forward to DJ Moore. He has never had a good quarterback throwing him the ball, except for if you want to consider last year with Caleb Williams. I watch. By the end of the season, he will be top 10 in yards. I think also with everything that's going on with the Patriots coach and all that drama, he may not. He's a darn good coach. He's probably a top 5 coach in the league. Maybe he's not in his right state of mind. I don't know. And defensive coordinators will have a little more time to look at Drake May, and I think we'll get a little bit better idea of how to guard him. I think it's back to Buffalo. I think this is our year to make the Super Bowl and definitely win the division at the very least.
Okay, all I'm hearing is Chance all I'm imagining is Chance being so excited as I was giving my speech about DJ Moore and the Bills and the Super Bowl. Like Chance was like, my brother right here. Yes, who is this guy? I love this guy. It's like, he's just literally, I love it. I love the enthusiasm, and he's right, about his team and, what it means really to them. And listen, there is something to say, like we're thinking about variables that are statistically significant. I think, especially in NFL, like chip on your shoulder is one of them. You know what I mean? Like if you were to be able to quantify that, like that is something that gives people an oomph. And the Buffalo Bills are that kind of a team where, you hear about Super Bowl hangovers often, right? Or teams
Yeah.
that make Super Bowls and then, fall off the face of the earth because they understood, it took so much to get there and they can't duplicate that. Then there are those teams that feel like they have a chip on their shoulder, feel like they're owed something. We're owed a championship. They owe us this. We're going to go get what's ours. And sometimes that does take you places. So interesting.
I like his comment about Bradley Chubb too, adding him to the defense for Buffalo. I think that's going to be a difference maker there. You look at what Bradley Chubb's done the last couple of seasons, 8.5 sacks last year. He had 11 in 23, injured in 2024, so didn't play there. But 8+ sacks in three of his last 3 seasons in which he played. So I think that the defense for the Bills also will take a little bit of a step forward. My one concern, and maybe it's not, it's not like I have a lot of other concerns for other teams that are greater than this, but like Joe Brady being a first-time head coach. We know Joe Brady can call plays and he's going to continue to call plays here, but there's a lot more that goes into just the job of being a head coach than just focusing on the offense. And we've seen coaches kind of fail in that aspect before. Mike McDaniel over in Miami, Jonathan
last year. Yeah, everybody.
Yeah. Cardinals head coach.
Everybody.
So
yeah,
like
Jonathan
that's Jonathan Gannon. Thank you. Yeah. That's the learning curve that Joe Brady's going to have to figure out. Maybe he figures it out right away and it's not a problem at all. But like, that's always one thing that I think you have to consider when you have a first year head coach, someone going from only focusing on one aspect of the game of the team to having to manage absolutely everything.
Yeah. And then, like Ben Johnson, who made his fair share of mistakes, and he would admit to those. Oh my gosh. You would admit to those in those situations. And I think that, when you're talking about Joe Brady, like Ben Johnson, though, you have the talent to overcome those mistakes. And that's the good thing about his team, right? Where it's not like you're playing on a bad squad where it might cost you the game. Like you might make a bad decision in the third quarter and Josh Allen's going to clean it up in the fourth anyway, right? So so you have that luxury. But yeah, he will make mistakes. It's like any job, right? It's literally like any job. You see it, you're close to it, you finally get the promotion, but it's going to take you a second to figure it out. Like you're going to make mistakes along the way, and that's what's going to happen with Joe Brady without a doubt. But again, they have the talent to withstand it all.
DJ Moore, what do we think his receiving yards is going to be this year? If you had to put a number on it.
Ooh,
he had 680 last year. Can he have a 1,000-yard season?
100%
as the number one guy.
100%.
Because last 2 years, he's very much so split the workload with the Bears, and he almost had 1,000 in 2024.
Just different. Again, you give him the MVP of the league. It's like it's just different. It's not like it's not like it's. And let me be very clear. It's not like it's a Patrick Mahomes MVP where Patty Mahomes is spreading the ball around and finding Travis Kelce more often than not, right? But when it comes to his receivers, he's spreading the ball around. He's not targeting someone a billion times. Josh Allen will, right? Like Josh Allen will give him the rock and be like, "You got it, bro. I trust you." Like that's what, like, it's going to be that level. Like I'm not trying to say a Montana to Rice, but I'm saying the connection that they had, like a Dante Culpepper to Randy Moss, like two guys that feel good. Like I know you got me, I got you. Throw me the rock. I'm gonna come down with it. Like that kind of trust, I think. And DJ Moore is that likable and that good of a human that when he's paired up with a guy like Josh Allen, he's been so happy over there that he's going to do whatever Josh Allen wants. And Josh Allen is like, bro, I'll do whatever you want. You want the ball low and to the left? I got you. I'm going to put it right there for you. And DJ Moore, and when he's going to do it, and DJ Moore is going to catch that ball, and they're going to their hearts are going to bond in that moment. And they're going to be, we love each other because we just did exactly what each other wanted. It's going to be great. It's going to be great to see.
They both have played 8 years in the league. They were in the same draft class? I didn't know that.
Guess so. Look at that. Even more to bond over.
I guess so. All right. Got to take another break. Continue on. We're rolling here. This is BetMGM tonight. Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable on Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to end up having to sell. I mean, they're not playing well. They're 6.5 games back in the division. They're 5 in the wild card. And, you have to ask yourself, if you're Scott Harris sitting in that front office, you got to ask yourself, do you really believe this team can win a World Series? Because when you have an asset like Skubal, to let him walk in free agency and not get any compensation is really a franchise killer. And look, they've got a good nucleus of young players like Kevin McGonigal and Riley Green. They got a bunch of young guys coming like Max Clark and Briseño, Rainier. I mean, they got so many guys coming that to not take advantage of Skubal's asset to trade, to me, is foolish. Now, it could go either way. I was talking to Alex Anthopoulos, the president of the Braves, on Sunday, and Alex was saying, it is amazing how emotional everybody gets this time of year, including the front office executives, and how literally how a team plays leading into the deadline will determine what they do. And so to use it with the Tigers, look, if Detroit would all of a sudden win 7 in a row here, they'll keep Skubal, and they'll make a run for it. If they continue to play the way they have been, though, I think the only thing you can do is trade. But the pressure that organization has had on Skubal, A.J. Hinch said it the best a couple of days ago. He said, we've been playing Game 7 since May. And that's what it's felt like, because we feel like every day we play, we're playing to keep Skubal. and so, that's not healthy for a team. And let's be realistic. There's 7 games under 500. I mean, if this was a normal year and there wasn't so much parity in the American League, Detroit would be long gone by now. We wouldn't even be having this discussion. But, you watch Framber Valdez, couldn't even give him any length again yesterday. I just don't see it. And if you're Detroit, you really want to lose your 2 best starters, Casey Mize and Skubal, to free agency and not get anything back for them? I just don't think that's smart business.
So I think the idea that this American team hasn't made progress is so delusional and casual of a take, because it just tells me you're only looking at the final score and not paying attention to anything else. And you're just checking in every couple of years, being like, oh, same as always. And are there still gaps between the U.S. and the top 8 to 10 teams in the world? Yes. But the fact that the U.S. can now clearly identify itself and solidify itself as a team ranked between 12 and 18 in the world is still a significant improvement from the teams that we rolled out in 2018 and 2019. I mean, go look up the lineup the U.S. started in 2018 against Trinidad and Tobago, a must-not-lose game that they lost. You pull up that lineup, and you will cringe. I've done it multiple times just to remind myself of how far this team has come in the last 8 years. And now it's like, yeah, we have guys who just play in the Champions League regularly now. Like, you're an American who wants to get into Europe. And it used to be, well, you got to pick Dempsey's team, or maybe like Michael Bradley's team, or maybe there were like 3 guys. Fabian Johnson played in the Bundesliga, right? Now it's like, you got like 8 options. You could pick Balogun's team. You could pick Pulisic's team. You could pick Robinson's team, Tillman's team. Half the majority of the lineup is not just on the team. They're starting. They're playing. They're real players making impacts for these teams. So that alone tells you all you need to know on how the U.S. is on the right track.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome back into BetMGM Tonight. He's Gabe Ramirez. I am Kate Constable. Gabe, we just talked about in the last segment, speaking of Mike Vrabel and the Patriots and some of the offseason drama that went on with Vrabel and company. There's been quite a few scandals. There's been quite a bit of drama in college football over the last, ever. But specifically at Michigan over the last couple of years. And so earlier this week, it was announced that Ward Manuel, the athletic director over at Michigan, is going to be stepping down after the season. He'll be relieved of his duties. Probably the right move based on just everything that's gone on with Michigan. Like, I almost feel like just a fresh start all around is going to be the way to go. But also there was an investigation into everything that's happened at Michigan, including how all these scandals have been handled and the athletic director Manuel's role that he's played in them. And it was brought to light that Manuel's failed to act on some of the allegations of wrongdoing by whether it's football coach, Connor Salians type stuff, all that, but most specifically the Sharon Moore stuff going on. So what do we make of what's going on at Michigan and what this kind of does to the reputation of Michigan, but more so just like athletics in general and on-field win losses? How does that, like, the relationship between those two?
Yeah, I think, when you're looking at this on a macro level, it's just, we know things like this happen, right? Where rules are bent, people color outside the lines. But there are those instances where you finally get a aha moment, like, aha, I told you this stuff was happening around the country. And when you get a powerhouse like Michigan, where, it's not like it was just some internal investigation to look at, this was a $12 million independent investigation. Like, who the hell is spending $12 million? Like, you best believe heads were going to roll, because they couldn't have came out of $12 million and then been like, everything's good. Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for showing up. We didn't find anything, right? Like, they were out to find things. And when you uncover stones, you will find things. And at a place like Michigan, where, you mentioned this Sharon Moore stuff, but let's not forget, you got Jim Harbaugh, who was dealing with his own level of investigations while he was at Michigan and having his little hand slapped over there. Dusty May oddly leaving to the NBA, right? Like, these two things under your watch, or three things, happening, it questions the culture. So when they mention, oversight, like, someone has to be responsible for these things, right? When they're talking about accountability, when they're talking about oversight, when they're talking about, where the weaknesses lie, not easiest, but unfortunately, when you take a position like that, despite you maybe not materially participating in certain things, it is your job to ensure that doesn't happen. Or even more so, you're the face of it, so you just got to go. It just happens like that sometimes. So how will it affect them? I'm sure recruiting in the short term, it will. But Michigan's still Michigan. And Michigan's still going to Michigan. And they'll find their players, and especially with transfer portals and the dollars that are out there. Remember, Michigan's the private one. Michigan State's the public one, right? So Michigan's the one where the dollars are at. So they're never going to be short on funds to go get the top talent across the country. And if you find yourself, maybe it's because it's about just changing the philosophy, right? We talked about this with other sports teams, like when we were talking about LeBron going to Miami, like Pat Riley will find ways to put talent around LeBron, right? Well, Michigan would just find a new way to win, right? They're just, okay, a lot of people are done with recruiting. We're just going to get seniors. And you know what? I'm sorry, regardless of what's happening in Michigan, if a senior that's playing at some small school, but is a killer, and they say, hey, bro, we want you to come to Michigan, he doesn't care about Ward Manuel's reputation and how he got fired. And he doesn't care about Sharon Moore. He doesn't care about Jim Harbaugh. He doesn't care about none of that. But he cares that he's going to be wearing the maize what is it, maize and blue or whatever the colors
Maize and
are.
blue, yeah.
And thank you. And he's gonna be doing that. Like that's what they know. The Michigan Wolverine uniform is gonna be on them, and I'll make it $2 million to play to play here. So like I don't think it's gonna affect them in the long term, but certainly in the short term, because nobody wants to play under like bad PR conditions, you know.
No. And you have to wonder how much of just everything that's gone on at Michigan led to Dusty May wanting to leave. I mean, taking an NBA job, like that's the number one reason overall you would leave Michigan, is to take a job like that. But two, when you have all sorts of this stuff behind the scenes going on, and maybe the athletic department as a whole is just kind of a disaster, and some of the wrongdoings that have gone on if you're Dusty May, and I don't know this for a fact, but I'm just surmising like maybe that could have happened and led to that. It is odd, Gabe, though, that like they're gonna let Manuel, he's gonna step down at the end of the season. Like they're gonna go through this whole nother calendar year. But he's stepping down or being fired because his leadership and all of this, there's wrongdoing in that, Kate, or failure to act.
Kate, money. I'm sure, right? I don't know, just like you, right? But I know how the world works. And I'm sure it's because if they fired him immediately, he's gonna have to get paid all this money anyway. And so they're like, let's just do it in this. I'm sure the legal team at Michigan came through and was like, this is the best way to do it where we don't lose the most amount of money. And I'm sure
honestly, yes, you're probably.
Of course, we know how the world works.
That is, yes. That just kind of goes to show, Gabe, like the corruption of college sports in general. Like
of life.
This guy's getting fired because all of these scandals happened under his watch. But we're gonna let him stay because we don't want to have to pay him that much. Because it's all about the money. So we're going to just spin it as he's going to help transition the leadership when he's essentially getting fired for his leadership or his lack thereof leadership. Like it's almost like mind-boggling and kind of like a mess. But you're right. It is how life is. It's just unfortunate.
It is unfortunate in those moments to have that. But I've seen it happen before. My dad has been the boss at his job for forever. And so I get a lot of looks into, HR, right? And how people have to get fired and, what's the protocol and how he can't do certain things. And so I've been hearing this my whole life, about how to properly dispose of someone so that there is no retaliation, so that the company doesn't have to pay, unemployment or whatever the case might be. So, I mean, it was, that's what that ultimately ends up boiling down to. That it's just playing the game. Remember, companies have HR people, they have legal teams, and they, trust me, they look at everything like this and figure out the best way to move forward in those situations. So this is no different. Michigan. But listen, let me tell you something. You want to know who I'm not shedding tears for? Michigan. Okay. If there's a school, and I don't have nothing against Michigan, but I'm just saying, if there's a team that I'm not shedding tears for, Kate, it is the Michigan Wolverines. They're going to be all right. They'll be just fine. I'm not complaining about none of those guys.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. If there's any school, Michigan. I mean, I have some beef with Michigan. I'm a Big Tenner. I went to Iowa.
Yeah.
I can't be supporting the Wolverines. I do think, I mean, Bryce Underwood returning this year. Michigan's still going to win games. They're still going to be good. Are they going to be a college football playoff team? Are they going to be a national championship team? Probably not. Looking at their schedule, they do play. Iowa goes to Michigan. I mean, Iowa's not going to be good this year. I follow them because I went there. But you go to Minnesota, you go to Oregon, to Rutgers. Otherwise, you have everyone else at home. But you do play Penn State, Michigan State, who I think Michigan State's going to be better this year solely because they have Fitzgerald. Like, I mean, he's a good coach. And I think he can turn that Michigan State program around fairly quickly. So, like, they are going to have a tough schedule. Then, obviously, you play Ohio State like you do every year, and you go to the shoe this year. I don't know what you're looking at. Assuming
like 8 wins, 9 wins, right?
Yeah, they play Oklahoma week 2. That'll be a fun game to watch. And Michigan always does a good job of scheduling a tough team early on in the season, a non-conference. Last year they
that would be a
played.
team
Last
that
year it was
that you
Oklahoma too.
that'd be a team that like you fade because the public's just gonna be all over them, but they're dealing with the BS and they end up just like
Yeah.
dropping games they shouldn't. You know what I mean? So you fade them in certain
Yeah.
situations. It come like especially like early in the season, you're like, yeah, they're definitely not gonna. They might figure it out mid-season, but like early in the season, like no way. That I'm not sure if that's gonna fly. But hey, by the way, the Chicago Fire just tied it up 2-2. A phenomenal goal by a guy named Puso Ditijane. I was able to interview him during the World Cup. Chicago Fire were doing something at recess, so we had like all these players there that I was interviewing. He was one of them. Now, his buddy, who also plays for the Chicago Fire, Emboaze, or excuse me, yeah, Embo is what we call him. Oh my God, he plays for the South African national team, and Puso is also from South Africa, so they're homies. And I asked him, and I was like, you see your countrymen out there playing for the national team. How does it make you feel? And he's like, it makes me feel like I got to score more goals because I want to be playing for that team in the World Cup. He just scored the goal, his first goal of the season right now for the Chicago Fire to tie it up. Yeah, just right now I'm watching. I can't believe it. I just talked to the guy and he just scored a goal. And he's like a younger kid that came off the bench. He just came off the bench right now and scored the goal. It's crazy. I was so impressed with that. I feel like my little brother just scored. It's kind of crazy. Insane. So 2-2 right now. Chicago Fire, Miami, knotted up. By the way, Charlotte up against Atlanta United.
Yes.
1-0.
2.
Oh, 2-0? Oh, wow. Didn't see
2-0.
Didn't see the second one.
Well, what I'm looking at is 2-0 right now.
Yeah, no, it is. So we should have had a soccer segment earlier, so I could have put the people on for some soccer bets.
We really should have. Yeah.
I mean, we can. We can always have a soccer segment right now in the middle. We could just be like, boom, because you know what? I gave Kate a winner, and I told her that Charlotte would win today over Atlanta, and here we are, 2-0. When you're 2-0 at halftime, you're feeling good about your bets.
I put a little money on that, Gabe. Not gonna lie, I put a little money.
I told you to go big. I told you to go big. I told you to go big on that.
I went bigger than I typically do.
Well, I'm happy for
so
you.
I'm feeling really good. Yeah. I've been keeping tabs on this throughout.
Maybe Haley needs some some Similac.
Yeah.
Got to pay for the diapers.
Seriously. Yeah, this kid, man. We have a bunch of soccer games like that are still starting.
Yeah.
Later tonight. Do you want to run through any of them?
Oh my gosh, I would love to.
Give us some of your thoughts, and then we'll continue back on with some college football.
I would love to quickly just to like skim through what's on there right now. If you're looking at the games that are knotted up in Nashville playing a CF Montreal, that was in the 31st minute. I know we're talking about the ones later tonight, but that one right there, CF Montreal has been outplaying themselves. They've been playing exceptionally well, but they don't have the quality, and Nashville SC does. So if you wanted to live bet something right now, Nashville over Montreal, I definitely lean heavily there. Man, I could go through every single one of these. LAFC, if I were to just pinpoint of the games that are starting later tonight that I would lay money on, LAFC to beat Real Salt Lake. Real Salt Lake, tough team. Definitely going to be playing one of the better ones in the Western Conference. But LAFC is just on a different level. Son is just playing phenomenally. They beat LA Galaxy last week 3-0. So, I mean, that's one that I would look at. Because LA Galaxy just lost, I think they might be in bad form. St. Louis City, they're a tough team. They're like a scrappy group of guys. So I would take them at plus half a goal, right, in the event that it ends up in a draw. See what number you can get at there. St. Louis City with plus a half a goal in the event that it ends up in a draw. Let me see. Orlando. This is one of my favorite bets of the night. And I'll stop here because I feel like I'm overtaking the whole segment.
No.
But, okay, so Orlando, they got a guy, Anton Griezmann. He is kind of similar to Lewandowski, right? Like a guy that's a stud, right? And the cool thing about the MLS season, they took a big ass break in the middle, right? Because of the World Cup. But every other league in the world was in their off season, if that makes sense, right? Like think about the NBA, right? They mirror the time frame of that league. So the NBA hasn't started yet. Well, neither has any other league soccer league across the globe, right? MLS is the only one that plays in this window. And so during this summer break, teams are able to add free agents from other leagues. Anyway, Orlando has one of the better acquisitions during the World Cup break. And San Jose is great, but before the break, they weren't playing in their best form. So this might be one that's like a sneaky one where Orlando wins, even though they're like plus 300. It might be like one of those matches, the one that you didn't bet because you wanted to bet the favorite and the other team won. And you're like, how did that happen? Yeah, this could be one of those games where Orlando pulled out the victory because of the newest edition, because San Jose wasn't in good form prior to the World Cup break. And so, obviously coming out of it, you're just not sure how they'll respond. So those will be the ones that I would look at. Obviously, there's other ones on the thing that we can get into later in the show or, what later on or whatever, but those would be ones that I'd be looking at today. MLS, there's money to be made because the lines don't move. There's not a lot of action on these games. So it's not like baseball where Scooble's on the mound, everybody's hammering it, and the line moves to a crazy point where you don't want to bet it anymore. These are matches where my philosophy, I talk about philosophy a lot when they come on these shows. Mm-hmm. Like in soccer, you're getting a better price on your team because they have to account for the draw, right? You have to put that on it's a 3-way money line bet. And so you finding a team that you think is going to win, right? Just win. Then you're going to get a better price on them because they're going to be probably plus money in those situations. And so if a line is not moving and you're getting plus money on majority of the bets that are happening in MLS, watch some matches, pay attention. This is where I feel like a lot of money is that people are missing out on opportunities to gamble on MLS.
Well, or call Gabe Ramirez. That's what I'm going to do, Gabe. I may not sit down and watch a ton of MLS, but like when you have someone that knows what they're talking about and knows this league inside and out, like you just talk for 4 minutes straight about MLS and who's going to win which game.
And that was quick.
I know you were running through that.
Like another 10. I got to go for another 10 or did deeper dives on things.
That's the thing is when you hear, I mean, for our listeners here, when across any sport, when you have someone who's like, and maybe more so of those sports that are kind of the fall under the radar in terms of the lines and stuff, like not NFL and NBA, but MLS, WNBA, all that stuff. And you hear someone like Gabe come on and tell you who's looking good or where there's some value. That's when you gotta listen. And then you gotta fire off on the bets. Yeah,
find them.
I think I may have to throw down a little on Orlando. I did.
Hey, like I said, but the Orlando one is like I'm not like, yeah, they're definitely winning, right? Because I'm always telling you to find that one that you think they're going to win and just bet them. I'm just saying it's it's likely. It's more likely than their odds that they're being given at plus. Right. I think they're like plus 3 something, right?
They're like 320 right now. So what you're saying is there is hashtag value in Orlando because you don't think it should be priced quite at that.
Thank you. Yes, I do think that. And so if you're not feeling that, maybe do a double chance, right? Like so a double chance is a bet in soccer where you get the draw and your team, right? So you could do a double chance. Obviously the odds will go down on that, but you still might get it at like plus 125. And now you're getting the draw in the event of a draw or the victory. And then, you could look at it that way. But again, I don't think I'm not San Jose is a good team in the league, right? So like you're going up against a good team. I just think that the market is not accounting for all the variables that have happened during the World Cup break. And so I don't think it's priced correctly yet. So the value is there. You're right in those
value.
situations.
That's the key word we're
follow me
at there.
Gabe Ramirez on Twitter or Chicago Gabe on Instagram. I'll be having these hot takes all day long now.
Yep. I'm going to be hitting you up. I mean, I'm just happy that Charlotte is up to, what do we call it in soccer? 2-0 right now, Gabe. 2-0. 2-0.
Pitching a shutout.
All right. We are going to take a quick break. We're going to go back to college football. That is also right around the corner. What is the state of college football right now? Because it's I'm going to say it's not the greatest. We're going to talk about it and why that might be. That's all coming your way. BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
I think if you're a Panthers fan, you can be optimistic. And I think you should be optimistic. Because right now, and I'm going to stop short of giving an official prediction because I have to admit, I'm a little taken right now. This is not going to be a fun sentence to say out loud. And I mean it. I'm a little taken and smitten at the moment with the Tua Tagovailoa, Kevin Stefanski Atlanta Falcons, just at price to potentially win the division. But I do think when it's all said and done, and we approach, now look, we got to get through training camp. People have got to be healthy. Bryce Young's got to be healthy. Players have got to be healthy, etc. But as it stands right now, the Carolina Panthers, my pick to go back-to-back and win the NFC South yet again. Dave Canales entering year 3 as head coach of this team. And Dave Canales, and remember, we talked with Panthers general manager Dan Morgan a couple months ago, joined the show. And I asked Dan Morgan about Dave Canales no longer calling the plays this season in Carolina, which is a very, very interesting and newsworthy item, right? Offensive-minded head coach, got hired in Carolina because of his play-calling chops in Tampa Bay with Baker Mayfield and company, no longer calling the plays year 3 as the team's head coach. Instead, Brad Idzik, the offensive coordinator, you know, John's son, which is true, the former general manager John Idzik of the New York Jets, Brad Idzik will call the plays this season as Dave Canales looks to streamline this a little bit and be more of a CEO head coach. Carolina, with a very interesting offseason of acquisitions, whether it's Georgia tackle, hulking tackle, he a big SOB, Monroe Freeling in round 1. Chris Brazzell, wide receiver from Tennessee, who's a big boy. Chris Brazzell, and fast in the 3rd round. Signing pass rusher Jalen Phillips to a big money deal. Signing inside linebacker Devin Lloyd to a big money deal. The Carolina Panthers should absolutely be better on the field in 2026 than they were in 2025 when they won a division championship. The thing, though, with the 2026 Carolina Panthers, if we want to extend this out, because I think that at worst, if Bryce Young's going to be healthy, they'll hover around 500. I think that's a fair assumption to make. The question becomes, is there a ceiling for this team? And by ceiling, I don't mean going 8-9 or 9-8 and winning the NFC South. That's not and then getting beaten by the Niners, the Seahawks, or the Rams on Wild Card Weekend. That's not the ceiling. No, the ceiling would be, hell yeah, man, let's go 11-6. Let's leave no doubt that we are the class of this division. And this is where the Carolina Panthers become one of the great models of consistency. Not just in sports, but in life. Because we are now in year 4 of saying this sentence prior to the Carolina Panthers beginning training camp. Are you ready? The sentence is, the Carolina Panthers will go as far as Bryce Young takes them. If we were all this consistent as the Carolina Panthers are, like with our fitness, there would be no obesity problem in this country. We'd all be walking around shredded with 6-packs. We'd have nude beaches like they've got in Europe. Even though I got to tell you, I've been on some beaches this summer, and there's some obese people basically nude on the beach. God bless them and their confidence. I feel like I have body dysmorphia. I'd never do that, but God bless them. God bless them. The consistency of this team, where we can say again, 4 straight years, they will only be as good as the quarterback.
games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
So we just spent the last 10 minutes or so in the previous segment talking a little MLS and which teams Gabe Ramirez here tonight with gambling. Yes.
That's what we talked about.
Yeah, we talked about gambling on soccer. And Gabe gave us some good angles to consider because he knows a thing or two about MLS. But Gabe, I mean, it kind of transitions into this next topic here kind of nicely because what's going on with college football? The SEC has been threatening to break away, have their own league, their own playoff, all that, the Big Ten as well. So like, is college football kind of becoming similar to European soccer? In that the bigger clubs, they're the ones with more power, the more money, the richer programs get the best players and they get the best, TV deals, all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, look, Greg Sankey came out, let everybody know what was going on, right? The commissioner of the SEC. And I think that, listen, this has been happening for years, right? And Rome doesn't fall in a day, right? Or however the saying goes. He's like, these things take time. And the dismantling of the NCAA, or at least the removal of its power and governance, is something that I think purists have wanted, right? And I think that when you're looking at what college football is becoming, when you're looking at the Big Ten and the amount of teams they have and the SEC, et cetera, it's just inevitable. And with NIL and things changing, it's not a bad thing for college football to get a makeover, right? And really just figure out a better way to have it take place, right? And so, yeah, I don't think, obviously there hasn't been a decision made, and SEC hasn't necessarily begun their withdrawal, so to speak, but people are frustrated, and I think that's what you're really getting, right, from college football. There's a level of frustration, whether it's the discrepancies in NIL dollars for the haves and the have-nots, right? The rankings and like everything. I think everything. I think there needs to be an overhaul, and sometimes there has to be big moments like this to protect college.
I mean, I think we're on the path to the SEC and the Big Ten breaking off and becoming their own league, right? And then they can kind of make their own rules, invite whoever they want. Because, let's be real, the NCAA doesn't really, the power that the NCAA once had really isn't there anymore. And, the Brandon Sorsby situation is a great example of it. It's that decision was made based on judges, local judges, not the NCAA. They don't even have that type of deal. So I think what we're seeing is just the power with the NCAA is just continuing to dwindle year after year after year. And I mean, if the SEC and the Big Ten break away and start their own playoff, and maybe they invite Georgia's in the SEC. Maybe they invite Florida State or Clemson or Notre Dame. And all of a sudden, if you have a playoff with all of those teams in it versus, one with the Big 12 or the group of 5 teams, the networks are going to go to the SEC, the Big Ten, those schools. They're going to pay for that type of stuff. And so we are probably going to see college football in terms of conferences, gone fairly soon. And it might not be the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
You're right. Sometimes change in all of this stuff is okay and is good. And it might turn out to be, I don't know, really fun to watch too. Right?
And
you get the best of the best.
Of course. And could you imagine a scenario, Kate, where it's the SEC breaks away first and they add teams like you mentioned, and then they have their own, their own rules on eligibility and transfer and compensation. They have their own rules that are different than what this NCAA umbrella is inconsistently delivering to these colleges. And of course, the next thing is going to be because what happens when you have something that breaks off from the tried and true? It's innovation, it's creativity, it's unique, it's freshness. And that's what an SEC led group would look like, because they tried to be the antithesis to the NCAA putting things in place. And so it's going to look attractive to a conference like the Big Ten that has the best teams in the country. And so when you're talking about what it could look like in the future, yeah, if you have something that says, yeah, we don't need you, NCAA, to give us oversight. We feel like we can have some sort of leadership group or owner, that can be some sort of governance over all of it. But again, there needs to be like point blank period. There needs to be an overhaul, right? And in order to get things right, people are tired of it. I think the fans are as well, right? Imagine if, like, obviously I didn't go to a major football powerhouse, right? So I don't have skin in the game in that way. But if you did, I'd be furious at the inconsistency that is the NCAA, and feeling like you're up against it every year, and you got to reinvent what it is that you guys are doing. It's just it sucks in so many different ways.
Yeah, I mean, fans are already arguing over like the expansion from 12-team playoff and all that, and they were arguing over expansion from the 4-team playoff. So like, yes, I think I don't know. I think it would be kind of good. I think the state of college football right now isn't good in general. So like some change has to happen. Like, does anyone want the state of college football to stay exactly how it is right now for the next 5-10 years? No.
Right.
No one likes the way it is right now. So like, there's always going to be people that don't like what it could become if the SEC breaks off. But like, do you want it to stay how it is? I don't.
Right.
I don't think many people do. No one likes college football. Like, the sentiment around college football right now is like, NIL's ruined college football. College football sucks. It's not what it used to be. The transfer portal, they're not utilizing it in the right way, all of that. Okay, so something has to change. So it sounds really scary to have the SEC break off and start its own thing, because then all of a sudden you're looking at like this being more of a like looking more like professional sports than amateur sports, where players might have like multi-year contracts or things like that, or you have salary cap or spending limits on various teams. But I think that's where we're headed, and honestly, I think the sooner it comes, the better, because college football is not good with where we're at right now.
Yeah, it's very top heavy, and I mean, not that it hasn't been that over the decades, but I think parity is what makes any league or sport interesting, right? To the level where you're going to get the most eyes on it, which is ultimately what you want when you're selling your product on television, right? And so you need a level of parity. You need there to be a level of believability that you can win, and not a constant David versus Goliath situation, which I feel like we saw, when you're thinking about the college football playoff and, how the first few rounds went. It was, pretty obvious that who were the best teams.
Yeah.
Granted, that's for any league, right? Any league. I want to be very fair to college football. You could be talking about the NBA. There's 5 or 6 teams that are elite, and then everybody else. NFL. So many situations like that. And so I don't think it's but you can find a way to create the parity. And the NBA, look at them, right? You're still being innovative, reinventing the rules of the draft lottery to really put an end to what they're considering tanking. But you got to do something, right? You got to be innovative.
Right.
And if not, and you remain stagnant, then again, you're going to ruin the product overall. And again, I think a lot of people would welcome more parity in college football as well. I mean, look, how many people were upset when Alabama just kept on winning, right? Like, Alabama, oh my God. It's like, well, yeah.
And now Alabama fans are scrambling and like over there, just all in sheer panic that their team isn't winning national championship after national championship. I had my TV on all day, Gabe, while I was, doing stuff around the house. I don't remember what show or program it was on. And it was talking about how should Alabama fire Kalen DeBoer. Like, the season hasn't even started yet. We got to calm down here, people.
Of course, that's what they're going to do. Sounds like college football. It sounds like what they do.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm glad I'm on that. Where does that rank in your like gambling lexicon? Where like if you were to put dollars spent in per league in a pie chart, what percentage of that pie would be college football?
That would probably be I would say probably trying to do my math here to make sure I have all my buckets, my percentages right.
Like
Probably like
Gabe,
25%.
Damn you, Matthew. Oh, that's a huge percentage.
Yeah.
That's a huge
I bet
percentage.
heavy college football in the fall. I don't
Oh,
bet. I
okay,
haven't.
yeah.
I typically don't bet college basketball until like March Madness, just because I'm kind of so into football and NFL and college for the most. But until NFL's over, then I start getting into college basketball. So college sports is not a whole lot, but I pretty much bet college football, NFL, and NBA, and some WNBA. But that's a small percentage.
Okay.
What about you?
Yeah, I would say my percentage is the equivalent to like Russian table tennis and Australian basketball leagues, like 4%, 2%, like somewhere in that range. It's very small. I try to stay away from it because I think it's very volatile. The spreads are so friggin' crazy, like 45 points. Yeah, I gotta give you. I got Alabama. I got Florida International plus 42. I just need to look up. Like no.
See, I love those early on in the year. Just hammer the favorites early on in the season, especially when you have FBS teams going up against FCS teams, and like you always just bet the big dogs. Lay the points. That's what I do early on in college football. That's the way to go.
Yeah, that's I can see that. That's a good one. I listen, but I love a good mispriced bet. And I feel like those exist too in college football. The other thing, again, we were talking about this with baseball, where there is 100 games on the slate every Saturday, and all you gotta do is pick 3 that you like, that you really think are gonna, like that's the beauty of college football on a Saturday, is that there's so many games to bet on. But of course, if we were all good at
that's the
picking
thing,
right
Gabe,
3,
is I have learned I just pick 1 or 2 and we bet those. If I spread it all around and I have like 12 bets out on college football, that's what makes Saturdays fun. But being profitable is also fun, and I'm significantly more profitable when I'm only betting 1 or 2 teams. Otherwise, it's like you kind of come out of the day and you're like, oh, you basically broke even, or you lost $50, or you won $5 at the end of your 8 and 9, 9 and 8 record at the end of the day. It's stupid. So yeah, we pick 1 or 2, but I do enjoy it. I mean, college football it's also kind of like just the start of the fall season. The weather's changing, you get your beer, you get like that part of college football is fun for me, the tailgating, all that stuff. So I hope that at least doesn't go away.
But the problem there, Kay, is like if I got into college football, like if I was 25%ing like you are, I'd have no bullets for Sunday.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'd run out of bullets.
Well, you got to win.
I didn't have enough. You're right, but that's the thing. I don't have enough knowledge, so I'd be just
Yeah, you'd just be firing off. You'd be firing off parlays like you were a couple of years ago when we were doing college football shows together. Yeah,
right. And then I'd be like trying to win it back on like Caleb Williams over rushing yards.
And that's never a good place to be.
Never a good place.
Chasing on Sundays.
Yeah, chasing on
no
Sundays
longer Pac-12
never...
after dark. It's Sunday afternoon is when we start chasing. Not
Sunday
a good
chase.
Thing.
No, never on that. But they're great bets to say the least. Because you do. I mean, listen. I'm here for the gambling. If I knew more about college, if I went to a Big Ten school, I'm sure I'd be just as in as you are.
Yeah.
Right. I think you have the luxury, despite how good or bad they are, of being engulfed in that world.
Yes.
So
having some historical knowledge of all those teams.
I talk Chicago Fire. You talk Big Ten football. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah. Exactly. All right, we're going to take a quick break, Gabe, and we'll check in on some scores around Major League Soccer and Major League Baseball. Let's see where we're sitting with our streaks. That's coming up on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable.
Attention is part of the currency of modern day media. It is what it is. Now, I'm in obviously a way different spot than Tom Brady's. People say, why does Tom Brady feel the need to do this with all the money he's made? The answer is because he likes it. In life, generally, here's a great secret of life hack for everybody. Why do people do things in life? For one of two reasons. Because they need to, or because they want to. Does Tom Brady need all this attention? No, of course not. Does he need more money? No, although I don't know how much he lost in crypto. No. So why does he do it? Because he wants to. Because he likes it. Now, if you wanted to criticize Tom Brady for stuff that he's done off the field or away from the Fox booth, in my estimation, and I will always remember this because it was May 5th, 2024. My daughter was born overnight, Sunday into Monday, so she was technically born Monday morning, May 6th. So it was Sunday night, May 5th, 2024. Because it was the last thing that we watched on TV before my wife is like, I'm going into labor, we need to go to the hospital. It was the Tom Brady Netflix roast. If you wanted to criticize Tom Brady for something, that should be it. And that should actually probably only, and maybe you want to get into Saudi Arabia, flag football, I'm going to leave all of that aside. To me, that is the worst thing that Brady's done, and something that is truly worthy of criticism. Because in Tom Brady's excessive need for attention and the unquenchable thirst for vanity, he allowed, and I understand kind of what happened with Giselle and was she cheating on him with the jiu-jitsu instructor. She's now with him. Like, if you're him, like, your heart's broken. I understand. I get it. I'm also of the opinion, as a married man, that there is nothing my wife could do, nothing, that would make me want to air her out publicly, knowing that my daughter will one day have to see that. In the way that Tom Brady's children with Giselle had to watch their mom, because to them, Giselle's not some random woman who ruined a marriage with Tom Brady or some random supermodel. Giselle is their mom. Imagine if that were your mom. Aired out, destroyed, called every name in the book for millions of people to see. While Tom Brady, your dad, is up there with a bleep-eating grin on his face like the Cheshire Cat. That was disgraceful. That is worthy of criticism. That was terrible from Tom Brady. I said it then, and I'll say it now, and if you think I'm a snowflake for saying that, you have kids, and see how you feel about that.
Yeah, I would not put them even as good as 2010 Spain. I think 2010 Spain is probably still, for my money, the best team in the modern game of champions. I just think they were the best defense ever, though. And I don't even think that's debatable. I think given what they put up defensively, 2.3 expected goals, 1 actual goal in 8 matches, both of which are now World Cup records, you're just looking around like, well, if nobody could touch them, if this all-out dominant France attack who scored 3 goals on everybody couldn't even sniff a goal for 90 minutes, if Argentina couldn't get a shot for 115 minutes, like, that is a level of defending that we have just basically never seen. And, you know, it's a proactive defense. It's not necessarily because of their individual playmaking. It was just the system that they built. And that's so hard to do at the international level with the limited amount of time you get. So I think that, to me, is what stands out. But I would still put them behind the other Spain team, for example, that won in 2010.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Charlotte FC! Let's go, 2-0. Why are we talking about Charlotte FC? Because I got some money on them winning this game tonight. So we have our eyes close to that game. But let's take a peek, Gabe, around Major League Baseball and see what's going on. The Cubbies not doing so hot right now. It's 4-1 Tigers in that game. Bottom of the 6th right now. Colin Ray started for the Cubs. Lasted 5 innings. 5 innings, 5 strikeouts, a couple earned runs, couple hits. But Montero, 8 Ks. Dang. All right, so he's pitching well right now, which is why the Cubs offense isn't finding a whole lot of success. The White Sox are up 3-2 on the Rangers right now. That's heading into the top of the 9th. You called it, the Dodgers winning over the Phillies. It was Phillies early. Dodgers are up now in the bottom of the 9th, so last and 2 outs. So last chance for the Phillies here. Dodgers leading that one 9-4. Twins crushing the Guardians after Joe Ryan got lit up a couple days ago. Twins are up 10-5 over the Guardians. That one is also in the 9th, so last chance there. And the Red Sox, Gabe, it looks like the Red Sox streak is going to come to an end. They still have a bottom of half of an inning. So the Red Sox, you did say sometimes teams just kind of come back and surprise you. Well, they're going to have to do it quick. 5-1 Orioles are winning right now. Yeah, right. 5-1 with 1 inning left is a little bit different. But hey, 15 straight wins is not bad.
No, my gosh, stop it. We did say that the Rays, we both agreed on that one earlier, that the Rays would beat the Blue Jays today. And even though they won the first 2 games of the series, that they would come through strong with the victory, just because I felt like the form of the Blue Jays was just a little bit off. And sure enough, so if we had some winners out there today, guys. Kate and I, we were really, really on our little MLB slate today, I would say.
Yeah. We've been doing good. And do we have any? I haven't looked yet. Our streaking, Brandon or Monty, have is anyone's player hit? I don't think. I took George Springer. I'm not sure. Only Lee. And Lee wanted Fernando Tatis. Who did Lee end up taking?
Finding Nemo. Here we go. Nemo.
There we go. Brandon Nemo gets a hit. All right. Well, I wanted to say we still have some time left for some of these players to get hits. Let's see. No. Rays. Yep. Nope. My Rays, Blue Jays, my streak comes to an end at 2. I had George Springer. He went 0 for 4. Not good.
Yeah,
only the 6th inning for Langford.
That's a tough streak to get on. I know we're not 14 like some of the highs on this thing, but I mean that's a difficult thing to do, to get up to pick a hit on something that happens 30% of the time, to continuously pick correctly on individuals 10 times. That's or 14 is very impressive. Very impressive.
I mean, it's very impressive. But we also don't run a website like Monty knows all the ins and outs of all this and crunches the numbers. And so Monty had a hit streak of 14 earlier on this season. Brad Evans, the your typical co-host here of the show, Gabe and I are filling in today. His streak had won 15 a couple weeks ago. He's lost since, but I mean 15 is. 14 is good. 15 is, it's impressive. But the name of the game for that, Gabe, is not necessarily like value like we talked about. Like, I mean, you're just trying to get hits. It's still not an easy thing to do, but you could take a guy who's minus 300 for a hit.
Guys, we're 1 for 5 today. You can't sell me on the idea that it's not as hard, because we're 1 for 5 today.
It is hard. It is hard.
We all like, look, Ted, we think this guy, like, regardless of the spread, is gonna get a hit. We all thought that. That's why you gotta fade yourself sometimes, people. The difficult part is knowing when to fade yourself. That's the hardest part. That's always the tricky one. So Sox and Rangers, though, at 5 runs, man on first and third, top of the 6th. So, you can get to the 8.
Yeah.
You can get to the 8.5, get to 9 runs. Sox gonna put up some
right.
more
That
runs.
was one of my plays, was the over in that one, thinking that they were going to hit the lefty pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's certainly still time for 8.5. You get a couple more runs
Right.
in that one.
Yeah,
Marlins, Astros, they are tied 2-2 in the 6th. Braves up 7-1 over the Padres.
Love that.
Monty makes a
So,
good point, though, Gabe, in our chat.
that?
We only get to pick from like 5 games because we have to pick for when we can't be, if we're not at, we have to pick games when we're on air.
Monty, don't you be defensive. It's okay. We didn't do it.
10 games. If you had the whole slate, it might be, maybe our records would be a little bit better.
Okay. I hear you. It's,
yeah.
Maybe it could have been.
But we're all losing right now.
Wasn't a good one today.
What can you do?
came out slanging.
What can you do?
Slanging today. You know what you can do? Reach back in your account. I'm the degenerate here, guys. It's me. Reach back in your account and fire some more bullets off. That's what you do. Win that money back. Here, I'll tell you a great story. One time, I'm in Miami for a bachelor party. Okay. I was young, had a lot of money, or so I thought. We're inside the hotel, pre-gaming, ready to go out. And I'm with like real adults. I was young. I was in my early 20s. And I was with real adults that had real money. And, we go to Miami and I remember we were playing this game, just high card, right? Deck of cards, throw them on the table. Everybody's putting money. And then we're pulling high cards. And there was one dude there that kept on upping the amount. Right? He wasn't winning, but he kept upping the amount. He's like, all right, now let's play for $50. All right, now let's play for $100. All right, let's play for 200, 500. And he kept doing it. And then he finally won. And I was just like laughing. And he's like, Gabe, the person with the most money always wins. And I thought, like, what is he talking about? And he's like, because I can always just keep going back because I got more money to just bet it all to win my money back. And I was like, damn, that's a good ass point, right? Because the reason why people lose all their money is because you don't got enough bullets. But like, if you got enough bullets, just keep doubling that. You're gonna win eventually. Like, and then you'll just get your money back. And if you got unlimited funds, so that was a story that always stayed with me, especially with gambling. That's why your unit size should be, a nominal one, a manageable one. That even if you lose and you're not emotionally attached to it, and that way you can fire something else off and try to win something back and get that little rush. A little victory.
See, we may be kind of degenerate gamblers, but we're also smart, Gabe. We give out good advice to the people as well. Yeah. Manageable unit size, right? Keep it consistent, all of that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sitting here with my hand. I'm sitting here with my hand on my chin like a little philosopher. We're over here. A little philosopher, a little gambling officers. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good. I like that. Gamble philosopher. I don't know what you just said. Whatever.
A gambler.
Gambling philosophers. That's what we are here. All right. Hour left. We're going to play a little hot or cold on the other side. Producer Brandon got some good things cooked up for us. And we'll tell you whether or not these topics are hot or cold. Stick with us. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
You're done.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to end up having to sell. I mean, they're not playing well. They're 6.5 games back in the division. They're 5 in the wild card. And, you have to ask yourself, if you're Scott Harris sitting in that front office, you got to ask yourself, do you really believe this team can win a World Series? Because when you have an asset like Skubal, to let him walk in free agency and not get any compensation is really a franchise killer. And look, they've got a good nucleus of young players like Kevin McGonigal and Riley Green. They got a bunch of young guys coming like Max Clark and Briseño, Rainier. I mean, they got so many guys coming that to not take advantage of Skubal's asset to trade, to me, is foolish. Now, it could go either way. I was talking to Alex Anthopoulos, the president of the Braves, on Sunday, and Alex was saying, it is amazing how emotional everybody gets this time of year, including the front office executives, and how literally how a team plays leading into the deadline will determine what they do. And so to use it with the Tigers, look, if Detroit would all of a sudden win 7 in a row here, they'll keep Skubal, and they'll make a run for it. If they continue to play the way they have been, though, I think the only thing you can do is trade. But the pressure that organization has had on Skubal, A.J. Hinch said it the best a couple of days ago. He said, we've been playing Game 7 since May. And that's what it's felt like, because we feel like every day we play, we're playing to keep Skubal. and so, that's not healthy for a team. And let's be realistic. There's 7 games under 500. I mean, if this was a normal year and there wasn't so much parity in the American League, Detroit would be long gone by now. We wouldn't even be having this discussion. But, you watch Framber Valdez, couldn't even give him any length again yesterday. I just don't see it. And if you're Detroit, you really want to lose your 2 best starters, Casey Mize and Skubal, to free agency and not get anything back for them? I just don't think that's smart business.
So I think the idea that this American team hasn't made progress is so delusional and casual of a take, because it just tells me you're only looking at the final score and not paying attention to anything else. And you're just checking in every couple of years, being like, oh, same as always. And are there still gaps between the U.S. and the top 8 to 10 teams in the world? Yes. But the fact that the U.S. can now clearly identify itself and solidify itself as a team ranked between 12 and 18 in the world is still a significant improvement from the teams that we rolled out in 2018 and 2019. I mean, go look up the lineup the U.S. started in 2018 against Trinidad and Tobago, a must-not-lose game that they lost. You pull up that lineup, and you will cringe. I've done it multiple times just to remind myself of how far this team has come in the last 8 years. And now it's like, yeah, we have guys who just play in the Champions League regularly now. Like, you're an American who wants to get into Europe. And it used to be, well, you got to pick Dempsey's team, or maybe like Michael Bradley's team, or maybe there were like 3 guys. Fabian Johnson played in the Bundesliga, right? Now it's like, you got like 8 options. You could pick Balogun's team. You could pick Pulisic's team. You could pick Robinson's team, Tillman's team. Half the majority of the lineup is not just on the team. They're starting. They're playing. They're real players making impacts for these teams. So that alone tells you all you need to know on how the U.S. is on the right track.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable, Westwood One Sports. Hour left in the show. Talked a lot of NFL, some AFC East, some college football. It's time that we do hot or cold, which is what we do at this time of the show each and every night. Our wonderful producer, Brandon Combs, is going to come in and throw out some topics our way, Gabe, and we will tell the people if we think it's hot, whether meaning we like it, or cold, or we agree or disagree, rather. So, Brandon, welcome in.
What's going on, guys? We love to call this segment hot or cold, or as Kate came to know this last football season, cold or cold.
Colder, yeah.
We played this song on game day during the football season. It just became everybody was cold on every take that I threw out there, so it was just cold.
Yeah, everyone just kind of crapped on Brandon over and over and over again. He'd prepare all these takes for us or all these bets, and do you like this? And every time it's just no, cold,
yeah.
cold. So,
but I was always right, so it didn't matter. All right,
yeah.
All right, here we go. If the Bears do not announce a new stadium deal before the start of the season, Kevin Warren should be relieved of his duties. You hot or cold on that, Gabe?
And then remind me again, hot. You were saying hot. We're agreeing with it, right?
Correct.
I want to make sure I'm in. And then yes, hot take. What are you talking about? Kevin Warren is already on the hot seat, and here's why. Maybe not in the building, right? But, and again, I'm up here with it. I'm pointing to my brain. I'm thinking from a psychological standpoint. Not at Hallis Hall, not in the meetings, not in the hallways, in George McCaskey's house, right? Like in his own private time when he's eating dinner with his friends and family. Like people are like having real conversations. He's still a human being. He has friends. He has text messages. There's group chats. People are in his ear. And people are like, bro, what the F is going on with Buddy? Right? And to be fair, right, in terms of contributing to the culture of the Chicago Bears and the shift that is currently taking place, yes, he contributed to that. However, that was not what he was brought in for. That's not what I'm paying you for. That's not what I'm keeping you for. Your job was to increase the value of my company, my organization, by bringing me a brand new stadium. And I hired you. We went through several people. We went through the interview process. And when I looked you in the face and you were telling me, Puppy, I did it in Minnesota. Don't worry. I got this. And then I bring you in because I believe it. And I feel like I got sham. I feel like this is a sham. I feel like I got, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, and that's only, you feel that way if you don't come up. And it doesn't necessarily need to be, I will stretch the time constraints from the beginning of the season. I'm just saying like soon, like you can even say by the end of the year, right? Like by the end of the year, we ain't got nothing in the works. Like, who was it? McCook County just came out on the South Side with like another city that's trying to come to the forefront, like to put their name in the hat. Like, are you kidding me? You know how foolish you look? And I'm not talking about the McCook. I'm talking about how stupid it makes the Bears look, right? That people still feel there's an opportunity for them to swoop in and steal this thing. Why? Because there's this uncertainty, this cloud of uncertainty that's hovering over the organization. And that in itself makes you look stupid that you're this far into the process and you don't have your ducks in a row. That some small town or some area, sorry, I'm not trying to call it small, like this area that's coming out of the woodworks thinking like they got a shot because there's no definitive answer. So yes, by the end of the year, it is a hot take, and it is without a doubt that he will be, because he is already on the hot seat, and it will be. I mean, even worse if come beginning of the year and there's nothing on the table or no shovel in the ground.
Well, Gabe, there were supposed to be shovels in the ground long time ago. So I'm not thinking that there's going to be shovels in the ground anytime soon. And so, yeah, this is hot. That is, I mean, I don't have much more to add than what Gabe said, because he's spot on with it all. That like, this is what Kevin Warren was brought in to do. We saw what he did in Minnesota, and the Viking Stadium is awesome in Minnesota. Like, he did a great job with US Bank. it's great. Hasn't been able to do that now. And not only has he not gotten, kind of figured things out and have a plan going forward, but it's just been a mess. It's just been a disaster in every avenue that the Bears explore, or the negotiating, the tactics that they've used, the trying to play hardball. Like, it's all kind of backfired. None of it has gone according to plan. And I mean, I think that Kevin Warren is responsible for all of that, because again, that's what the Bears brought him in to do, is to help him figure out this new stadium stuff. And it's been how many years now, and there's no direction in sight. So yeah, I certainly think that Kevin Warren's on the hot seat, and this is a hot take, Brandon, in terms of we agree with it.
Yeah, look, 4 years now for Kevin Warren. I mean, not only that, but when you look at the fact that Northwestern's about to unveil their stadium this season, when you look at the fact that the Chicago Fire are going to have a new stadium that is going to be built be done in 2028, like, the Chicago Fire have come to a stadium agreement and a stadium deal before the Chicago Bears with Kevin Warren, and that was what you were brought here to do. That was the entire reason of you being hired onto this football team, was to build the stadium, and you haven't done that. As a matter of fact, I almost feel like you're further away than the Bears were when they hired Kevin Warren. This was supposed to be a done deal when they hired Kevin Warren. He was going to come in and just put the finishing touches on everything. And now, look, I understand the government in Illinois is not the greatest and not the easiest to deal with, and I understand all that. But you have a great option in Indiana, and I know a vast majority of that is just them just playing hardball. But that's a real opportunity for you in Indiana. They have the land. It's better taxes. They don't have the jock tax in Indiana like they do in Illinois. It's a better business model for the Bears to move to Indiana, as much as people are going to hate it. It's a 15-minute drive for me, so I would love it. But I just think that what you're looking at with Kevin Warren is that if you don't have something by kickoff of week 1, what are we doing? What are you still doing here? I almost feel like you are the guy who is just showing up to work every day, knowing that you're getting a paycheck and pretending like you're doing some work and making some ground and making some stuff up as you go. Like, that's just what I feel like Kevin Warren is here doing. And I don't know how long it's going to take for the McCaskies to just be like, look, we got to get something done. And this guy isn't going to get it done. All right. Moving on to the next one. With the amount of teams in baseball still in the wild card race this season, the trade deadline is going to be a huge dud. Hot or cold, Kate?
Yeah, I'm going to say hot on that, because like we talked about earlier, like, if the Tigers think that they are, in contention for a playoff spot, they're not going to trade Skubal. They might hold on to him. And so with how tight the AL is right now, like, there are probably a lot of teams that feel like they are able to make a playoff push. And in that case, you're probably not getting too many teams selling. And so if people aren't selling, people aren't buying. And so, yeah, I do think this is probably going to be a quieter trade deadline than maybe what we're used to, because everyone is a little bit more bunched up in the standings than what we've had in previous years. So I'll say, yes, this is hot. It's going to be a trade deadline is going to be a dud. Gabe?
I think that's a cold take. I think, for all the reasons that you said, actually, right? Because there's so many teams that feel like they're in it. You really just need two, right? To drive up the price for an individual. And we see it all the time, where the two teams that are at the forefront to get a guy and whatever rumor mill you're listening to, and the third team comes along and grabs them, like the Timberwolves with Rudy Gobert, or it's just like there's so many instances like that where teams come out of nowhere to grab a guy. And I think that there's a more, like, a higher than 50% chance that it's going to be one with fireworks. I mean, we saw Mason Miller mentioned in the text thread a second ago. Joe Ryan didn't have his best stuff last time, but he's still an arm that we talk about White Sox and guys that you're John Lester types, like Joe Ryan could be that if you're saying not a lot of people are interested, but they could drive up the price. I mean, there's names that are there. It might not be the amount of names that we want, but I think that there'll still be fireworks and teams are going to be salty that they didn't get one of these guys. And for me, that's what makes it a good trade deadline when multiple teams are in on individuals and you don't know who's going to go where. That's what you want from a fan's perspective. You want to be like, oh my God, who's going to get him? Where's he going? Oh, am I going to be able to jump on some betting odds for, teams to win a division or, to go deep in the playoffs? So yeah, I think it'll be interesting.
Gabe, I hope you're right? Because I always love the trade deadline. I'm a baseball nut, so I love when the trade deadline is crazy, and I love when guys get moved, and I love when teams try to get better. But when you're looking at the fact that only 6 teams across all of Major League Baseball are really out of any type of race, whether it's the wild card or a division race, it's going to be tough for some of these teams to move off of their players. And for the Detroit Tigers to get nothing for Tariq Skubal when it's clear that they're not going to pay him. They went out and got Framber Valdez and paid him. And God, did that look, yesterday, that looks like a terrible signing. And you're not going to re-sign Tariq Skubal because you're not going to pay him the money, which is why you went and got Framber Valdez. And now you're not going to get nothing in return from him. So logically, when I look at guys like that, when I look at Sandy Alcantara, when I look at Freddie Peralta, how do the Mets, how do the Marlins get nothing in return for those guys? Like it doesn't make sense. But when you are trying to sell to your fans, hey, we're still in this wild card thing. Hey, we still got a chance to make a push. A lot of these teams, I think you're right in terms of there's going to be teams that are vying for players, but I think it's just going to be a lot of small level moves. I don't think there's going to be anything that moves the needle. I think Tariq Skubal stays put. I think that the Mets don't move on Freddie Peralta, even though they should. The Mets should have an absolute fire sale. The Mets should be like letting everybody with the exception of Juan Soto be on the market. Like they are that damn bad. So for me, when I look at it and I look at the way that the trade deadline is going to go, I think it's going to be a dud, but it shouldn't be because there are teams that should be moving guys that they failed to move prior to this. All right. Pete Crow Armstrong staying in baseball. Pete Crow Armstrong's defense is more valuable than Shohei Ohtani's pitching. Hot or cold, Gabe?
And now we're talking about for their respective team, right? So you're talking about for their MVP push, like what's the
push? Yeah, MVP push.
Yeah, that's a hot take because PCA, if he is to win the MVP, granted he's obviously his June was incredible, July, but you're talking about a month and throughout the course of a season, right? And so he hasn't been hot the entire season. So it's hot because you do look at him and, my brother's literally, I wish he was listening right now, but he's literally texting me all day today. We were having this argument earlier today and he's like, PCA, best defensive center fielder ever. I was like, dude, don't make stupid, ridiculous statements like that. And he's like, the numbers back it up. I said, I don't care. He hasn't played a whole career yet, right? Like I can't tell you. He's like, well, tell me who's better. And I immediately, just because he's my little brother, and he's in his 30s, by the way, but he's my little brother. And I said, I quickly rebuttal with Aaron Rowan. I said, Aaron Rowan, right? Center fielder for the Chicago White Sox in 2005, just an absolute monster in center field. And obviously that sent him because he's upset about it. But the point that I'm making more so is that is his calling card. And Shohei Ohtani, he's great already. Great at pitching, great at hitting, MVP, it. But if somebody is to leapfrog him, right, they have to do it at an extraordinary level. And if Shohei's not pitching, right, PCA can leapfrog him with his defense and continuing on the path that he's, had offensively. It'll take a lot. But I do think in order, like you said, for the MVP race, which was the caveat there, I think it's his defense. So I'll say hot take.
Ooh, hot take. More valuable than Shohei Ohtani's pitching. I think Ohtani's pitching is more valuable. Because you don't get many pitchers that have the consistent success that Ohtani has on the mound. Like, Ohtani's one of the best pitchers in baseball. And I would take a dominant pitcher over a dominant center fielder. Like, which one's going to help you win a World Series more? Probably a dominant pitcher that can, pitch a shutout and 1-run ball game, something like that, versus a center fielder. As good as PCA is. Brandon, you're looking at me like
I think there's more margin for error,
agree.
Kate. There's more margin for error, right? Like, you can have a bad outing in a game and it just ruin your everything. Whereas like
That's
PCA
true.
can drop a ball in the 5th and then make a diving catch in the 9th to save the game, and then everybody's gonna be like,
That's true.
"Oh my god!" Like, because my argument back to my brother, like my argument to him was like, you know how many times I see PCA charge a ball in center field and miss it, like too often for me to just casually call him the greatest defensive center fielder ever, right? And obviously that's part of his MO and what makes him great. But again, you can miss that ball in the 5th, come back and make a diving catch in the 9th, and people will forgive and forget about that. Whereas if you're Shohei Ohtani, and not that he's had many of them, but you have a bad inning, ruin your day, and then look at Davis Martin. Got anybody for that matter that's in the Cy Young race. Like, guys are there 1 week, and the next week they're out, and so I don't know. It's a good argument. It's a good question though.
The guy has made more 5-star catches than anybody in the history since the stat has been taken since in 2016. 33rd 5-star catch he made last year, which is I believe anything with a 25% chance or less of being caught off the bat. PCA has had 7 of those catches with a 0% chance of being caught off the bat. The guy is ridiculous. He's not the best defensive center fielder. I mean, we still got guys in the game called Willie Mays, Hank Aaron. You still had, hell, I don't even know if he's as good of a defensive center fielder right now as Torrey Hunter was throughout his career. So
great name.
I wouldn't say best ever, but I would say right now his defense is more valuable than Shohei's pitching. Shohei's pitching is coming once every 5 days, and right now it's coming. We don't even know if he's going to pitch again the rest of the season. And night in and night out, you're watching a guy like PCA being able to make these types of catches. And sure, you're going to have the balls that he runs in on, get past them. You're going to have those situations the same way you're going to have a bad outing here and there. But PCA doing this night in and night out, and what he's been able to do with the Chicago Cubs, and I've had this argument with Pat a couple of times already. I've had this argument with Monty a couple of times already because they both think Shohei's the greatest player to ever walk planet Earth. I just think that when if you took Shohei Ohtani off of the Dodgers right now, the Dodgers would still be a team that everybody's talking about that could win the World Series. And if you took PCA off of the Cubs, this team's probably 13 games under 500 instead of 13 games over 500. So that's where I look at when I'm talking about MVP. That's where I value PCA's defense way more than I value Shohei's pitching this season. All right. Last one. The Patriots will be the team that regresses the most in the NFL. Hot or cold, Kate?
I think that is. I think that's hot. I'm gonna go hot. I do. I like the roster. Like, I like what the Patriots have, but you go from having one of the easiest schedules in the history of the NFL to what is a very tough schedule this upcoming season, along with kind of the Super Bowl hangover of it all. And I think this could be a tough year for the Patriots. I don't think it's going to be I don't think they're going to be terrible. I don't think they're going to finish at the bottom of the division, but in terms of just regressing from last year and the number of wins they had last year, I think, this is certainly, you look at their schedule and it's tough. You're playing the NFC North. Obviously, you play the Bills twice a year, which is, in and of itself. You have the Chiefs on your schedule. You have Denver. I think this could be a rough year for New England in terms of taking the step back from their win. So I'll say this is hot, Gabe. You're muted, Gabe.
You're muted.
I'm gonna say it's a cold take. I think the Patriots not. I think they'll regress. The biggest regression of any team in the NFL. I think that might go to a team like, let's say, Seattle, right? 14-3 last year. I think when you're talking about unexpected darlings, I think you could easily point to the Seattle Seahawks and the success of Sam Darnold. Um, Obviously, JSN is there. Cannot take away anything from him. They move off of Kenneth Walker III. I think they'll, perform well but I don't think they'll be 40 if they get 10. Like, so I can see them getting down to like 9 wins and coming back down to reality. And, so that to me would be my team that I'd put ahead of the Patriots. Do I think the Patriots regress in some form? Absolutely. I'm not saying they won't. It's just the question was the most, right? And so I think the Seahawks might take that award right there.
That's before you jump in, Brandon. That's funny that you say that because I did consider the Seahawks as a team that could significantly regress. But then again, their defense is so good.
Are you?
No,
are you turning
no,
into a cold
I'm still
take?
sticking with the Patriots. I'm still sticking with the Patriots. Still hot take. But I did consider the Seattle Seahawks as a team that's going to regress.
You sure you're not warming up over there, Kate? You're not warming up?
I'm still hot.
Spot's
still hot.
Right.
Nope.
If the Seattle Seahawks regress the most, it's because Sam Darnold got hurt and they don't have anybody behind Sam Darnold. I think that they did an okay job at, obviously they still have Zach Charbonnet who can fill in for Kenneth Walker.
Talk about why you think the Patriots don't poo-poo on mine. You talk about yours. Talk about you. It's a hot take. Don't use your 2 minutes to crap on mine.
Now, I'm not crapping on yours. I'm just saying that you could be right, but if you're right, it's because Sam Darnold got hurt. I think with the New England Patriots, when you're talking about, Drake May and all of this stuff, for one, there's too much hype there with Drake May. I don't think he's as good as he was last year. I don't think he was as bad as he was his rookie year. I think he's somewhere in between. And with all of the stuff that has gone on there, I don't know. And then you look at the defenses that they have to play on this schedule outside of the division. You got to play against the Seahawks in Seattle week 1. You got to play against the Raiders defense, which with that offensive line, that Raiders defense is going to be tough to handle. You got to play against the Packers. And when you play the Packers, by the way, is probably going to be the time that they get one of the best pass rushers in the game back in November. Then you got to play the Lions after that, and the Chargers defense and the Chiefs defense. The Vikings defense is going to be good this year too. I look at these defenses and I don't see anything for the Patriots. I think that their ceiling this year is 8 to 9 wins. I think the Patriots are going to take a huge step back. I don't think they get to 10 wins, and I'm not so certain that 9 wins gets you into the playoffs in the AFC.
All right. I mic drop, Brandon. I think, I'm you know what? I'm thrown off right now because Gabe, it's 2-2. Charlotte and Atlanta. It's 2-2.
Gotta cash out. Gotta cash out.
Gotta cash out.
That's crazy. All right.
Yeah.
Did it just end 2-2?
What's that?
Did it just end 2-2 right now?
I don't know. I don't know how this works. It's at the 90th minute plus something. Is that extra time? Do we have extra time? Stoppage time.
They're in extra time right now. Yeah, they're in extra time right now. Ooh, hurts my soul. All that.
There's no extra time for the New England Patriots this year. That's the transition there. All right, we'll take a quick break. Maybe we'll do some more hot or cold. Maybe we'll talk about Aaron Rodgers reuniting with his family. Maybe we'll talk a little MLS. You got to stick around to find out. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I think if you're a Panthers fan, you can be optimistic. And I think you should be optimistic. Because right now, and I'm going to stop short of giving an official prediction because I have to admit, I'm a little taken right now. This is not going to be a fun sentence to say out loud. And I mean it. I'm a little taken and smitten at the moment with the Tua Tagovailoa, Kevin Stefanski Atlanta Falcons, just at price to potentially win the division. But I do think when it's all said and done, and we approach, now look, we got to get through training camp. People have got to be healthy. Bryce Young's got to be healthy. Players have got to be healthy, etc. But as it stands right now, the Carolina Panthers, my pick to go back-to-back and win the NFC South yet again. Dave Canales entering year 3 as head coach of this team. And Dave Canales, and remember, we talked with Panthers general manager Dan Morgan a couple months ago, joined the show. And I asked Dan Morgan about Dave Canales no longer calling the plays this season in Carolina, which is a very, very interesting and newsworthy item, right? Offensive-minded head coach, got hired in Carolina because of his play-calling chops in Tampa Bay with Baker Mayfield and company, no longer calling the plays year 3 as the team's head coach. Instead, Brad Idzik, the offensive coordinator, you know, John's son, which is true, the former general manager John Idzik of the New York Jets, Brad Idzik will call the plays this season as Dave Canales looks to streamline this a little bit and be more of a CEO head coach. Carolina, with a very interesting offseason of acquisitions, whether it's Georgia tackle, hulking tackle, he a big SOB, Monroe Freeling in round 1. Chris Brazzell, wide receiver from Tennessee, who's a big boy. Chris Brazzell, and fast in the 3rd round. Signing pass rusher Jalen Phillips to a big money deal. Signing inside linebacker Devin Lloyd to a big money deal. The Carolina Panthers should absolutely be better on the field in 2026 than they were in 2025 when they won a division championship. The thing, though, with the 2026 Carolina Panthers, if we want to extend this out, because I think that at worst, if Bryce Young's going to be healthy, they'll hover around 500. I think that's a fair assumption to make. The question becomes, is there a ceiling for this team? And by ceiling, I don't mean going 8-9 or 9-8 and winning the NFC South. That's not and then getting beaten by the Niners, the Seahawks, or the Rams on Wild Card Weekend. That's not the ceiling. No, the ceiling would be, hell yeah, man, let's go 11-6. Let's leave no doubt that we are the class of this division. And this is where the Carolina Panthers become one of the great models of consistency. Not just in sports, but in life. Because we are now in year 4 of saying this sentence prior to the Carolina Panthers beginning training camp. Are you ready? The sentence is, the Carolina Panthers will go as far as Bryce Young takes them. If we were all this consistent as the Carolina Panthers are, like with our fitness, there would be no obesity problem in this country. We'd all be walking around shredded with 6-packs. We'd have nude beaches like they've got in Europe. Even though I got to tell you, I've been on some beaches this summer, and there's some obese people basically nude on the beach. God bless them and their confidence. I feel like I have body dysmorphia. I'd never do that, but God bless them. God bless them. The consistency of this team, where we can say again, 4 straight years, they will only be as good as the quarterback.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
It's always a fun thing to see family pictures on social media, Gabe. Love to see when you post your crew and whatnot. We got to see a family back together that haven't seen pictures of before. And I'm not trying to make light of this by any means. I do think it's really cool. Aaron Rodgers posted pictures on Instagram, I think, some platform. I don't know which one it was, but he with his parents. Which, I mean, we all know Aaron Rodgers has been estranged from his family for quite some time now. That kind of came to light when his brother Jordan was on the Bachelor or the Bachelorette. And that's been a talking point, around Aaron Rodgers for quite some time. But he posted pictures with his parents, and that's awesome to see. Like, I mean, you love a family coming back together.
Oh, for sure. I mean, family, you're right. Like I do post my family. I family is extremely important. That's why Thanksgiving is my favorite holiday. And
Aww.
I think that, when you see something like this on a human level, which we've been talking about a lot, during this show, why would you root against somebody for reconciling with their family and, something that should be that for you, right? And your safe space, you learn in life as you get older, right? Like family is the, people you can't get away from, right? You just can't because you're going to see them at funerals, you're going to go somewhere. And like the sooner you realize that, the better you can be at like opening up yourself to those kinds of relationships, you know what I mean? And it helps you out. And then in your personal relationships, because you can't get away from them, you got to deal with the crazy sometimes. You got to deal with the BS sometimes. And Aaron Rodgers is no different, right? In that they have their family drama and, who cares? Put it behind you. Y'all love each other anyway. Kate, you have a child now. And, what I tell people that don't have kids is like, you really have no idea how much your parents love you until you have a kid.
Yeah, I know.
You could be listening to me right now, tell you that, and you have no kids, and you'd be like, no, I know I know my mom loves me. Yeah. You think you know. But then when you have a kid and you love that kid so intensely, and then you're like, oh, damn, now I know why my mom calls me all the time. Now I know why my mom wants me to call her when I land in a different city. Now I know why like you start to understand it in a different way. And so to see Aaron Rodgers back with his family, you're just like, yeah, bro, those are the people that literally love you the most of anybody in this world. Like they love you. Your poop has been in their hands. Your throw up has been in their mouth. Like you like and it was cute to them. And your parents loved it, right? Can't you love it? You get a little poop on your hand, like, look at this little girl pooped out my head. That's crazy. Like that's what ends up happening, right? So I'm glad that they're back in tune with each other for sure.
Gabe, it is crazy how much when you become a parent and you have that little kid, how much you love them, and then you kind of realize, yes, like how much you were loved growing up. Oh, it's a wild thing. You're gonna make me cry. But I've had a lot of poop in my hand over the last 3 months.
Yes.
First couple poops, I literally just caught in my hand, no diaper. Like it was a learning curve, Gabe. It was a learning curve.
Yeah.
So, and you know what? You just kind of wash the hands and you go about your day, and it's not a big deal at all because it's the cutest little poop you've ever seen. Yeah.
That's what my brother just had a baby literally a month ago. And I tried to tell him before he had the baby, I said, look, it's the craziest thing in the world. I was like, you've never been pooped on in your life because that's just not something that happens. It's like, but it's going to happen and you're not going to be bothered by it. It's actually going to be cute. You're going to be like, look at this little poop on this little girl with her little tushy. Look at your little tushy. It's just like what it is. But Aaron Rodgers pooped in his mom's hands too, and now they're back together. So, do you think it's going to affect his play? He is a feng shui guy. He is. Connect with the world, and now that God or whatever higher being he believes in has put his family back in place. You saw him with his wife now, so he got his love life situated.
Mm-hmm.
He got his family life situated. He's getting back with his old coach. Like there's a lot of things that are pointing in the right direction spiritually, for Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's no harm. I don't think there's any negative to come from this in terms of his on the field play. Like if you have everything sorted out in your life off the field, you typically are able to relax and play a little bit more free and focus on football, solely on football, when everything else outside of football is kind of lined up. And that, I mean, hasn't exactly been the case for Aaron Rodgers based on his family dynamics. Like it hasn't sounded like it's been good off the field for him with his immediate family. And so now that you have that, back together, reconciled, you're not having to worry or think about it, or that type of thing just kind of goes out the window. Plus you get more support from your family. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but like I'm sure his parents still wanted to support his career throughout, but like now maybe they'll be at games or on the sidelines, or just different things like that makes the player more comfortable and allows him to focus solely on football. Then you add in the fact that Mike McCarthy is his head coach again, those two reuniting, and like maybe it is kind of a rejuvenating year coming back for Aaron Rodgers, having some good stuff happen in the offseason, having a new coach that he's familiar and maybe excited to play with. So I certainly think that those are only good things for Aaron Rodgers, and there isn't too many negatives that come from him.
No, and he'll still have that chip on his shoulder because he's Aaron Rodgers and he's smug, regardless if he's being hugged by his mom or not. And so, and you talk about, believability. There's few people that believe in themselves more than Aaron Rodgers and what's being proven in real time by coming back to play in the league, in your mid 40s, right? How old is he now? 43?
43. I was going to say 43.
3?
Aaron Rodgers.
When did he turn
42.
44?
He'll be 43 in December.
Okay, right. So he'll be 43 this season, right? So, I mean, this will be it. This will be the last year. This will be the last year, because, as a male, right, who's past his early 30s, you learned that, when you're 20, 21, 22, you're like, oh, this doesn't feel too different from when I was a teenager, right? And then you get 23, 24, and you're like, oh, damn, this is way different. And then the same thing in your 30s, you're 30, 31, 32, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, this didn't feel, people been tripping. 30 ain't bad. And then all of a sudden you get 32. So I say that to say Aaron Rodgers, this is like his last window of like youth, because those first 3 always make you feel like you're young, but then you hit a brick wall. You hit a brick wall.
Moves
so I can
on
only
from
imagine
there.
what that'd be like right over there.
Yeah.
So
Steelers, it'll be just fine. Steelers win total this year, Gabe. We're looking at it's 7.5. The over is heavily juiced, but if you go to 8.5, then it's on the unders minus 140. So you can either take over 7.5 at minus 150 or under 8.5 at minus 140.
I'm paying the juice.
Or
We
you
talked
go,
about this earlier. I'm the juice man.
Yeah. You are the juice man. You pay
I'm
minus
the juice
150,
man,
you get
baby.
Or I mean, 9
Squeeze
wins is plus 115. Like it's
No.
No,
Here,
we're not doing that.
This is why. Let's for easy numbers, let's call it the hundreds, right? So you bet the 140, right, to win your 100.
Yeah.
Because you know they're gonna win 8.
Yeah.
You don't know they're gonna win 10. You're hoping they win 10. You're hoping they win 9. But you know they're gonna win 8. Mike Holmgren, Aaron Rodgers, kumbaya with the fam. You know they're in at 8. So you pay the juice so you can get the $100. Instead of you're looking for plus 115. Would you say over 9.5 is plus 15? 115 or 8.5?
Over 8.5. So for 9 wins,
right.
yeah. Plus 115.
Right. So you're looking for some free extra points, but for what? I want the $100. Yeah. I want the $100. I don't care about pay the juice. I'm the juice man. Pay the juice. Squeeze it. Pay it and squeeze it so you can eat. Because what happens is you check the little plus 114, it's tantalizing. Plus 117, tantalizing.
That's what they want you to take.
It's risky. It's risky.
Yeah. The one, yeah, you're right. No, I'm with you. Certainly like I'm okay with paying the juice there.
If I told you,
because
if
I
I
do
told
think,
you right now, Kate, if I told you right now, I said, Kate, do you think the Steelers will win 8 games this year?
yes,
Okay, right there, right? Pay the juice, right? Because like, if you're that definitive and saying like, yeah, I think I could find 10 reasons why they'll win 8 games. If you feel that way, pay the juice because you're
yeah,
gonna get paid. You see what I'm saying? You're gonna get paid, especially if you believe so strongly in that.
yeah. It
Now,
doesn't.
if I said
Yeah, no, I
Steelers
got
are gonna win 9 games, you'll be like, maybe.
you.
That's what I'm saying. See, don't pay the then that, but it's plus 115. No. Go back one, pay the juice, and get the $100. See,
Well, because how many wins do you think the Steelers need to make the playoffs this upcoming season?
man, they're definitely in
At
the
least,
AFC. You're gonna need 10.
at least
AFC, you're gonna
10.
need 10 wins. Yeah, AFC 10 wins.
Because
That's what I
Steelers to
got.
make the playoffs is plus 180, not make it minus 220. So it's telling you they're not making the playoffs according to the
Yeah.
odds, and
mean-
that leaves you 9 wins, 8 wins. You're barely, that's
Both sound
right
like
there.
both sound like money if you pay the juice.
That's true.
8
That's
and
true.
9.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll wrap things up on the other side. This is BetMGM tonight. He's Gabe Ramirez. I'm Kate Constable. We'll be right back on Westwood One Sports.
Attention is part of the currency of modern day media. It is what it is. Now, I'm in obviously a way different spot than Tom Brady. People say, why does Tom Brady feel the need to do this with all the money he's made? The answer is because he likes it. In life, generally, here's a great secret of life hack for everybody. Why do people do things in life? For one of two reasons. Because they need to, or because they want to. Does Tom Brady need all this attention? No, of course not. Does he need more money? No, although I don't know how much he lost in crypto. No. So why does he do it? Because he wants to. Because he likes it. Now, if you wanted to criticize Tom Brady for stuff that he's done off the field or away from the Fox booth, in my estimation, and I will always remember this because it was May 5th, 2024. My daughter was born overnight, Sunday into Monday, so she was technically born Monday morning, May 6th. So it was Sunday night, May 5th, 2024, because it was the last thing that we watched on TV before my wife is like, I'm going into labor, we need to go to the hospital. It was the Tom Brady Netflix roast. If you wanted to criticize Tom Brady for something, that should be it. And that should actually probably only, and maybe you want to get into Saudi Arabia, flag football. I'm going to leave all of that aside. To me, that is the worst thing that Brady's done and something that is truly worthy of criticism. Because in Tom Brady's excessive need for attention and the unquenchable thirst for vanity, he allowed, and I understand kind of what happened with Giselle and was she cheating on him with the jiu-jitsu instructor. She's now with him. Like, if you're him, like, your heart's broken. I understand. I get it. I'm also of the opinion, as a married man, that there is nothing my wife could do, nothing, that would make me want to air her out publicly, knowing that my daughter will one day have to see that. In the way that Tom Brady's children with Giselle had to watch their mom. Because to them, Giselle's not some random woman who ruined a marriage with Tom Brady or some random supermodel. Giselle is their mom. Imagine if that were your mom. Aired out. Destroyed. Called every name in the book for millions of people to see. while Tom Brady, your dad, is up there with a bleep-eating grin on his face like the Cheshire Cat. That was disgraceful. That is worthy of criticism. That was terrible from Tom Brady. I said it then and I'll say it now, and if you think I'm a snowflake for saying that, you have kids and see how you feel about that.
Yeah, I would not put them even as good as 2010 Spain. I think 2010 Spain is probably still, for my money, the best team in the modern game of champions. I just think they were the best defense ever, though. And I don't even think that's debatable. I think given what they put up defensively, 2.3 expected goals, 1 actual goal in 8 matches, both of which are now World Cup records, you're just looking around like, well, if nobody could touch them, if this all-out dominant France attack who scored 3 goals on everybody couldn't even sniff a goal for 90 minutes, if Argentina couldn't get a shot for 115 minutes, like that is a level of defending that we have just basically never seen. And, it's a proactive defense. It's not necessarily because of their individual playmaking. It was just the system that they built. And that's so hard to do at the international level with the limited amount of time you get. So I think that, to me, is what stands out. But I would still put them behind the other Spain team, for example, that won in 2010.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Updating you on some Major League Baseball scores before we get out of here. The Rays beat the Blue Jays 4-2. The Braves topped the Padres 7-6. The Yankees beat the Pirates in the second game of their doubleheader today. Dodgers beat the Phillies 9-5. Let's see, where else? Diamondbacks crushed the A's, 15 runs for the D-backs. Brewers beat the Mets 4-3, and the Red Sox, their streak ended at 15. They won earlier today, beating the Orioles in game 1 of the doubleheader, and then lost the second game 5-1. Right now, bottom of the 9th, the White Sox are in at the Rangers. So 4-2 White Sox, bottom of the 9th right now. And the Cubs lost 5-1 to the Tigers. Brandon and Lee both hit. Monty's alive in the 9th with one more at bat for Langford in our streaking. And Gabe, you and I, we did not come through for the squad tonight. Our guys did
went
not get a
Xander
hit.
Bogaerts, and I just, sometimes you outthink yourself, and that's usually what happens when my account goes down, like Jason Derulo, and it's because I'm overthinking myself, and that's what happened. I tried to go with OBP instead of who I thought would get a hit, which was Xander Bogaerts, and it cost me. Should have faded myself. It happens 4 times out of every 10 where I should have faded myself.
I mean, there are those times that, yes, you place a bet and then you kind of realize, oh, nope, should have gone the other way. Yeah. And we've had, the last two nights on the show with streaking, 4 of the 5 have gotten hits. So we've had a pretty good run this week so far. We just need Monty to come through with Langford here. And Brandon just, said in our chat, if Langford had a walk-off, that would be kind of sweet too. A nice way to get it. Soccer, because we've talked some soccer throughout. Gabe, Orlando, you said they're a team that doesn't have the best record, but they were plus 320 to win. It's very early on. We're only 9 minutes in, but they are up 1-0 on San Jose right now. So that one's got to be feeling kind of nice.
Yeah, they just had a beautiful header off of a set piece from a corner kick, and you get a different level of motivation, right? You got a guy that was playing in League One for France. Same league that has PSG, which is one of the top, the Yankees of the French league. And, when you bring somebody like Bates, everybody else is play. And so, again, if you want to right now, if you placed money earlier today, cash out. Take your little money and run. Cash outs are nice when you're up 1-0,
So you were watching the Chicago Fire game earlier, and I'm now seeing the video of the goal that the goalie just totally whiffed on. Like, they kick it back, the defense kicks it back to him, and and all of the comments and memes on Twitter right now are amazing. Like, this one I'm looking at right now it says, "This is the league Lionel Messi dominates in." And another one was like, this is our version of the World Cup or something. And it's that type of play. And you can't be allowing goals like that. And that was really rough.
That was a tough one. That's a tough one.
World Cup to MLS, different kind of electricity. That was a good tweet.
They're going to, MLS is a growing league. That's all I'll say. That's where I'll leave that.
Yeah, but yeah, you do have you have big time players coming over, so it is growing, and it's only been around for how many years now?
30 or so, 40.
30. Okay, so quite some time. All right, goes to
yeah,
show,
but you're talking about, but 30 years ago, American soccer was much different, right? Where the quality that they have now, which is showcased to a certain degree in the World Cup, that United States has gotten better as a country, and that'll continue. And I think they'll be fine. But MLS, like I said, it's a fun league, so we'll see.
And with that, we just got word, no hit for Monty. Langford did not get a hit. The White Sox, they win the series. That's their third straight series win. The Guardians lost. So Gabe, the White Sox, they are back in first place in the division right now. That division, I guess just with those two teams, they're going. It feels like they're going back and forth every day.
Yeah, it'll be that way to the end of the season. I feel like every time the White Sox are in, a pennant race, it's always coming down to the Twins and the Guardians and the series that happened in the last couple of weeks of the season. But the White Sox, I think most people can say it. They will be playing some, postseason baseball, which is really cool to think about. And you just continue to build confidence in a division. And if you walk away with division crown, like Jesus, I might go get a T-shirt. That'd be crazy. Shout out Will Venable. Shout out Will Venable. All right, there you go. As we're ending the show, Will Venable. Shout out Steve Stone, one of the greatest announcers ever, said that he would be one of the better managers in this league. I couldn't believe it, and here we are. Will Venable pulling the right string in the White Sox in first place. Love it.
White Sox are only 5.5 games back of the number one spot, the top spot in the AL as a whole. That's crazy as well. Certainly did not see that coming for a White Sox team that the last two seasons didn't win many games 2 years ago. That was absolutely brutal. So baseball in Chicago has actually been pretty fun this summer on both the North and the South side. I got to get to a South side game this year and get one of those campfire milkshakes. I had one a couple of years ago at the game, but the food at the Sox Stadium is so good. Like the Polish dog with the onions, the caramelized onion, like that's phenomenal. So yeah, I got to get over there.
Oh yeah, can't go wrong. White Sox, I got the good food. Got to get over there.
Yep. All right, that's going to do it for us here on BetMGM tonight. Thank you to Lee, Monty, Brandon, everyone behind the scenes helping us out here. Gabe Ramirez, fun to be with you again, Gabe. Always great hosting with you. I am Kate Constable. We'll be back tomorrow night. This has been BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to end up having to sell. I mean, they're not playing well. They're 6.5 games back in the division. They're 5 in the wild card. And, you have to ask yourself, if you're Scott Harris sitting in that front office, you got to ask yourself, do you really believe this team can win a World Series? Because when you have an asset like Skubal, to let him walk in free agency and not get any compensation is really a franchise killer. And look, they've got a good nucleus of young players like Kevin McGonigal and Riley Green. They got a bunch of young guys coming like Max Clark and Briseño, Rainier. I mean, they got so many guys coming that to not take advantage of Skubal's asset to trade, to me, is foolish. Now, it could go either way. I was talking to Alex Anthopoulos, the president of the Braves, on Sunday, and Alex was saying, it is amazing how emotional everybody gets this time of year, including the front office executives, and how literally how a team plays leading into the deadline will determine what they do. And so to use it with the Tigers, look, if Detroit were to all of a sudden win 7 in a row here, they'll keep Skubal, and they'll make a run for it. If they continue to play the way they have been, though, I think the only thing you can do is trade. But the pressure that organization has had on Skubal, A.J. Hinch said it the best a couple of days ago. He said, we've been playing Game 7 since May. And that's what it's felt like, because we feel like every day we play, we're playing to keep Skubal. and so, that's not healthy for a team. And let's be realistic. There's 7 games under 500. I mean, if this was a normal year and there wasn't so much parity in the American League, Detroit would be long gone by now. We wouldn't even be having this discussion. But, you watch Framber Valdez, couldn't even give him any length again yesterday. I just don't see it. And if you're Detroit, you really want to lose your 2 best starters, Casey Mize and Skubal, to free agency and not get anything back for them? I just don't think that's smart business.
So I think the idea that this American team hasn't made progress is so delusional and casual of a take, because it just tells me you're only looking at the final score and not paying attention to anything else. And you're just checking in every couple of years, be like, oh, same as always. And are there still gaps between the U.S. and the top 8 to 10 teams in the world? Yes. But the fact that the U.S. can now clearly identify itself and solidify itself as a team ranked between 12 and 18 in the world is still a significant improvement from the teams that we rolled out in 2018 and 2019. I mean, go look up the lineup the U.S. started in 2018 against Trinidad and Tobago, a must-not-lose game that they lost. You pull up that lineup, and you will cringe. I've done it multiple times just to remind myself of how far this team has come in the last 8 years. And now it's like, yeah, we have guys who just play in the Champions League regularly now. Like, you're an American who wants to get into Europe. And it used to be, well, you got to pick Dempsey's team, or maybe like Michael Bradley's team, or maybe there were like 3 guys. Fabian Johnson played in the Bundesliga, right? Now it's like, you got like 8 options. You could pick Balogun's team. You could pick Pulisic's team. You could pick Robinson's team, Tillman's team. Half the majority of the lineup is not just on the team. They're starting. They're playing. They're real players making impacts for these teams. So that alone tells you all you need to know on how the U.S. is on the right track.